It is the longest running episodic, whatever this is. We don't know.
We're here. Anyways.
Ray is correct. I am late. But Eric is complaining, oh my eye, oh my spleen, oh my neck, oh my life. And it took so long that Eric made us late, so now I'm late. Now we're all late.
Yeah.
But it's okay. We're going to manage. Nonetheless, we'll do what we have to.
I think we should just call it a night and that's it. And say bye.
In contrast to that, I was thinking it would hurt you much more for us to go 17 hours. So maybe that's what we'll do. Yeah, just we'll make it a marathon.
No,
we'll keep going until game 3 starts. How about we do that?
This is the third show. This is the third show we've done this week, and it's killing me.
That's a you problem, man. And everybody hit the like button. Eric's paying for it. And for game 2, he's paying double.
Uh-huh.
Good evening, Jeff.
What happens?
Good evening, Ray. Good evening, Paul. Good evening, whoever this is, except Eric. Damn right.
Mm-hmm.
Dennis. Good evening, BIC crew. Thank you. Good evening to you. But yes, we are here. And it is game 2 of the Stanley Cup final in the Hockeys. Eric's alleged sport. He claims it's real, but I don't know about that. I have questions. However, I got the question. And, Zach is making a valid point here. You have time to make up. You're complaining about this week. Bobby, how much time was Eric on last week?
Last week?
Sorry, the week before.
A week before. Like zero.
Last Friday I wasn't here.
Yeah.
Whichever one. Either way, you missed one. So like these hours are being accrued.
Yeah,
you're behind.
Friday,
you're behind on your payments.
I was not here. I was quite miserable.
And that was 5 hours and 10 minutes. So that's accrued onto your time. So you have to give us an extra 5 hours and 10 minutes.
Ugh.
Make up the difference. Sorry. Them's the rules.
Just send them out to collections.
That's right. Like you can't fall behind on your payments.
No. Sorry, it doesn't work.
Oh, Christ.
Christ is right.
Yeah, pretty much. That's all I'm saying. So think about that. So Zach's right. You do have time you need to make up. Sorry. The three videos this week are not enough to offset your overdue payments.
Yes. You don't want one of those calls.
Interest is accruing. Saddle Fan says, this is the Pink Pony Club. Listen, some would try to make this a alleged thing. Some would try. Zach says, 12-hour live stream would catch him up. Truth.
Oh, good Lord.
Can be done. That's all I'm saying.
What's the longest one we've ever done?
So there's the longest one we've ever done and the longest one that I am aware of in this genre. Which is your question? They're two different numbers.
I'm mostly concerned about me. So what's the longest one?
Yeah.
7:30 that we did with 7 hours and 30 minutes that we did with the Hockey Oracle.
Yes. Oh, there you go. Yeah.
That was the one. Steve was there and he showed off some of his cards and we talked about a whole bunch of stuff that night. But yeah, 7:30, 7 hours and 30 minutes is the longest one on this channel.
Yes.
There was an 8 hour plus, I want to say 8.5. There was an 8.5 hour live stream that's been lost to the sands of YouTube time in the formerly known as Sports Card Anonymous channel, which has vanished.
Yes.
And that was like an anniversary stream that he did back in the day. And I was on that one for about 3 hours. So I was involved with the 2 longest live streams in this genre that I'm aware of.
I don't want to break any records tonight.
All I'm saying.
Did anybody watch for those 8 hours though?
What's that?
Did anybody watch for those full 8 hours?
You know what? I was looking at the chat for that. Yeah, there were some people that were hanging in the whole shift. I was like, woohoo, okay. But Bobby, the reason I say I was there for 3 of the hours is that I popped in at the beginning, made some fun snarky comments, and then I took off for a while and came back and he was still going. And then I was making some snarky comments. I went to go get something to eat, came back, he was still going. And then basically I hung out for like the last three hours and change, 4 hours, whatever it was. So like I was able to do other things and join in part way. I was there for the.
It's not like anybody had to work or anything back then. So
yeah, we all had the time. Carl here, good evening. Okay, now he's just wearing the shades because he thinks it looks cool. Eric is all about the vanity.
Yeah, I wish.
He's addicted to the shades now.
I wish.
Paul says that was a long fucking show. I remember being tired AF. There you go. Yeah, so the Dakota one was crazy. That was a long one. But yeah, so that one was the longest that I am aware of in the genre, but it was still only about an hour longer than the longest one we've done on here. So I think in terms of consistent marathon live streams, I think we take the cake.
Oh yeah, guaranteed. Because if it wasn't 7, it would be 6.
Yeah,
we had a bunch of 6. We had a bunch of sixes.
Oh, lots.
Yeah, I
lots,
know
lots
for
of
a fact
sixes.
we had a bunch of sixes. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So we've been down that road many a
Mhm.
times. Philly Joe, good evening. Yes. Yeah. So tonight, in addition to Stanley Cup final, we got that. We've also got Pete DeBoer has been fired. He's been cast off the island.
Stupid.
And the Steelers have embraced the darkness.
More stupid.
That's another one.
How about the Knicks? I talk about stupid. Has anybody now? Has anyone in the chat, you guys, has anyone anywhere seen somebody say good riddance to Thibodeau? ESPN everyone on ESPN was like, this is stupid. Everything that I've seen on Instagrams, this is stupid. I think it's stupid. Does anyone in the world, other than the person who fired Thibodeau, think, yeah, that was a good move? This guy brought the Knicks back from complete irrelevancy to being on the cusp of the NBA Finals, and they fire him like 3 days later.
Eric has strong feelings about the
it just doesn't make any sense. So unless there was stuff going on behind the scenes that none of us as sports fans are aware of, but even the Stephen A. Smiths of the world who are Knicks fans and it's their job to cover sports, even they don't have any idea why this happened. And it doesn't.
I can only assume, Eric, I theorize it is his close ties to you. Based on this entire monologue, I can only assume his close ties to you are probably what caused the problem. So Philly Joe says, what happened to him? He wasn't just fired, Philly Joe. He was yeeted into space.
There is a connection between Tom Thibodeau and I.
Yeah, and all I'm saying, Eric,
is he came into the shop one time for autographs. I don't know what
connection to you, Eric.
I've never met him.
Now Thibodeau got das Boot.
Das Boot.
He coached at Salem State College.
Wow!
And
so he's a witch.
I finished up my degree at Salem State.
He's a Wiccan.
So you're also a witch?
It's a Wiccan. It's not a witch.
No. Eric is a witch. The point is that the point.
No, the guy would be.
Yeah. Regardless, this is fantastic, Eric. So now we've learned. We've only added to the lore. So now the reason you're defending your fellow witch, in addition to being a witch. So let's not lose sight of the headline.
Well, actually, we're Vikings, which makes no sense. But
you are not a Viking. There is no Viking. There's no Vikingness in you.
Salem State College.
Why? Because the witches would be too obvious?
Right. That's the high school team. That's the high school team, the city high school team. The college is the Vikings. So I was a Viking. And he.
Oh, you wish you were a Viking.
You
so wish you were a Viking.
And he was a Viking. So.
And the college.
Yannick is a lot closer to being a Viking, and he came on his boat to take over your lands.
Listen, I've always thought it was stupid, but a lot of college names don't make any sense. So,
all right, I'm gonna read a couple of comments. Bougie Thibodeau has a good ring to it. Exactly. Is the Knicks a bicycle team? It might be. Maybe. Now. I don't know. And Scott is asking the right question. Good evening, Scott. Eric, which house were you in? See, now that they know you're a witch, now he needs additional information. What do you have to say for yourself?
I don't get it.
This is a Harry Potter thing.
I think Harry Potter Rising Sun or not?
Oh, I don't know anything about the Harry Potters.
Man, what kind of witch are you? Go look it up, man.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the Harry Potters.
Salem State, sponsored by a cigarette company, pumping out witches since 1699.
Yes.
Facts. So my point here, Eric, is there's a lot. Actually, there's actually surprisingly there's a bunch of different. Like I just hit on. I gave you just a couple of things high level. And listen, don't think for one moment. And now we've learned Eric is a witch. I'll be coming back to that later. But don't think for a moment that we're not going to at least address the darkness. The Steelers have embraced the darkness. They have become the darkness.
I no longer believe in a thing called love. I'm so upset about the darkness.
It's so bad. I was like, but here's the thing. We'll come back around to it later. But just high level, just to start off with. At a certain point, if you're the Steelers, you're a storied franchise. You had a lot of success. You got Super Bowl trophies in the, the mantle and everything. Lots of things. I appreciated Super Bowl 45 for reasons. They were in the Super Bowl. They didn't win, but they were there. So I appreciated it. But regardless, they have a storied history as a franchise, and they've had only a handful of coaches going back to the 70s, like, long history with all those guys. But here's the thing. And then you've got the, the prima donna of the darkness over here, who's been jerking you around for the entire offseason, and then you actually cite him and give him money.
Yeah.
Fools.
I am rooting against Pittsburgh like nobody's business.
Nobody's business.
It's bad, man. I was sitting there going like, look, whatever. If this is what you want to do, this is what you want to do. But I'm sitting there like, you had a chance to get rid of the guy. Finally, he was out. Like, he was gone. No, even Minnesota refused the prophecy.
I wanted that.
Everybody knew it was going to be Minnesota. But
They're the real Vikings.
Eric, Minnesota, the real Vikings, they showed restraint.
Yeah.
They said, nope, you're good. You stay.
We all know about the Vikings that live in Minnesota.
They're purple, yes.
They're a lot closer to being real Vikings than the Salem ones. Anyway, that says Eric blew out his eyes after looking to cauldron of PSA 5 1970 Topps hockey cards. Now he's known as the Salem State Cycling Cyclops. I like the alliteration. I like it. Good evening, Dylan. Scott says Eric bet on them to win the Super Bowl and they'll lose every game. Maybe. That's true.
I'm doing okay. So in the hockey playoffs, I'm doing all right.
He might still have his hex powers. Who knows? So yeah, it's important. I did laugh though earlier. The question about the Pink Pony Club thing. So that's been kind of the thing that that Paul has been saying. So other Paul. So we've got Paul V and Paul C. So Edmonton Oilers fan Paul. So the thing with Edmonton Oilers fan Paul is obviously he's good in the sense that he knows not to push too hard with me on this because the Salt Factory is still in full activation. Activation. It's not going anywhere. But they're all about this Pink Pony Club is the song that apparently the Oilers have. And I'm sitting there like, and I'm actually getting angry about this. I'm sitting there like that actually offends me more.
I didn't listen to it, man. I gotta figure it out.
Regardless, though, I did laugh because as I did my mail day video, and you'll appreciate this, Eric, as I did my mail day video, obviously I talked about the PMGs and how some of the PMGs are actually fairly reasonably priced, all things considered, because the hockey has not embraced the PMG the same way as the other sports. But Paul made the comment in there because he obviously collects the current Oilers and past Oilers, so he collects some McDavid, some Draisaitl, some of these guys. But for McDavid and those ones, his point was the McDavid PMGs are still going for a hefty premium. All things considered, they're still selling pretty good.
Yeah.
And then my response on there is like, I blame the Pink Pony Pump. Little did they know that was the PPP thing people were talking about. The Pink Pony Pump. I see what happened.
Jam.
I see.
I think they stole the Poopy Pony Pump from us, and we should sue. I think.
But Eric, the important thing is that I got Paul with that one. He had been with this fucking Pink Pony Club, and I was like, no, the Pink Pony Pump is what we're going to talk about now. That's the thing.
Pink Poopy Pony though is triple P too.
That's right.
Maybe. Yeah.
We had it way first.
Panthers here says need a win tonight. Yes, for Orlando. There you go. Who rides the witch stick? Kathy or Eric? Or is it a tandem witch stick like their tandem bicyclette? Bass is asking all the questions. Listen, what Eric does in the comfort of his own home while watching Emmanuel in Space is his own business, Bass.
I just want to point out that he just called my mother a witch. Right? So if
indirectly, not really. If you read it correctly, it's different.
If my mother's watching,
she's going to cast a spell. I mean, she's
light
going
to
be mad.
Light them up. Light them up.
Man.
Unleash the Portuguese. Light them up.
Just saying.
Okay. Poppy monkey baby.
Sadler here says, I might have to pivot to supporting the Canadians. And I'm glad you put it in quotes. That's important. They're not, Alberta's not really Canada. The salt yields of the likes of Carlos and Amanda are abundant. Listen, we got salt on multiple coasts. Salt on multiple coasts. Think about it. Hashtag content gods. But yes. And I also glad to know it's almost 20 minutes in and they haven't dropped the fucking puck. The pregame just takes forever. It takes forever.
I know.
Are we sure the 6-hour thing isn't just waiting for the national anthem to start?
Well, you gotta see two of them.
We might beat the record if it goes into overtime again.
Wild, exactly. We were moments away from double overtime. That's good. So thank you to everybody who did participate in the Stanley Cup watch along. It ended up going, and you got a little bit of bonus. I did catch at the tail end. Lapper and myself actually talked a little bit of hobby stuff. So what I might do is I might actually go back to it and grab that piece and give you an extra, because obviously most folks after the fact a watch along really isn't going to do much for you. But I can take that last little chunk there where we're just strictly, the game's already over. We're just talking some hobby stuff. I think that there's some value there if you might be interested in it. So you can have that as a standalone thing. It'll be easier to watch it that way. So I think that's something I was kicking around. Now, this brings me, though, to my first topic of the evening.
Mm.
This actually fell in my lap, and I haven't told the guys exactly what it is, but now I'm going to explain it. So there was a YouTube video that dropped earlier today, and this video was from the YouTube channel. I want to make sure I read it correctly. It was from Brett Richards and Baseball Cards, and the video was entitled "My Final Video." Very dramatic, very dramatical.
I gotta watch that.
Dramatique, very dramatique. But what I'll do is I am going to put a link in the description. I know a couple of people in the chat have already seen it. So because some of the folks have definitely commented on it. Was that?
Can we do one of those?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. And then we'll do another final video. Eric, listen, I am willing to commit to you.
Final video for the day.
No, Bobby. It's going to be a final video the same way that one of my local mini malls has had a store that's had a liquidation sale. It's gone on for about 10 years.
Going out for business sale?
Yeah, it's literally been going for about a decade.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we can do our final video part 2, final video part 3, final video
get out the pain.
Just final video 5, and then we can do it in English and Espanol.
Oh God.
Podemos hablar español.
No bueno.
Yes, bueno. And I had tacos tonight too.
Man, oh my God! All right, can I get back to my point now that you're done whining, Eric? Anyway, so it's called My Final Video. Very dramatique. But the context. So what I'll do is I'll give you the synopsis, and then you can check it out for yourself. I'll leave a link in the description if you haven't seen it. Regardless, the point was that he was kind of frustrated, and he kind of laid out his thought process and everything to it, and I got it. And it was interesting. There were some interesting replies to it. Obviously, some of the replies that I expected, but also some interesting ones as well. But what it came down was this. And I'll say that I think the key is, and I'll give Mike Baseball Collector credit for this, because I think he used the right phrasing in his response, because he did a response video. So we love the response videos. And if I remember, I'll put that response video in the link in the description as well. But anyway, it's about expectations, because we've had this discussion about the whole YouTubes and kind of doing these different things, and the niches, and kind of how this is a small niche, all things considered, and all that. So kind of his frustration with it was that he was trying to do videos that were talking about his collecting specifically. He was trying to focus on the areas that he really cared about. And for him, it's some 90s stuff, some Houston Astros stuff, which is all fine. It's a collector channel, and you're focusing on the areas that interest you, right?
Astros, though? Okay, go ahead.
Well, I think he's based out of Houston, so it makes sense for him. Yeah. So where he is, it makes sense. So regardless, though,
the Astros.
Yeah. So regardless, the point is that he's focusing on stuff that specifically interests him, which is all well and good. Like for a hobby channel, that's probably what you should do. But the frustration for him was that the channel hasn't grown as quickly as maybe he was hoping. And that's why I say expectations is kind of a killer. Yeah. But that's what I'm getting at. Expectations is always going to be kind of killer. But it's like, well, what are you expecting? The audience is going to tell you what they're into and what they're not into. The thing is, you might have a specific niche. And if people are still engaging with it and they're still conversing with you about it, well, there's still people that are interested and engaged. So that's good. But you're probably not going to get the massive views. As he said, and like I said, I'm giving you a synopsis. He's not a news type channel, so you're not going to get that type of engagement. He's not focused on the vintage, which right now is very popular in this space. Right now, the vintage is quite popular, and some channels have done very well, and other channels also collaborate, and there's a lot of interconnections with these channels. Mm-hmm. Well, if you're not doing that, you're not going to benefit from it. Obviously, makes sense. But again, I go back to what I said earlier, and this is maybe the video that I'll do if I end up if I miss anything.
If you do your last video, yeah.
Yeah, my last video, exactly, until at least the next video. Mm-hmm. But the point is, what are you in it for? What is it that you're doing it? Because really, the pay sucks. if that's what it is, the pay sucks. If it's about getting attention, getting famous, you're probably going to be disappointed there too. So the question really is, though, what are you doing it for? What is it that you want to get out of it? And I think the answer to that question will determine maybe your expectation, and then if you have a realistic expectation, you'll probably be able to find a niche here that makes you happy with what you're doing. But also, kind of talking about what we've talked about. And I've done videos where I've talked about this. Like the live stream is a live stream. I can sit here and BS with you guys. It's very easy. It doesn't require a lot of heavy lifting on my part. It's pretty straightforward. even a lot of my videos that I do, I'll do sometimes the recording videos where I'm just recording on a microphone. You don't even see me and I'm just showing a screenshot or whatever. I do that partially because honestly, it's easier to record. It's quicker to record. It's easier to record. It requires less additional work on my part. I can literally record, boom, and then I'll go to the next thing. Great. But then on the other side of it, even if I'm doing a talking head video, most of the time, the cut that you're seeing is most of the footage I have. I'm usually just doing it more or less in one shot. Occasionally, maybe there's a distraction, noise in the background or something. I'll cut that out or whatever. But I'm not spending hours and hours and hours editing, is my point.
That X is knocking at your door or something.
Yeah, yeah. But for the most part, it's actually relatively small amount of editing done.
Sorry, Florida. 1-0.
Florida?
Florida.
Florida 1-0 on one shot, too.
Woo, woo.
How many minutes in?
Orlando off in the distance is celebrating. But the point here is that, okay, so I'm doing all these things because it saves me time. Why am I trying to save time? Well, because again, I don't do this for a living. So why would I expend? There are ideas that I have. I've talked about this before. There are lots of ideas that I have, video concepts that I would love to do, but it would require so much work. And let's say I execute it perfectly and it gets another 200 views. Was that really worth that much extra effort, to do that? Not necessarily. My thumbnails, most of them are pretty much a template. I have a basic template. I'll move around some elements to it, like Eric for the podcast. I've got the little template with the graphics on the side. I'll change what it says on the text. Occasionally, I'll put in an image corresponding to whatever it is we talked about.
But Eric, how much you have a scroll? Sometimes.
No, I'm talking about. We'll get to that in a second. But I'm talking about the thumbnail though. But on the thumbnail, I'm not doing a lot. Well, how much time do you think it honestly takes me to create one of the thumbnails for the podcast? Honestly,
18 seconds.
Close. Like honestly, if the browser is loading slowly, it takes a little longer. But then it doesn't take long. And the reason I'm doing that is because I don't want to expend a lot of extra energy on something that may make a very minor difference. I guarantee you, if you really honed in on like perfect thumbnails, perfect SEO title, and this and that, yeah, you could pick up the amount of views a little bit. You totally could. But the amount of work that you'll be putting into it will not be reflected in the views that you're looking for. I can guarantee that. Like you're going to put in way more effort than the amount. So the question is, can you just be happy with what it is you're getting? If you feel like you're putting a lot of time into it, and if it feels like it, and it's the impression that I get is that you feel like he put in a lot of effort into it and wasn't seeing the results. But then my question is, what were you expecting in the first place? Because maybe your expectations were out of whack with where
what's his experience level? Does it take a long time to do all this stuff?
Yeah. So that's why I look at it. And Eric, that's why I gave the example. Like for me, I do a lot of shortcuts. I've done over 1,000 videos, but a lot of it is because I'm doing all these shortcuts because I'm not trying to add more time. I'm not trying to make a second job for myself.
Right.
I have only a certain amount of time, but just turning on the recorder and recording, off the top of my head, on some particular topic that I want to talk about. I can do that. That doesn't take me a lot of time. I can do that. Quick edit, couple of minutes, upload it, quick thumbnail with a template, boom, done. Video completed. And sometimes the videos that you're not putting any effort into are the ones that do really well. And the ones that you slave over it, research and do all this stuff and you kill yourself. The hashtag scholarship is off the charts. Nothing. You're never going to know what people are into. You won't know until you try.
I guess a guy like that is, if you start a channel, if you find a few guys and you make friends, that's basically what you can expect out of running one of those videos. And having that is actually very worthwhile because otherwise you wouldn't have found them. So, when we look at all the friends that we have in the hobby, we have about 3 to 5, kind of close friends that we have. And that's good enough. If you're looking for 50 or 500, good luck. It just doesn't go over well. And especially when you're into the Houston Astros. Like, if you're that centric on that, you're going to hit a wall pretty fast. Unless you're talking about cards in general or just focusing on that team. It's a little bit of everything, and everybody wants a little bit of recognition for the work they're putting into it. And if they don't get it out, then they feel, sorry for themselves, and that's fine. It's I wrote the books that I wrote on a whim. I didn't know if they were going to sell. My wife said, "Are they going to sell?" And I went, yeah. I didn't know. I showed up at the show and I think I sold 40 of my second book in 2006. And I was like dejected, but word of mouth, things didn't get around. And then finally I was shipping like 20, 30 a week. It was just crazy. And it went, viral in that sense. Viral when it wasn't viral kind of thing. So
Sure.
And that's just the expectations. You don't know, and he just tried it. Either the books sell or the videos are looked at or not. And, move on. Maybe change your direction, or maybe just be a spectator. Some people aren't meant to do videos on top of that too.
Now there's going to be fun. So I'm going to pose a question in a second. I'm going to read a couple of comments here to get caught up, but then I'm going to pose kind of a question following up with what we're talking about here.
I got to put some talking meat away. 1 minute.
Go ahead. Do it. Philly Joe said, why is he leaving? So I was giving the synopsis there. That's what I was, the bottom line was that I think he had an expectation that growth would come quicker, which is fine. Hey, look, ambition is good. I'm not going to knock it. But as we talked about all the time, like you can't force the audience to be interested. They either will or they won't. And they'll either, and sometimes if they're interested, they will actually be like, hey, I saw a video from so-and-so. You should check it out. That word of mouth can do a lot of things for you. Or you happen to hit on the right topic in the right scenario. It catches just right. And that video drives additional traffic to you. And then maybe you win some people over. Like that happens. I've had a few videos that in the beginning of the channel, when it was very, very small, a couple of videos drove some additional traffic, but then those people come and go. Some of those people stick around for a while. Some of the people go, and then maybe another video will hit just right. And then again, the same thing will happen. Some people will stick around. Some people go off. You should expect attrition all the time. If you're seeing a steady increase, that's great. But then here's the thing. Here's the scary part for a lot of what he's talking about, I think, in terms of that. There may come a time where you hit the plateau and that's it. There is no more. Like you've done what you can. And and there's going to be an audience for it. And the audience is the audience. Whatever it is, that's the audience. And if they're at least interested, so that's where Mike Baseball Collector's point was, expectations, but also if the audience is engaged, like, you get 200 views, but you get 20 comments. Well, that's pretty good, Eric. I think that's actually pretty solid. Like it means at least the people that watched enough to have an opinion or have a thought or share something or whatever, as opposed to you get 2,000 views and 20 comments. That actually feels a lot worse because it's like, yeah, you got 20 comments, but you got 2,000 views. That means most of the people just clicked on it and kind of clicked off.
Right.
They didn't really engage with it very much. So you're not same amount of comments, but I just changed the views by a factor of 10. There's a big difference. So I guess, again, it goes back to what your actual goal is. But I'll read a couple of comments here and then we'll continue from there. Tim Kerr has joined us in the chat. Good evening. The first Conor Bedard RPA sold on Slab Sharks for $14,745. Good price or bad price? Eric, you in for 15,000?
Oh, sure. I got it's pouring out of the drawers here. So
listen, after you're done paying for the like button, get on it. Look, honest answer, I have no idea. Right now, that's the current rate. If Conor Bedard plays better, maybe it should go higher. But if the first one sold in the Slab Sharks for 14, just shy of 15K, that is I don't know if it's a good price or a bad price. I know it's the correct price for right now. It could change. Now they fix a couple of things to Chicago and he plays better. Maybe it's too low. They have another season and nothing improves and people start to lose hope. It's too high. We're going to find out. But right now, that's the price. Phil Joe says people want entertainment. Truth. Big Scott says, I hit my peak. Wesker Griffiths has done my channel. Live the dream, Scott. Live the dream. Stu says, good evening. Hot's fun in the summertime. 90 degrees, feels like 102. Heading to Minnesota tomorrow. Have fun in Minnesota. Friendly frenzy right now in the hockey game for Sadler. Thank you. I saw the same thing with sim racing content. All these people putting all this effort that really goes nowhere just because the niche is so small. It can be. Yep, it can be. And it's not just our niche, but this is one of the ones that happens. Dylan here says Brent's channel actually grew very quickly, especially for a collector. So I'd agree with that. I think where he sits right now, Eric, is about, and this is interesting. So this is what I wanted to touch on real quick. And I'll also read Paul's comment. Is that like Eric checking out Emmanuel? Yes. So kind of Dylan's point though. And I'll let me give some numbers and we can actually speak on this here a little bit. So right now, his YouTube channel, when I saw the video initially, he was at about 600 subscribers. 600 subscribers is where he was at.
That's pretty good for I think that's pretty good for a sports card channel.
Now, how do you feel about it if I told you this first video was 10 months ago, not even a year?
I think that's fantastic.
I would tend to agree. Honestly, for the slow growing curve of a channel, right? It's like, look, I can speak to it from my perspective. Mike Baseball Collector gave his perspective on it, but then at the same time, let's just real numbers, okay? I talked about how I had a couple of viral videos that built up a lot of subscribers, but they were for that, not for card content. The first card video that I did here was in September 2018. September 2018 was when I actually started doing card videos.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be 7 years this year. Card videos specifically, only that.
Yep.
So any subscribers I picked up for that are only in the last 7 years. I guarantee you that in the first couple of years, the sports card, a lot of those videos have no viewership, none.
I didn't find you until the pandemic, so I didn't know you were making videos 2018, 2019.
And I wasn't doing live streams until almost 2020. So like realistically,
Right.
You have to go back a ways. You know, the infamous streak didn't, started almost 5 years ago, but before that, there had only been a handful of lives, period. We're not just talking about weekly. So the consistency of it developed over time. That was first. And then the videos themselves would come sporadically. It become when I got inspiration or I saw something that caught my eye that I wanted to talk about. And actually it was funny. So Dylan did a live stream that I watched, and I did pitch in the comments there a little bit. And in that video, one of the gentlemen, I know I've seen his videos, but the name is escaping me. He was the one directly across from Dylan. So you can tell me who it was, Dylan, refresh my memory. Maybe it was Vintage Card Sanctuary. I'm thinking about the tagline. You can correct me on that. But anyway, it was funny because one of the things he said was right towards the tail end. And he was talking about the idea of manufactured scarcity versus the other ones. And he goes, scarcity is scarcity. Basically, I'm paraphrasing, but scarcity is scarcity because you're just talking about numbers. Really, you're talking about less of something. If something is not available in abundance, it is scarcer than something that is available in abundance. I did a video in 2021 that is literally called Scarcity is Scarcity. So when I saw that, it made me laugh. So what I'm going to do in this description, I'm going to put a link to that video from 2021. That is from Carlos back in 2021, almost 4 years ago, saying the exact same thing in a video back in ye old YouTube from 2021. It was just funny that he brought it up, and I go, yep, that's Carlos from 2021. I remember that guy.
In a definition, yeah, scarcity is scarcity, but there is manufactured scarcity opposed to the other scarcity.
Something that my point, Bobby, in that video was that my point, Bobby, in the video is that yes, there is a difference in terms of how you get there. My point, though, is I don't care how you get there. It's irrelevant. If there's one of something, there's one of something. If there were 10 and I destroy 9 of them, I did intentionally. If you only produce one, there's still one. We end up at in the same place. You can decide.
No, you can produce one, but maybe only one is found in vintage, right?
Sure.
Until another one is found.
Until
they're not going to print another one, so there is a difference.
Well, yes, but
no, it's the truth, right? It's slight,
but Bobby, it's irrelevant.
That is the truth going forward.
But it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. The result is the same. If there's one, there's one, there's one. Until there's to your point, if they print another one, then they printed another one. You're saying the vintage one, they can't print another one. That's true. But if there were a million to start off with, but if there were a million at the beginning,
maybe. No, obviously not. If there's only one, it's not a million. It would be far less.
But my point, Bobby, is the T206 set was produced in the millions, and a bunch of them got lost over 100 years of attrition.
Sure.
But they produced millions.
Sure.
Plural.
Yeah.
So people threw them out. People destroyed them. They did all these different things. Well, if I went and found every 1991 Fleer card and I destroyed them intentionally, I did the exact same thing. But no one's going to think, 91 Fleer. Now if you end up with the same amount of 91 Fleer Bobby Bonillas as Honus Wagner's, you're not going to think it's valuable. No, even if there's the same amount left.
No, I understand that, but there is a different point that I'm taking on it.
I agree, but I'm saying that point is your personal feeling on how you interpret that scarcity. The scarcity point is if there's one left and there's one left, I don't care how we got there.
The word scarcity, but manufactured scarcity versus vintage scarcity is two different things, I believe. Because if you're trying to look at how many short prints we found from certain 1920 sets, we haven't found any in some, and some we've only found one. Now there's probably 50 out there, maybe somewhere, but they haven't surfaced yet. When they do go one-on-one, there's no other one-on-ones coming out. Actually, maybe not, because there is more than one-on-ones. Remember, they had some back copies and they circulated. Yeah. But I'm just saying.
Now I have a question for you. Okay, let's use the vintage version. So let's say there were 50 of them. Yeah. Somebody finds a hoard and they find 50 of them.
Yep.
I find 50 of these things. Sure. I realize that because we originally had 1 or 2 or whatever it was, now we found this hoard of 40 or 50 of them.
Yeah.
Knowing this, I throw 49 of them into an incinerator on purpose today. And I do it documented way so that everybody knows what it is. Was that manufactured scarcity or was that organic?
Well,
I've reduced the population on purpose.
Yes, you did. So that's manufactured because you did it.
So when your mother threw it out, was it manufactured or organic?
No, because we moved.
Because we moved.
My mom threw out my cards. How many channels are named that?
Yeah. But what I'm getting at is your mom threw it out on purpose. It was intentional.
No, actually, she would ask us and she goes, "You guys want any of these anymore? We're moving." No, nah, it's okay. Because there's no nostalgia in today, right? So that's the thing.
There was no intent to minimize the scarcity when moms threw out stuff. It was to clean out their closets.
Yeah. That moved out. I agree, Eric. But the point is, so now we're getting all the way into intent. Yeah. Now we have to figure out what the intent was at the time. No, what if your brother really hated you, understood that you actually cared about these things, and they threw it in the garbage?
That did happen.
No, I definitely tore them up.
I had an older brother.
My point is, at that point, you're literally splitting hairs. Now you're trying to get into the intention of the person that did it. The result is the same.
I'm not trying to split hairs. I'm trying to give another opinion on another side of things. Scarcity is scarcity. End of the story. It's right there. But there is other technical parts of that feed into the hobby. Just saying.
Yeah, and if the individual wants to value a certain type of scarcity over another, that's their business. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, that's
my point is when I'm considering if I want to purchase something, I'm considering how many there are. I'm not considering why there's that many.
Yeah,
that's less of a concern if I actually want the item.
Well, same thing.
Wanting the item is supersedes it. Correct.
If you want a short print, there's only 5 known found.
Yeah.
So you're going to purchase with that in mind.
Correct. Yeah.
In a modern sense, we know there's only 5 known, but that potential thereof of vintage can change on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Most of the Parker's display boxes, there's only 1. They didn't even find them all. They've only found like 7. Lucky. It's like, is it a 1-on-1? Is it scarce? Yeah. But if somebody buys, it always comes down to, what if somebody finds a case? Like, how much is a pack worth? Okay, Bobby, your pack's worth, well, I don't know, 7, 10 grand, 15, 20 grand, whatever it is. If somebody finds a box, oh, well, yeah, that changes the pack. What if it's a case? Like, everything changes as things go on. So it's kind of, it's not permanent in the vintage world, where it is permanent in the modern world or the manufactured world. Yes. Just saying.
No, exactly.
Another angle. Just saying.
Yeah. But the thesis was that as an individual, you have to decide if the end result, if the intention behind the end result changes it for you. Because in the vintage world, we had the Nap Lajoie card, which was intentionally withheld from production.
Yep.
That was manufactured scarcity. They literally didn't make it until enough people complained that they made it available, but only
how many
under
did
very
they make?
Specific circumstances. Exactly.
We don't know.
But that was vintage manufactured scarcity. They intentionally left it short printed. In this case, 0 until people complained about it.
Yeah, they did. Exactly. It was manufactured scarcity, but in today's world, it's numbered, right?
In a lot of cases, yes.
1 of 25.
They will short print stuff that
that's where the scarcity really comes into a lot of it. It is the numbered cards, is it not? It has to be.
Just trying to check here real quick. 1 second.
No problem.
Here, I got it. For collector channels, the only reason to start a channel is if you're having fun. I've never once made a video if I didn't want to. The mistake is forcing it. Yes, I agree with that. Also, 1972 is hideous. Just so we're all clear.
Even in hockey, it's like, Eric, do you like that year?
Another goal for the Edmontonians, 2-1.
Oh Jesus!
Dude, is it 2-1? What the hell? I missed the other one.
Yeah. So right now it's right now 10. I've got 10:41 in the first period left in the first period. 2-1 Edmonton. So yeah, Adam Vintage Sangria. Thank you for that, Dylan. All right, I'm getting caught up here.
There's no way they should have scored that. That's silly.
Yeah. So here we go. Stu says 1994 Canadian is somewhat rare, but not very desirable. Yeah.
Yeah,
there are cases where something's a little bit tougher, but it's desirability that determines.
And that's where we get into the different parts of scarcity and, is it desirable? Is it rare? Right? Yeah. Rarity is rare, but is it valuable at a certain rarity point? So we end up with a lot of different areas across the board on stuff like that. So.
Yep. Pure Word Dreams here. Good evening. I just feel that it's not the quantity of people that watch your videos, it's the quality community that watch. So I would tend to agree with this. So this was my baseball collector's point 2. And that's why I was talking about the engagement thing. If you don't get as many views, but the people that are watching it are actually watching it all the way through, they're listening to what you have to say and in turn engaging with it, they're actually conversing with you on it. They're like, oh, I agree with you on this. I don't agree with you on that. Or, here, or they have a question or something that's clearly related to what's going on. There's more value to that, an engaged audience versus just having a number. Oh, you got 2,000 views. How many comments do you have? 3. Oh, so people clicked it, but did they really engage with it? Like, did it actually resonate in any way? What was the average watch time? 45 seconds? That's not that great.
Yeah.
They really weren't paying attention to you. They clicked on and clicked off right away.
Yeah.
I wouldn't get a lot of value out of that. Even if the number looks good, it wouldn't mean a lot to me if they're like literally not listening to any of the video.
Yeah, it just seems like self-esteem. Like he's looking to get something out of this that probably isn't attainable to a certain degree. 600 followers is a lot, actually. So
in 10 months,
I honestly think in under a year.
Awesome.
Yeah, I don't even think Ziggy No has that many. Just saying.
I have no idea. But the point is that I think in under a year, if you're doing a collector-centric channel, you're not focusing on news, you're not focusing on the drama side, you're not touching on any of those third-rail topics that'll get engagement. None of that. You're doing none of that. And you have 600 subscribers in under a year. That's not bad.
That's really good.
I think that's very solid. Now, I think you're ahead of the game in comparison to a lot of other channels at the same stage of development.
I think he's way ahead of the game because most of the stuff on YouTube right now is more entertainment based than it is information based. And if he's more information based and he's getting that many, that's good. That's really good.
Yeah. So but that's what I say personally. So now this will touch on, I'll finish reading these, but then I've got something that I'll touch on based on that very concept as well. So Stick says Mr. Mitt was nervous if his 8052 Manos would sell, concerned it was too many of the hobby. Eric had been there. He would have forgot. He was sold all 80.
At that time, right?
Yeah, at that time, yeah. Bobby versus Carlos. Losers donate their eyes to Eric. No one would donate their eyes to Eric. We'd agree to disagree first, and we'd let Eric suffer.
No.
4-on-4 gold for oilers. Yes. 2-1 oil. Yes. Dylan's agreeing with me on the 72 tops.
I think
Eric actually hurt his eyes looking at 72 tops baseball. That's why his eyes got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he looks like this.
I don't even know what 72 tops baseball looks like.
Well, so neither is anybody else who's seen it because it's like looking at Medusa. You turn to stone.
Pretty much.
Hideous. Good
no
Lord.
idea.
You get a contact high just from touching it, from all the drugs. Just saying. Look, that's how Aaron Rodgers wound up the way he was. He had a stack of 72 tops and he went like this.
Oh, no.
And he just wouldn't stop.
Fall from grace.
Just wouldn't stop. Friends don't let friends. Just saying. So anyway, what I was saying is my great irony of all of this is in accordance with the prophecy because it is always the way it has to happen. So he makes a video saying, my final video. So therefore, it has the highest views of a video in a very long time. And I'm clicking on it just to get the latest. So again, 600 subscriber channel. So I was actually looking at this. When I watched initially the video, he had 600 subscribers. I came back a little later. He had lost a handful. And then I came back a little later. Now he's at 607 subscribers. So he's actually gained a percentage point of subscribers. And
how are the looks when you went on?
He has 124 likes on this video and 109 comments.
Wow.
All the engagement you can want.
Everything. Now he's back in business.
Now you're back. So now here's the thing, though. But here's a question. I want a legitimate
the Astros,
question.
but I'm just saying.
A legitimate question. I have a legitimate question. See, the thing is, his thought process, I get where he's coming from. I think the expectations were misplaced based on the niche and everything you've chosen. Fair enough. But now, Eric, this is where you find yourself now. Now you went this route, which, by the way, based on watching the video, I think he was sincere in where he was, even if I don't agree with his thought process on this. I don't agree with it. But I think he was sincere in the video he was making. But now, Eric, now you have all this attention. Now you've literally gotten a thing. So now what happened? Now if you come back, you're the boy who cried wolf. So do you come back now? Because 3/4 of the comments like, don't leave, man. We like your videos. And now I think it motivated a few people to subscribe. I think there were people who were watching and were not subscribbing. But now they subscribe. They hit the subscribe button now, and they hit the like, Eric, and they went to the comments section.
Yeah.
So it's like
that's big when you go to the comment section. You get that many.
The 109 comments. Very, very strong.
That puts it in the algorithm.
If 109 comments are like, "Please don't go. We really enjoy your content," then all right, fine.
You leave.
You can second guess yourself and say, "All right, maybe I'll continue. Maybe I was wrong."
But the irony, though, don't you feel like the greatest irony was that the concern was that he wasn't getting enough engagement reviews for the thought process he had. But then now you've gone and made this video, and now you've gotten all the engagement reviews that you could ever want. in it.
I just come from this from a different point of view and stuff. I don't make content. I know that my strength is
Eric. You don't make content. You are content.
Yeah.
That's
well,
it.
yeah.
Mhm.
People do make response videos over things I say, so that's true.
Just
Two, baby.
2-2. That's right.
I know what
They make comments to things I say too.
Yeah.
They clip you, Bobby.
They sure did.
You're a problem.
I think I am.
Anyways, I was gonna say I know where my strengths are. I'm a wingman, and I'm totally okay with that. Carlos, you are
But you're not Hall of Fame adjacent yet.
No, but that's my goal.
Working on it.
Carlos is very, very good at being the lead on these types of things. So I know I can.
It's his show.
I respect how difficult it is to make content and run a show and come up with ideas and all that. So the guy's been at it for 10 months. He's got 600 people.
What more do you want, really? Yeah, honestly,
and
I honestly think at this stage, I wouldn't be. I honestly think he's done well for the type of channel, the amount of time, and what it is.
He might be a narcissist.
It all comes down to what your expectations are, like you said.
Yeah,
my expectations are to show up,
see,
and let's be. Yeah, I would love to be able to see. We'll take just a pause on the silliness and be sincere. Is to have fun, hang out with my friends, have a laugh or two, call it a night. I love the engagement in the chat. I think they're the most important part. The comments that they leave, the interactions they have, the inside jokes, that's all part that makes it fun. That at the end of the night, when we say sign off, I determine whether or not I had fun by did I laugh a lot?
Skinner has died.
Was there a lot of engagement? Was there inside jokes with the people watching? Yes, great, that was fun. I never look at how many people watched. I'm not doing it for that. I was shocked. I got to be honest. It was still kind of behind the curtain, being honest for a second. The fact that at least 3 response videos were made over something I said is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
It's content, man.
Yeah, no one should be interested. The fact, listen, nobody should be interested in what I say.
Oh yes, we are.
The fact that people did response videos or even acknowledge that I exist, I think is silly. And the anger over some of the things I said really blew my mind, because it's like, why do you care what I have to say?
I didn't,
because Eric, you incite infinite rage. You incite infinite rage.
Yes,
but I got a kick out of it. To be honest, I got a kick out of it going, people watch me and pay attention to what I have to say. That's ridiculous.
Unfortunately, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah. So I got a kick out of it. And the angrier and nastier the comments, the harder I laughed. Like, this is hysterical that somebody would take time out of their day to insult me, to call me names, accuse me of things. I mean, it was also hysterical.
My job, Bobby.
Yeah,
my job is to insult him and call him names.
So
this is what I do.
I'm all about doing this and having fun and interacting in the hobby. I've said this before during other serious moments, that before the pandemic, and I've been involved in the hobby since 1988 is when I discovered it. I had nobody to talk to about this, share the hobby with, say, hey, look what I got. Especially with hockey, especially with vintage hockey. Nobody
technology adjacent.
We know no vintage. We know only vintage.
I mean, I'd be like, hey, hey, wifey, look what I got. Oh, that's nice. It's like stop bothering me with.
They all say that. Don't worry.
Right. Mm-hmm. So all of a sudden, the pandemic hits. I get involved in this and start meeting other
oil bin.
And
3-2. Wow.
Yep.
They're going at it. First period.
Holy Jesus. Look at that.
Yep. Still 7 minutes and 23 left.
So a lot has changed in my collecting and in my enjoyment of the hobby since the pandemic, because a whole new world opened up. And it took until I was, in my late 40s when I started this at 14. And it took to my late 40s for me to interact with people and have that part of that fun. So I'm all in it for the fun. And other people are in it to become famous, to get likes, to get followers, and maybe possibly to make money. That's not what I'm in it for. And I don't see how this niche is going to get you rich.
And other people like to look at it and be the watchdog for other people.
Well, there's, that's
we're finding out that
whatever makes
only of late has that happened. Not over the last 5 years, but this 5th year, yes.
Whatever.
Prior to this, all the stuff we said, nothing.
Whatever makes you happy.
Now,
I don't think we were nearly as scandalous.
Who's next?
I don't think we were nearly as scandalous as, this 2025. We appear to be really scandalous.
I don't know.
It seems to be. I think we're running out of things to say. They are, not us.
I was going to say, no chance. So Bob Jackson says, no one makes fun of Eric but us. How dare they? Correct.
Yes. Isn't that?
Orlando's, it's offensive. It's offensive. Orlando says they're looking for clicks. True. 3-2 Oilers. No. I like it. Got to make the vintage Mahal. Bob Jackson with the good comments. So Eric, though, important thing. In all that, everything you said, all fair. But I feel like you would be remiss. Since you're on that side, I need you to do me a favor. So the arm that is wearing the watch right now, I need you to basically do this. Away from your body. Away from your body. A little closer to you. The reason I'm doing it is because the praise the content gods right there. Yep. Yes. Praise the content gods is right in the corner. That's right.
The bam.
Everything we said, praise the content gods.
Okay. It's all there.
It's in the corner of the screen, Eric. So that's why you're the one closest to it. So I needed you to point.
White. It would be this one then.
You'd be pointing in the direction of your jacket.
I think you're pointing in New Jersey or something. I don't know. What hanging on the back.
I have this screen dulled down. You're just like I can barely see you guys.
Eric, why do you think I gave you tremendous instructions? I said the watch arm, and I said point away from your body, which is perfect. Nailed it. Nailed it.
Okay.
I gave you very clear instructions. Very clear instructions. That way you're able to go in the right direction. So anyway, bottom line, I'll say good luck to Brent. I'll make sure I get this right. Good luck to Brent Richards.
Good luck, guy.
I had subscribed to the channel, but I only watched the odd video here and there. This one just happened to catch my eye today, so it was like
then you'd be 608. You can't do that.
Now, I will say though, speaking of all those comments, there was one comment though I want to feature, one specific comment that I want to highlight because I feel like it encapsulates things properly and fully. Eric, I think you'll appreciate this. I feel like this is what we got.
Grabs the emotion of the viewer.
I think it will touch Eric's feeling. I think it's coming.
I doubt it.
So here we go. So here it is. So this is Card Cutter 23. I'll zoom in a little bit.
Please.
I stopped making videos
because I can't see it.
I will read it. I am going to read it. It says Card Cutter 23. I stopped making videos for the community years ago. I have a wife, kids, and even a granddaughter. If something were to happen to me today and I was no longer here, my family would have hours and hours of videos of me showing and talking about a hobby I loved. Vintage baseball is a cool thing in the YouTube community right now. I've been here for 10 plus years, but that has not always been the case. It was modern patch auto cards when I started. Then it was modern football. Now it's vintage baseball. You do what feels right to you, but don't stop making videos just because you're not getting views. I've got 3,000 subscribers and still only get 300 views per video. Who gives a damn? I want my buddies in Fort Worth, Oklahoma, New York, Canada, and California to see what I picked up. And I want to see what they picked up. I don't give two shits. Now, this is important. This is the part I need to make sure to focus on. This is all well and good, but I need to focus on this part. Eric, stay with me here.
One or two shits.
Who gives a damn? I don't give two shits what Yogurt Slinger 69 or Mom Basement 2 thinks. We're going to come back to that. Stick with me.
Yes.
You do you, my friend. You do what makes you happy. Please don't stop because of views. Your future grandkids might thank you. P.S. I love your modern Astros pickups. Sorry for never commenting. Now, there was a retort to this comment.
Okay.
From Because I'm Carlos. From Because I'm Carlos on YouTube.
Oh.
Your lack of appreciation for Yogurt Slinger 69 is unbecoming, sir. A valuable commenter in this community, they are. Now, Mom Basement 2, on the other hand, they're a jerk, so forget them.
Whoa.
Oh.
Boy.
It was important, Eric, that I make sure. Listen, the slander of Yogurt Slinger 69 will not stand, sir. Will not stand.
Trolled that out pretty good.
I don't need, just move on from that anyway. But I really like that guy.
Eric, the important thing is that my trolling extends into the comment section.
Yeah.
Don't fight me on this.
I very much like his comment. He totally nailed it. I agree with him 100%.
Except for the song about Yogurt Slinger 69. Well, how dare he?
Well, of course. But yeah, who cares? I mean, it's like when all those people were bashing me and saying all those, I mean, some people were saying some horrible stuff. I was laughing my ass off. So
maybe your trolling is directing people to come here, and then you're getting more views.
Look,
maybe
Bobby, serious jokes.
Eric and Bobby are suffering the consequences of those angry people that are out there. Maybe
Bobby. In fairness, if Eric is suffering anything, we all appreciate it. I'm patting myself.
He is in sufferance all the time.
That's all I'm trying to do here.
Hip,
like literally all I'm trying.
Eyes, back,
anything,
wrist,
anything,
knee, ankle.
Don't forget hip.
I said hip first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So Card Cutter is Garrett, who has been here, and I've also watched his channel, and sometimes he'll do a video or a live stream and stuff. And he's done some live streams with my Canadian cards and a couple of different things. So I've been at the channel. But then as soon as I saw his comment, I was like, oh no, we're not letting this Yogurt Slinger 69 slander stand. I will not allow it. Not on my watch, gentlemen. Not on my watch.
But the name that just rings the best bell, doesn't it? Yogurt Slinger 69.
Rolls off the tongue.
Damn. Wow.
Still Bob's Basement too, but it's a start.
How long did you have to think over that one?
Hey, listen, it is what it is. Bob Jackson says, Eric, when you first did the show, did you think that someone would make a video commentary about the goofy stuff you say? Clearly not.
No. It took 5 years. Okay.
and I still can't believe it happened. And I think it's hysterical. And anyone who pays attention to anything I say is utterly ridiculous. So
I can't believe it's not butter. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the whole thing was just ridiculous, but that's fine.
Yeah.
I think people are running out of things to do. So
I'll say this, circling around back to the thing. So like I said, I didn't need to give you guys the rundown ahead of time. I got a lot of mileage from this. And by the way,
still getting mileage from it.
I could easily still do a standalone video on this with no problem whatsoever, because I got more stuff I can throw in there.
Your next one, anyway, this is not my last video.
I was going to say, it's going to happen. So the thing is that, good luck to him to figure it out what it is. I will say, though, if any advice is to relay, I know some folks here did see the video and maybe are in communication with the guy. I don't know him personally, but I have watched some of his videos. And he's done a podcast a little bit here and there. And some of the stuff's pretty good. Like, honestly, I enjoyed it for what it is. I listen and watch a lot of stuff. So for me, it's, whatever. But when I saw this particular video, it obviously caught my attention with the title. And I was like, all right, let's see where you're going to go with this. My bottom line, though, is you really have to consider, going back to what I said earlier, my answer to this was don't give more time to this than you can afford to use. If you got family and other obligations, then make less videos or use all the shortcuts at your disposal. Basically, we're not out here doing Hollywood level blockbusters. We don't need professional editing. We don't need the best of everything. Find the format.
We do have Hollywood actors, though.
Oh, of course. But find the format that works, because realistically, Eric, we're not getting paid enough for this. So realistically, there's really no reason to put any more effort into it than is required. Thou shalt not effort.
We have a rule. We have a
thou
rule.
Shall not effort.
We have 10 rules, don't we?
That is a rule.
Which one? 3? 2?
It's one of the, yeah.
Please don't make me look.
Don't read it, please.
Yeah, not right now. So anyway, I'll leave a link in the description if you want to check it out for yourself. I'll leave a link in the description if you want to check it out for yourself, and you can see. And we'll see. We'll see if he ends up popping back up now after the groundswell of support. So we'll see if that results in a follow. However, playing into what's funny is I've still got, bring it all back together. Speaking of the no effort version of a lot of these things, I'll share this one with you. So Brad and Sherry on the AMG. So this, Eric, is where I'm going to bring the AMG into it. On the AMG Instagram page, Brad and Sherry did a break, 2 tins of the cup and a case of 23-24 Ultimate Collection. That's 16 boxes of Ultimate Collection plus 2 tins of the cup. Okay. So that was all done on Instagram, on Instagram. But here's what I did. By the way, I want to thank AMG Collectibles, AMGcollectibles.ca, and the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. And if you go to the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel, here's the segue, Eric. You will find an archive of that break But here's the point that brings it back to the Brent Richards thing that I was just talking about. You know what it required in order to do that video, Eric? They already did the live. I downloaded the video. I clipped the first couple of moments where they're just getting situated, cut it out. That's going to be about 14 seconds. Process the video, uploaded the video, created a thumbnail with a template I already have, which took me only a few moments, uploaded it onto the channel, and I'm going to give you a real time. I posted that at 8 a.m. Eastern this morning. That video, Eric, could not have taken me less effort if I tried. Could not have possibly taken less effort. It has 123 views.
What did they get on their views on that?
On Instagram, I'm not sure. But my point though is, Bobby, this is just me archiving the video. That's all. All I literally did was just archive the video, clip it on there, put a thumbnail on it, and I put the little end scene clip that we've got as part. Well, actually, I didn't even put the end scene clip. But the point is, that's it. There was almost, and there are a couple of comments, and there are 11 likes. And Eric, could I have put less effort into this video? I didn't even make the video.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So the point though, you never know. But here's the thing: we're the week of the release of the Cup, so people are interested in seeing the breaks, good, bad, or indifferent. Whether the break's good, whether the break's bad, or whatever it is, it doesn't matter. People are still interested. So the easiest thing for me to do was to take the footage we already had it, repurpose it, and put it on the YouTube channel for folks that are on the YouTube page to watch. That's 123 views right now. That's not bad.
No,
but it's sort of like, if you put a video out saying, I lost the lottery, you'd get no views. And there's probably 50 million of them out there. And then the one that says, oh, I won the $10 billion lottery. How many views? There you go.
Yeah. And by the way, picked up 2 subscribers for the channel on that video.
Yeah. That's good.
So, but that's why I did it. It was really easy. It was really easy content in this case to make because they had already made it.
That's why you did it? You had
that's precisely why.
Intent?
Yes. Oh. That is exactly why I did it.
I don't want to be.
And you know what? It worked. Not only that, Bobby, listen, not only did it work, got subscribers, got the whole thing, got a couple of comments. We even got a comment from Hockey Cards Gong Show.
No.
That's all I'm saying.
Damn.
Can you read that?
Fear my power. It's right here. Hockey Cards Gong Show. Win some, lose some, but always fun to watch some rips. There you go. Hockey Cards Gong Show.
Wow.
It's like we have been blessed. But the point that I'm making in all this is, number one, subscribe to the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. Links in the description. Thank you to AMG for supporting the podcast and the live stream. But Eric, my point in all this is you never know what actually is going to resonate with people. What's going to, in this case, it's an SEO thing. The Cup was released this week. It is still the new hotness. People are interested. And literally, and this is not clickbait. It's 2 tins of the Cup are being opened and a case of Ultimate Collection. That is exactly what they opened.
Yeah.
It is what we promised is what they got. And I do have a guy face palming because it might not have worked out that great.
Yeah. It's voyeurism.
But again, no false advertising.
Nope.
No false advertising. Everything is exactly what it was promised. But the point is, there was still some interest in clicking on and watch, because some people are not on Instagram. Some people are on YouTube and they see this thing. Well, it doesn't hurt the channel to get a couple more subscribers, to get a couple more views and a little watch. But again, we didn't have to create another video. We just repurposed what we already had.
So you didn't put a clickbait title like, look what I pulled from 2 tins of the Cup. No.
I could have.
You'd have 4 new subscribers.
But ironically, I did it in this way. It's the most simple, straightforward, streamlined, no clickbait, nothing to make a point, which is a lot of people would, Eric, a lot of new channels would love to get 125 views in about 12 hours.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we did it just by repurposing something that had already been recorded.
Yeah, I just think people in this genre need to have reasonable expectations. And 125 views.
That means a life
is pretty damn good.
It's very good.
So
it was a bonus video. It wasn't a promised video or anything. I suspected Brad and Sherry were going to at some point open something up. And when they did it on Instagram, that was perfectly fine. But then I said, okay, so what I'll do is I will take it and I'll repurpose it for the YouTube channel for AMG. So here you go. And people get a chance to see it in a different venue. If they saw it on Instagram, they're not going to watch it a second time. But for other people who didn't see it the first time, they can watch it in the second location. It's fine.
Yeah, it was painful both ways.
That's it. Rick Vintage All About Cars here. Good evening. Says, nice pull, Carlos. How did you get Jim McMahon on the channel? Listen, we got connections, Rick. Connections. Tim Kerr says, Bobby, have you heard of that Pokemon printed 10.2 billion cards last year? Is that comparable to the Junk Wax era prints? Ooh.
I don't know. I don't know much about the Junk Wax era. I stopped in 1990, so anything that happened after that, I just opened with Steven. We just did a little fun stuff. That's it. Didn't really care about it that much. Remember, I'm 30-something at that time, almost 35, 40. So, I don't really care about the new cards that are coming out. I just did it for Steven as he was growing up. Otherwise, I was still into the vintage. I wouldn't touch anything new. Just for
well, if it helps, I can answer this question. The just using one as an example, the top sets in the Junk Wax era were 792 cards. So if you take something like 1991, because I do know those numbers pretty much off by heart at this point, you're getting almost 3 to 4 million of each base card times 792. So you're over 3.1 billion from one set, one series, 1 year.
Yeah, Pokemon is one thing though. So if you're going to include the whole Junk Wax era, no, you can't.
What Pokemon you're including? Yeah, but that was the question though.
Yeah.
The Junk Wax era prints. To the Pokemon printed,
all the Junk Wax
10.2 is all the sets. 10.2 is all the sets
really?
for Pokemon.
Yeah.
Okay. So in order to compare it, I got to do tops, I got to do Fleer, I got to do score. Yeah. In other words, the Junk Wax era is still higher.
Yep.
Listen, we know for a fact they are still printing Ken Griffey Jr. rookie cards to this day.
Yeah. Next.
Paul says select football is nice, but then they have a lot of parallels. People getting smoke tickles my fancy. Sounds an awful lot like the Schadenfreude.
I think people like that part of that. The videos is when they get smoked, they go, "Yeah."
Hey, listen, people. The reason why breaks work one of two ways: either you pulled something amazing, or you got destroyed. People are in it for either the jubilance or the train wreck. Either way works. It's only the mad breaks that are not so great. It's like kind of like the in between. It's like, it's okay.
Yeah,
you probably broke even. That's not exciting.
No.
That's not interesting.
It's got to be everything or nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. Bob Uzzle says, Bobby missed a good opportunity to disc Gong Show. Right now they're in a detente. They're in an era of peace. Peace for our time.
I was always in peace with them.
I don't know. We'll see when the next edition of the O-Pee-Chee Chronicles continues.
I don't.
Unless they get Richard Scott, in which case all hell breaks loose.
Yes.
Sadler says, have to remember the Pokemon
everything's O-Pee-Chee.
Yeah,
everything's O-Pee-Chee. You're right. Yeah.
Sadler fan says, have to remember the Pokemon cards are meant to be used for multiple decks to play. Numbers can be skewed for something like that. I think in the beginning, in the early days of the Pokemans, like in 99, when the North American Pokemans came out, a lot more kids played it. I think a lot of kids are just throwing it into the binders. A lot of those cards are being maintained. Some kids are playing for sure, but a lot of the cards are ending up in the binder, especially like the really shiny cards, the really nice, the ones that'll hold a little more value for some of them, especially they're going in the binder. They're not being played. Those cards aren't being played with.
Yeah, well, I was taking Steven and he was getting those. And what the little card shop in a mall that I had here, they would set up. There was an empty few stores that were right across from them, and they did it down the basement first, and then they had some stores. They were setting up tournaments all the time. And we're talking like 100, 150 kids. It was just like massive, like unbelievable. Yeah. But they all brought their binders. And they would sort of selectively pull out their stuff because we would watch a little bit. And Steven didn't want to get involved, but he was still opening Pokemon and whatever else. So,
yeah. And a lot of the early, like when they're starting those tournaments, so Mangini's saying, and good evening, Mangini's saying it's higher with the Junk Wax. Totally. Like the Junk Wax numbers, I would love for one of these manufacturers to have kept the books. I would love to know what the actual number, they would have been off the charts. Absurd, the amount. Because you had large sets and you had large print runs per card in each set. And you had complete set, sealed factory sets. And you had all these different form factors, rack packs, wax boxes, wax packs. You had the, what's it called?
Carded
I wanted to say display, but it's not display. It's the ones that are in the boxes. Vending cases. You have the vending cases with, 500 cards at a time, in addition to everything else.
Yeah, I don't even think it's really fair to compare anyways, because one is sort of, it's collectible, but it was more based on the game. And that's how it started out. for cards, it always started out as you followed your team or players or stuff like that. So it was really no game involved, and a little bit different. So it's hard to compare both equally.
I think the way you can tell,
whatever billion.
The way you can tell now is that for like the
now
first
it's all
edition, for the first couple of years of Pokemon, you can actually find some of those Charizards that actually have been played with. So you can tell they've got scratches and they've been messed up a little bit. But all the new stuff, a lot of it is in beautiful, pristine condition because it's pretty much straight from the pack, straight to a penny sleeve, or a holder and into the binder or whatever. And it's being double sleeved, like you're fine.
Yeah,
that stuff's being maintained in really good condition. Pokemon has the new junk wax era. They're printing a lot of cards for the current day. They're printing a ton. The 10.2 billion for today is a massive number, but compared to the heyday, like back in the day, they were printing so much stuff. It was so much of everything.
I just don't remember any fights over sports cards now that they have all these fights on where in the malls and vending machines and all the different Costco's and what have you that's going on. It's just unbelievable. And that just tells you that's a skewed marketplace. It's just
right now the Pokemon thing is fun for me because on the one hand, the creators, the YouTubers and all that, massive subscribers, massive view counts, massive. They dwarf this space at this point because the biggest ones over there are in the millions of subscribers. But here's the funny thing. I enjoy to no end the best part about watching them, especially some of the more collector oriented ones. Resellers, they lose their minds. And I'm just sitting there as someone in sports guys going like, that's adorable. How dare you make money?
Oh, I was like, it keeps rattling business.
but Bobby, it kills me. They're literally sitting there freaking out about the reason. Children.
You just don't
understand. Only you knew.
Half of them are making money on it. What are you kidding?
Yeah, I was sitting there. I was like, if you guys are getting this upset about this, to your point, Bobby, this is the reason why people are getting fight. They're getting angry about the Pokemans. The Pokemans incite infinite rage.
They do.
Lots of infinite rage. Paul says, I don't get this in strategy of hoarding sealed Pokewax. At some point, it's going to flip. Listen, that is 5,000 videos from now. 5,000 videos from now.
Maybe. Yeah.
At least. So that was my favorite one. So that got us past the first hour. Wow. That's pretty good. Pretty good. I enjoyed it. So we're one period in still. Right now we're sitting at 3-2, about 10 minutes before we get into the second period. Yeah, the breaks in between. I'm just saying I can see they got the panel going, a little clock going in the background. Everybody's getting the drinks in the basically before the next period for the game. So yeah, that was interesting to me just because it happened to come across my feed, and that was today. And then obviously, you even got a Mike Baseball Collector response video out of it. So, bonus points. Bonus points. I like it.
I got a question that I'm interested in. Side subject. So you're watching the in between period panel. Who's on the panel up in Canada?
So right now you've got. I'm going to see if they show the names. See, the thing is, I recognize the faces. I want to say they got Ron McLean. They got Kelly Rudy. The other hockey player, I know the name, but I can't. I don't recognize his face, but his name is escaping me right now. And then the lady is Andy Chase or something. Okay. I've seen her before. Like I know she's done stuff with Sportsnet for years. The name is escaping me, but I think she was a former hockey player with like the women's team, national team or something. So like she's on that panel as well. There's one other hockey player whose name is escaping me right now.
In the United States, the panel
Charles Barkley.
It's on TNT Sports is Henrik Lundqvist, Danson Anson Carter,
Gretzky,
Paul Bissonnette, and Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's who we have. 2 Hall of Famers, a former Boston Bruin, and Paul Bissonnette.
Am I supposed to impress?
No, it's just I would think that in Canada, the panel would have a lot of big names on it. And
Eric, have you actually listened to hockey players talk? The biggest names are the dullest, most uninspired. No, I want the Kevin Weeks, the Kelly Rudis, and some rando. I want some fourth liner on this panel. Yeah. I don't want to listen to Wayne Gretzky. He's got nothing to say.
Gretzky's gotten a lot better from when he first started.
That right there is the telling statement. these guys don't tend to be actually very good. It takes time for them. It's not that he doesn't know hockey. It's just he cannot articulate. So they have to get better.
But the other guys are good.
Yeah, but there's a reason. Like the Paul Bissonnets are a lot closer to the level of guys that usually you get in there, because guess what? Because you're not a particularly good player, you better understand the game, because this is going to be your job after you're gone. So you better figure it out. That's why Kelly Rudy's actually pretty decent at his job. Kelly Rudy was never a big star in the league, but he found himself this niche and it works for him. And that's why I say, like, no, I would never want to listen to Wayne Gretzky talk about hockey, because it's like, no, I don't care if you know hockey. Like, you're boring. Goodbye. There's an entertainment required as well. That's the reason why the Charles Barkley's and those guys, yes, they know basketball, but they're also entertaining. They'll bring the entertainment in addition. And
Gretzky was trained to never ever say anything
interesting
ever. Nothing that could be taken out of context, nothing that could be come back and bite him in the ass. Nothing. You had to keep the image, and he has to watch every single word that comes out of his mouth. And he's done pretty well through his career, playing career and post-career, of never saying anything interesting.
Yeah. But that's the key piece, is that if they're a big name, they're bringing them on for the name value, that's fine. But the only reason that Charles Barkley and Shaq and, Kenny Smith and all those guys is they like each other. They've got a good rapport with each other.
And Charles,
they can be jerks. They can be jerks. But Eric, that's the point. You need people like that to make the panel interesting. And then you've got what's his name? Who's the host? His name is escaping me right now.
Yeah,
but my point is he's very good. The point is he is excellent at his job, and he can play with everybody else, and they all get along with each other, including him, because Shaq can get out of pocket all the time. But you got to have other people that can kind of rein him in, and also he's got stuff that he can say, and he can contribute. He's very good at contributing, but he is an entertainer. But sometimes he becomes more about Shaq, and so it's like, we don't need to hear more about Shaq. Like, contribute to the conversation. But the point is that combination has worked really well, because they've been doing it now for a long time. So now they all understand kind of how to play off each other, and then from basically it becomes a 4-man panel. It doesn't matter that the host, again, I apologize, the name is escaping me. But it doesn't matter that the host is not a former basketball player. It doesn't matter. He now fits into that cohesion beautifully, because he knows how to kind of quarterback the thing and make sure that everything goes. And Charles Barkley plays with him, and Kenny Smith plays with him. Shaq will get out of pocket, but then they can rein him back in, because the other two guys understand, hey, he's the quarterback. Let's all work with him, and cohesively we'll make this work.
And the sad part is they all got fired, and they're all done. They had to do a last show.
Well, now they're moving on to a different network.
And last I heard, they're not doing it.
Inside the NBA is done, but now they're switching off to another network to do the same show, basically with different names. With the same names, but it's not called Inside the NBA anymore. The TNT part's done.
Okay,
Ernie Johnson.
Maybe things have changed, because I was under the impression that, like, Barkley's like, I'm not doing it, but okay. Maybe things, money changes people. So
yeah, on the last show, they were basically talking about it, and they were basically kind of semi-promoting.
Okay.
I'll see if I can pull up the thing so I can get the exact.
I thought it was pretty much all done for that group. Because I thought they're going to Netflix or something stupid, or Prime Video. I don't know.
I'll find it. It'll take me a minute. I'll have to look for it.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge NBA fan. I mean, watching the Celtics is about it.
What, despite your scintillating analysis you gave us earlier about the Knicks, explain the Knicks to us? Real quick. Tim Kerr says Pokemon pop counts are out of control, yet people are still paying for the cards. Hey, listen, don't question the Poke Kids. Hang up, yep. It's like the drivers that do motorsport coverage, and they all suck. Even Jeff Gordon was awful. Yeah, a lot of the players can't do it. What percent of the tables will be selling Pokemon cards on the National? Rick, if I have my way, 107%. Ernie Johnson, thank you, Philly Joe. Moving to ESPN. That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what it was. They're basically taking the show and moving it to ESPN. It's the same people.
I was under the impression they weren't doing that, but again, what the hell do I know?
Apparently they came to some kind of an agreement, and it's kind of a package deal. You're getting the whole lot of them. You get Shaq, you get Charles, you get Aaron Johnson, and Kenny Smith. So it's not inside the NBA, Eric. It's beside the NBA, alongside the NBA, adjacent to the NBA.
Yeah, next to.
Yeah,
across the street.
So they obviously can't call it the same thing because like TNT owns it basically, but like they can do something. It's the Ernie Johnson show of the NBA with Shaq, Charles Barkley, and Kenny Johnson.
Yeah.
Whatever. Listen, as long as they get to do the show and they're able to execute the show that people want, I don't think anyone's going to give a shit.
As long as they still have the freedom over at ESPN.
That'll be the ultimate question. That'll be the real challenge for them. For what they do, I don't think they really have too much of an issue with what ESPN at this point needs ratings. So if they just kind of let them do their thing, they'll probably be all right. Honestly, they're not. I don't think they're really crazy objectionable for that show, especially in relative terms. Like it's pretty straightforward for those guys. Shaq will say something will basically make fun of somebody, and then they'll get mad, and then they'll have a social media beef. But that's about the extent of it.
And like then Charles Barkley will make fun of all the women in San Antonio and call them fat.
Yeah, but that's a very specific market. I think we're okay.
Yeah.
As long as they no longer air ESPN in San Antonio, we'll probably be all right.
You should open your windows, Carlos, because inside it's like beautifully cool.
That's kind of what it was. It doesn't surprise me. It does not surprise me at all.
Here I got one window and it's like nothing.
Well, because it's not like during the day it was reasonably warm, but like at this time of night, right now, it's not super. Yesterday was super hot. Today is not bad.
No, today is nice, but in here, it gets the afternoon sun, so this thing heats up, and we don't have the air conditioning on yet, but I could use it.
Yeah. I get you.
I got the AC going now because it's been it was like 90 the last couple of days or whatever, so.
Definitely warmed up for sure.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Just checking in to see where we're at. But yeah. So bottom line, we'll see. We'll see what they end up doing with it. But yeah, if they're going to ESPN and they're still able to do the show, I think at this point the audience will follow them because they've got a panel show that works. But kind of going back to what you're saying, yeah, Gretzky does nothing for me. The next interesting thing he says will be the first.
Yeah.
So
he's a horrible commentator.
Eric was asking because he was comparing the panel they have. He's like, listen, I'll take the lower tier hockey players who have something to say versus the great hockey players who have
they don't give a shit. So they're just gonna say they're gonna tell you the truth, really.
If they did that would make it interesting. But Gretzky has all the money in the world and he doesn't say shit.
No.
So I'm like, no, thank you. We're good.
Yep.
It's not like he doesn't have money. He's got plenty of money.
I can't listen.
I don't even know why he wants to do it.
The commentators.
I don't even know why he wants to do it. I don't know what interest it is for him to do it anyway.
Stay in the public eye. When you're famous and you get out of that fame, you still want a little bit of that. It's hard for especially actors too. When they're out of it, then they'll take those grandfather roles just to be back in the game, right?
I guess so. It'll have to be something along those lines. But like I said,
that's ego. It's pure ego. Like honestly, if you're so popular all your life, and then all of a sudden you become like the grandfather in the next movie, then you're kind of like lower tier. You're the third, fourth, fifth star down. Like then it's that's a blow to the ego. It's huge. And you got 2 Oscars on you. It's like yeah, whatever.
Yep. All right, last couple of seconds. We're into the second period. Last couple of seconds of the power play for me. What time do you have on your clock there, Eric?
19.
I assume you're ahead of me. So, sorry, how much?
1914.
Oh, so you're almost exactly on the same time as mine. Weird. Okay.
First World War.
Interesting. Wow. All right. So Tim Kerr says, "Hockey players are robots." Truth. My good. Good evening. Juggling baseball, the cup, and Carlos. So pardon me for asking. I guess I have to be a nice guy. Eric, how's the eye coming along? Oh, look at that, being nice. Look at you, my
consideration good. There.
I know.
I'm still lights, and I kind of had a setback today for some reason. The last couple of days I was feeling a lot better, and today very, very light sensitive. So I hadn't been wearing sunglasses for the last 2 days, and today I had them back on, and I'm sitting here mostly with my eyes shut. You guys can't tell obviously, but The lights
keep giving you the finger and there's no reaction. So
I was gonna say, like, the amount of obscene gestures Bobby's made in the last 45 minutes, we're kind of getting in.
Wait till you see the clips later.
Down, the light in the room is down. I got the sunglasses on, and most of the time I've been sitting here, my eyes are shut. So I don't know why today's been worse than the last 2 days, but I seem to be going backwards, which is frustrating.
Awfully. But thank you for asking.
Talk to the doctors.
I went to the doctor on Monday.
Okay. But you were
Did they tell you to embrace the darkness and be the darkness?
Yes.
They told me that I need to believe stronger in a thing called love.
You are my son.
Yep. Tim Kerr says the game doesn't grow in the States because nobody knows who these guys are. No one knows. True. Same generic answers to every question. True. Yep. Speaking of the darkness, for a moment, we'll take a moment, and as I enjoy the shot in front, I'm also going to refill my beer. But so tell you what, I'll let you start, Eric. And I will only spend a couple minutes on this. So the Pittsburgh Steelers signed good old the darkness Aaron Rodgers. Just when we thought he was out, they pulled him back in. They were this close. It was not to the Vikings. The prophecy was denied.
Yeah.
The Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't know, Eric. The Pittsburgh Steelers. Oh, by the way, week 1 is against the Jets. Just saying. Just saying.
I am watching that game.
Yeah. Have the Steelers become the darkness? Maybe they have. Stuke.
I wonder how Dave's
doing. Eric, does that mean you have to embrace Dan? Not for baseball cards, but for courtroom action. Yes. Lawyer. Yep. All right. So give your thoughts on the darkness. I'll come right back.
My thoughts on the darkness is that he is a complete liability. He is no longer good enough for a team to put up with him. There have been many players in many sports over the years that their antics were just outrageous, distractions, team killers, but they were at the top of their game. They were the best at their positions. They were the best at what they did, and teams put up with it. Dennis Rodman's a perfect example, right? It gets to a point where you're no longer good enough that your play outweighs your ridiculousness. And when it comes to Aaron Rodgers, his play no longer outweighs his ridiculousness. And the fact that anybody is willing to bring him onto their team is a poor move in my. It's time for him to say goodbye, off the pasture, take his money, go to a yurt and smoke whatever that weird ass drug he does, and just
crack cocaine.
It's pretty close. No, it's a hallucinogen that he gets into.
Ayahuasca?
Yeah.
They call it by its street name, chocolate stick.
Yeah.
There are some people we know who might be into that kind of thing. I'm just saying.
He's outlived his usefulness and he's got to go. And I am rooting against Pittsburgh. I want them to go 0-17.
Boy,
I just want the record to state, though. I want to make sure, and it is, and I am on the record for this, as a part owner of the Green Bay Packers.
You are.
I was at the front of the line volunteering to throw him off the island onto a boat. I was prepared to do a Viking funeral 1 year before the Packers got rid of Rodgers.
Yeah,
I was on that boat. I was ready. It's like, guys, we'll tie him to the boat. It'll be like Eric will know this is what they did with the witches, some of his classmates.
Yeah.
So we tie him to the boat, then we set the boat on fire, and they go.
Yeah. No, that's
it.
Funeral, baby. That's
it.
What should have happened.
Isn't Amityville in Boston?
Who?
The Amityville house. The Amityville.
No, that's in New York.
Oh, okay. Close enough.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Benji says Tomlin just signed Cliff Branch and Eric Dickerson to give Aaron Rodgers some weapons. Listen, getting younger players than Aaron Rodgers, it is helpful. By the way, for the record, Eric, you would think, just so we're all on the same page, I'm a Packer fan, but I got tired of Aaron Rodgers. But you would think, and this is something that I think you can understand, you would think that under normal circumstances, I would be supportive of Rodgers for no other reason than he is the last NFL player who is actually slightly younger than me, but born in the same year. Because he's December 83. After he retires, all the other players are substantially younger, years in most cases. So he is like the last 83 or older player. So like technically when he retires, then that's it. My NFL career is over. But nonetheless, I'm like, I'm done. Like, get rid of this guy.
Real thing. Listen, we can talk about that too if you wanted to, because I think that's a real thing. Because my love of sports changed when I realized
you were goddamn old.
I was older than the players, and I had no one to quote look up to anymore. And I have a hard time now being a quote fan, which is short for fanatic, over an 18-year-old.
Short for fanatic fan. Okay.
Yeah. Right. I am not going to be a fanatic over an 18-year-old child. I can't do it. I can't.
So you're saying that you have no chance of making it in Backyard Breaks?
No.
Too soon? What? Too soon?
I guess so.
Moving on.
I just
watch out for the clip.
I love sports still.
I stand by that. I stand by that joke. I stand by that joke. It was a good.
I love the athletic ability of these kids, but every single, well, maybe except Aaron Rodgers, just about every single professional athlete, I could be their dad.
Yeah.
So
I just thought it was funny.
Even Marshawn.
It ended up working out that way.
Excited like I used to.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that happens to a lot of people, and that's a big thing. 18-year-old kid, you're 50 years old. Life's over.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't see
the thing is, you can still listen. Eric falling apart is a different discussion, but the point
I'm
though
lumping
is, like,
it in.
Yeah, I'm okay enjoying the play of some of these players. That's okay.
Yeah.
But like I said, Aaron Rodgers just so happens to be. He's the last player from 83 who is still playing. But the reality, like, he's outlived. To Eric's point, he has outlived his usefulness. Like, there are better choices, especially if you're actually trying, depending on what you're trying to accomplish. The Steelers, though, are in this weird zone because, like, they're not terrible enough to be terrible, but they're kind of hovering around. So they're like continuing to try to stretch this. Well, we're pseudo playoff caliber, so can we just keep it there? And I was like, at some point, you guys are going to have to rebuild whether you want to or not. Like, you don't have a choice. The thing is, what happens if you literally never try to rebuild and it's half measure after half measure just to keep extending? It's like the other players are going to get older too. Like, eventually, you got to infuse some young blood into this somewhere.
There won't be enough people left in Pittsburgh to even be working to go to see the games.
I think they'll borrow one of Eric's kidneys. They'll be fine.
It's kind of funny. I was talking to Dave. His mom had a house in Pittsburgh, and I think he just sold it. He sold the house for like $20,000, and I went, "What freaking area is that in?" And he said, "Well, it's a childhood house and stuff like that." And I said, "It must have been in a bad area because what house goes for $20,000?"
The one in Hamilton,
mostly in Hamilton and Pittsburgh. Yes, those are the two.
Look, Hamilton. Yes. Look, I'm convinced Hamilton and Pittsburgh are separated at birth.
Yes,
they're the same shit. They're the same shit. Holy crap!
And you can't, here in Hamilton, Massachusetts, down the road, every house in that town is $1 million plus.
Wow.
Do you like in Massachusetts rip off everybody else's city names? Like, you have a Hamilton, Massachusetts? What the hell?
No, jackass. We were here first.
No, you weren't.
I don't know.
Yeah, we were.
Listen, you might be a witch, but you're gonna have to do better than that. Prove it.
We got a rock in Plymouth, Massachusetts that people stepped off a boat on. And
Eric, I will have you know that, first of all, you're behind a green screen in a rolling truck in Manila, so you are a lie.
That's
and you're the one we're getting this information from. I don't believe you.
Yeah,
you're blindfolded in the back of the truck. That's why you can't see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my eyes are shut.
I took the muzzle off for today.
I'm going to remind you, sir. First, I'm going to read Stu's comment, and then I'm going to remind you, sir. So first, Stu says, will Rogers be able to hand off to Caleb Johnson? Listen, who knows? Lenny Moore is also considering coming in retirement. Sure. I love it. Lenny Moore. Nice. I like it. Listen, point of order, Eric. I remind you that I am a hobby doctor.
Yeah, it's true.
It actually says right there, does it not? Yes.
It does say that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I see it.
Yep.
I don't.
So look, I outrank you. So as far as I'm concerned, the state of Massachusetts wasn't founded until after you two, which means the state of Massachusetts cannot be any older than the year 2020.
Fair enough.
That's right.
So them's the rules. I didn't make them.
Okay. No, I think you did.
Hmm?
I'm a doctor, though. It's fine.
Yeah, so it's true.
I'm going for my doctorate, too. That's it.
You should. Absolutely. Yeah. Hobby doctors aren't like regular ones, though. We knight people. We knight people. Listen, I'm going to knight Sir Bobby, eventually, Dr. Bobby. I'm going to knight you with a dented Bobby Orr hockey stick that came from an idiot in a social media post. That is the provenance of the stick.
And not the sword of Damocles.
No. The sword of Damocles I'm saying for someone else. Eric.
Do you have any specifics?
He's got his eye closed.
Do you have any specifics on who that idiot in the Instagram post?
Imagine someone so stupid that they would be on a social media post damaging a hockey stick of a man known affectionately by all as Booby Orr. And then
that sounded just like it was out of the Twilight Zone. Imagine
it's so bizarre.
3-3.
Like 3-3. We are tied.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Nice. We're 11:37 in the second. 11:37 in the second. Okay. Shots are 18-16, slightly in favor of Edmonton. But we're 3-0. We're tied up.
Wow. Important game for Edmonton to win in Florida.
Momentum-wise, they want Florida needs this to tie it back up and force it and push it back over. Florida should want this more, realistically.
Yes.
Edmonton's already in a good position right now, but Florida should want this more. Philly Joe says, I think he's going to the right team because the head coach and being running team with good defense. Rogers doesn't have to carry the load, being the focal point star. In relative terms, I agree with your statement. I still think him crashing and burning would be very funny. That's all I'm saying. For the shot in front. Do it for the shot in front. Joe Mauer says, Joe Mauer was born in 83, being retired long enough to be elected to the Hall of Fame. That's true. Yeah.
There you go.
Almost all the players, like a lot of them are either, coming up to the end or retiring or whatever. Because the thing is, here's the problem. As much as I don't want to acknowledge it, being born in 83 now means 42, which in sports terms means you should have already been done. Even the guys who had long careers, a lot of them, if you retire in your late 30s, you should already be done.
Carlos, how do you think I feel?
I can only imagine.
Yes, exactly. And I cannot, at any point in my life, ever root for a guy named Caleb. It's beyond me.
Well, it could be worse, Bob. It could be worse.
What?
It could be worse, Bobby.
I don't think. No. Caleb is basically the worst name that anybody ever invented. And it's just any Caleb's out there want to clip this out. Okay, fine. But Caleb is just.
You're going to get it. You're going to get it from the Caleb contention. You're going to get it.
How do you sit there when a baby's in a crib and go, Caleb? It's like, what? It doesn't even flow.
Oh my God. This is like something I would say.
And then you're half lib at that point too. It's just okay.
See, he stole your what burns your ass for next week's episode.
Yeah. Bob, you gotta start off by saying, you know what burns my ass? The name Caleb.
No, that's your stick.
It really is. Yeah.
Or do we even have shticks here? I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. Listen, I have no idea at this point. Like at first, we got to establish what this is. I don't even know if there's a show.
Yeah, we don't
live. It's an episodic.
This
whatever.
Is an intervention. Right? Like is intervention. What
it's a little bit of an intervention. Yeah, intervention with Eric here. Yes, for sure.
Yeah, probably. What I was going to get at though, when I was saying it could be worse, I'm referring to your age. What could be worse is you could be in Bobbles' situation. All of his contemporaries fought in the Civil War, and they're long since dead. Their average age is dead. So it could be worse. Like there are worse things.
He does have that age looking, and I think he's younger than Eric.
Bobby, my favorite thing on the podcast episodes is that I am the youngest on the panel. Yeah. But Brandon and I are very close. Actually, fairly close in age. I think he's only 2 or 3 years older than I am. It's actually not that far off. You wouldn't know
crazy, isn't it?
That Bobby, that's the point.
He's
The point
44.
is you would.
You think him and I would be 2 or 3 years?
Exactly. So the thing is, like, we're both younger than Eric. Eric is the oldest one on that podcast, but I'm 42, and I want to say Brandon is 44 or 45.
44.
Yeah,
like,
I
it's
think
not
he's
that
44
far
now.
off. But the point is, we are not that far off.
No.
We're actually essentially contemporaries, and Eric is just ancient.
Yeah.
But if you
At
look
that
at
point,
him,
yeah.
if you look at him, then you just assume Bobbles is the one.
Mm-hmm.
Just looking at the screen, you just assume.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure.
Yep. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Evened up. Yep. 3-3. Finally for Orlando. Yes. Eric, have they found the Boston art thieves yet? Any really news on that front? Eric will not confess to anything out here.
No, they have not, and I don't know if they ever will.
Yep.
They might.
Orlando says we really need this. That's right. Paul
Probably
says,
find them
whatever,
in
Robert.
Hamilton, Massachusetts, or something.
It's yeah.
Could be.
It's gonna. It's listen. I've always said they're in some cartels, some cartel drug lord's mansion and down in South America.
It's not in my mansion, you lying bastard. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
What are you saying?
Or the card cartels.
Or
mansion, no.
I'm not acknowledging anything that you just
or they're
saying.
over in Europe somewhere, and hanging in a ginormous home, palace somewhere in Europe.
Castle.
Yeah.
Look, Eric,
it's crazy.
Eric, you keep up these false accusations, and you will be sleeping with the fishes.
Mm.
And all I'm saying,
the horse head
is that the fishes, Eric? The fishes that are going to come for you, they're going to be canned tuna with mayo.
No, stop it. That's not cool.
Don't you like Charlie, Chicken of the Sea? No.
Don't mess with
Most
me.
people might miss that one.
Don't mess with me, Eric.
I eat tuna fish. I just eat it out of the can.
Sorry, Charlie.
I don't add mayonnaise to it. That's gross.
You just eat it out of the can. Like that's like
You'll wake up sleeping with the canned tuna fishes with mayo.
No mayo. That's gross.
How many Michelin stars are stamped on the top of that tuna tin that you open? I have no idea.
Mm-hmm. Don't play these games, Eric. You don't want this.
Listen, flowery.
You know the horse head? You're not getting a horse head. You're getting a Reggie Lemon head in your bed.
Mm-hmm.
Is it his real head?
I'll take out
yes.
your boy.
Oh, yes.
All
Didn't
right,
you ever watch Godfather 3? My God.
I'll take out your boy. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah. He's done.
Suk says, young Dr. Carlos, compared to these old ancients? Yes, I am.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, compared to the athletes, no, not so much.
No.
I have reached the end of my line.
You
Once they finally kill off Aaron Rodgers and chop off his head, then that's the end. That is
There's
the
a couple of 40-year-olds in the NHL still.
Yeah.
Yeah, Corey Perry. Corey Perry's one, I think.
Yeah.
Pretty sure he is. Yeah.
He is. He's 40.
Is Messier still playing?
He probably is somewhere. Yager's still playing technically.
Yager, yes. There you go. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, Yager's the only hope we have there.
Messier has 10 years before him.
And I think Yager might be
going.
older than me by a year. I think he's like 52.
Yager's older than the Gutenberg Bible. Zach says, I still say Eric is Delish card show theft suspect. He's always been a suspect.
We actually, we're getting back to that. Whatever happened with that? Nothing.
Every year we have the anniversary. It's like somewhere out there, they're going to find the real thief. Where they're looking on the golf course.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly thought they'd catch them, within the month.
It has to be Eric. How can he afford these hip surgeries, all these different other things? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Where do you get that money? It's not from the like button. How does he even pay for the like button? I'd like to know.
These are all questions I have.
Yes.
Because of the Isabella Gardner museum heist.
Probably.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, listen, the Dallas card show, the thievery, the robberies. We might need to bring back Unsolved Mysteries.
Not with Robert Stack.
Oh I loved Robert Stack.
I hated that show. It was like, here, let me tell you a story, but I'm not going to tell you the fucking ending. Why would you watch that?
They didn't. It's unsolved. It's in the title that there is no ending.
Yes, but you get caught in on it and you start watching. Hey, remember, we got like 15 channels. What do you want?
Side question, Eric. Did you ever find like the theme? Did you ever find like the theme song was like unnecessarily creepy?
Oh, it was
what was the theme song?
Because it was a mystery.
It was like it was like this. I'll find a clip of it.
Murdered.
It was this whole thing. It was ridiculous. It was look. Every time I listen to the damn song, I kept thinking of the it's 11 o'clock thing. Like that would be like the perfect thing to play.
Where your children are?
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? They should play that right after that to make that shit creepier. It's like that's a judgmental voice, sir.
Well,
there's too many theme songs I got to remember.
I don't even have kids. I don't even like what is this creepy shit? Who are you to ask, voice guy?
A lot of times they were talking about kids missing or people missing, and maybe if people paid more attention to where their kids were.
Actually,
at least after 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I saw a lot of those on what was it, Facebook thing or something like that. I was looking at it, and the stars that were involved. It was like, do you know where your children are? It was like, wow, some big, huge stars. I was getting there going, I don't remember that. That's kind of cool. Not really.
Now, of course,
lights come on. You got to be home. That's all.
I had 15 minutes. My father would sit there, and
I was always late.
The street light would come on.
Yep.
I had 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And if I was at 16 minutes, he was in his car coming to get me, and bad things were coming.
The final countdown.
Nothing good was. One time I was sprinting down the street.
Well, the problem, Bobby, is that his dad wasn't coming there to pick him up. He was coming there to accelerate through the body. He's like, "This will teach you, boy. Fly over the top of the car. That'll teach you."
Listen, it was the 80s, man. You could still beat your kids, and people would applaud you. So
the 70s, you could really beat your kids.
Oh yeah. So
Bobby, though. Mm-hmm. To be fair, indeed, in the year 2025 of our Lord, if Zombie Eric's dad was to run over him with a car, we would all applaud. Standing ovation, yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Can he win an Oscar for that? I was moved. I was moved to tears, mostly from laughter, but moved to tears.
Now that's when they had Oscar-winning movies. Today,
yep.
Who's got the best movie out? And that's shit. I haven't seen a good movie in a long time.
Yep. Eric thought we forgot he was about to make a big PSA sub.
Who?
Oh my God, LOL. Probably referring to Bobby's Unsolved Mystery slander.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
4-3 at Florida, man.
Oh.
Bobby getting reeled into Unsolved Mysteries. Bullshit cliffhangers, truth. It looks like an average guy looking for a fight with his glasses. Maybe. Blow rider, short-handed goal. That was on the Edmonton power play.
Oh, really?
Yep. That was a short-handed goal by the Florida man.
You can't have that, man.
Orlando
That's
seems pleased.
Big no-no in playoffs. No.
Yeah. Just looking here. Watch the replay. That's clean. That's Marchand. That's Eric's boy.
That's Mr. Short-handed goals. He's the all-time short-handed goal leader in Boston Bruins.
Because he said goal suck. Stays at the blue line.
Look at him.
He got a good pass though. He did get a good pass though to set it up because he caught and he picked it up clean. Once he got on his stick, it was a perfect pass. Once he got on his stick, he never had to slow down. The pass was perfect. He was able to then just keep going. Once he got behind it, it was like him and the goaltender. That was it. One-on-one.
It's going to be a good game.
Yeah, it looks like it. Look, right.
It's back and forth battle right now, right?
Right now, we're 7:45 in the second. We're 7 goals. Wow. It's 4-3.
He's going to get the Ray Bourque treatment if he wins this cup. That they'll throw a parade for him like we did Ray Bourque.
I don't think so. But anyways, well, not in Florida, that's for sure.
No, but he's talking about Boston.
No, in Boston. When
Boston, they just need whatever they can get.
You traded them away. How can you give them a party? Like, honestly.
Oh,
because it's Boston. They're desperate.
I
Association with success.
They ran out of Bobby Orr parties, so now they got to find something.
Bobby, they're Stanley Cup winning adjacent.
Yes.
Okay. Adjacent.
Very adjacent.
That's all that
matters. 10,000 people showed up to City Hall Plaza for Ray Bourque bringing home the cup.
Yeah, that's a different story.
Home?
He still lives
here. He said he was too old. I guess speaking of Marchand, yeah, I guess so. I don't know, Eric. Did you think he was too old? Was that the problem?
No.
Is Gordie Howe too old? No.
Is Jaromir Jagr too old? Probably.
I don't know. Some guys can really do well. Like, they're so skilled. They're at that top level that, even if they come down a couple notches, they're still top level.
At the tail end of Yager's career, he became very efficient. He became very smart in the way he
learned.
Played his game.
Yeah, you play smart, not hard, as you.
Yeah, he wasn't trying to do it the way he was doing it in his younger years. He became very adept to be like, no, I've still got the hands, I've still got the ability to do certain things, but I'm not going to chase you. I'm gonna position myself on the ice correctly to be in a position to take advantage. So that was how you played. And he was smart.
Not ready to dominate the old timers games.
They only traded him as a favorite of Bark. He was chasing a cup, which is true. Yeah, Yager was a big body. Yeah. That was in his heyday. He was a guy who could, move around and like create some space for himself, and then add to it all the skill. He was able to do a lot of those things. But yeah, so far I'll say like the fresh legs remain from game one, Eric. They're still flying around pretty good, I'll say.
Oh yeah,
and they're still getting shots off, like right there, a couple of shots. That's almost a goal there. Let's see here, bit of a scrum right now. Florida's pressing, which they need to. Like they need this game. So they got to want it. So if they've got Edmonton on their back foot, I would go for it. Attack.
How much time's left? 5 minutes?
5 minutes and 10 seconds in the second. Right now, shots are even, 19-19.
So Edmonton needs to tie it up right now.
Ideally, they'd like to. They'd love to go into the third tied and kind of keep it close. But right now, you're still in the second period, so you got time. Lots of time.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Every period is like a new game.
Yeah, but I'll say, like, if you're looking for defense, you're not getting a lot of it. There's a lot of moving. The puck's moving for both teams. It's really who can get to the puck and who can skate fast. That's what everybody's doing.
No.
I stared at that screen for too long. Ow.
It's funny. I made a Facebook group that is just for Needham for anybody who has the app. So one of the questions to join is like you have to be a Needham subscriber to enter the group. Do you have the app? And some people go, no. And you have to hit decline because you can't allow. It's just like, so why are you asking? Why would you even like at that point you just back out and say see you later? Like kind of funny. Anyways.
Well, no, you say, well, go sign up for it and come back.
No, they know. It's funny when you post the app on the group, in my group of 2,100, I get only the likes if I'm posting something about redirecting that I start a new group on, about the app and stuff like that. I only get the likes from the people who are members. But, someone passed away, a friend of mine just recently, and I wrote a little something about him, and I got like 70 something likes. It's like, okay. It's sort of like YouTube. You just never know what's going to happen, right?
Sounds to me like your group is bloodthirsty. They like death. Good Lord. It's like,
well, I think it's very important that somebody does mention certain people in this hobby. Not everybody.
I think that's fair. I think a tribute is fair. Tribute is fair.
If I don't do it, nobody else is going to do it. So, and I'm sort of the hobby. I don't know. I guess somebody's got to do it. Nobody else will do it. Nobody else runs groups. So it's just me.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
we had a few big dealers pass away, and
most of them vintage. I'm probably gonna die soon.
You're next. Don't worry.
On the inside, Eric, you died a long time ago. Tim Kerr says if the Oilers lose tonight, no bueno for their chances. I think at 1-1, I think they'll be all right. I think right now this series is still fresh. I think these guys, both teams, are skating around. Like I said, I think Florida needs it to keep this to keep it on an even keel. I think they have a chance to go back and forth a couple more times. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Like at this point, all I'm rooting for, like I said, I'm rooting for the meteorite. Short of the meteorite, I'm voting for Payne. Let's go. That's all I'm asking for. So now, kind of in the vein, since we're speaking of the hockeys, I'll shift over to another topic in a second. But since we're speaking of the hockeys, I did mention to Eric and some other folks on the last AMG podcast, I had actually talked about President's Choice cards. I've talked about that a couple different times because they're a small batch niche manufacturer. But the owner of it, Dr. Brian Price, another doctor, but actually a legitimate doctor in the hobby, actually produced a lot of these small batch cards with the different memorabilia pieces. And he was the one who previously had Be a Player and also Parkhurst under Upper Deck and a lot of these things. He had owned the Parkhurst brand and a lot of that. So his current project for the last several years has been President's Choice cards. Currently doing the Stanley Cup Finals, they've got a sale going on. 25% off the cards. So I'd mentioned that to Eric, because if somebody sees something they like, they can go after it. These are strictly collector pieces, though, realistically, because it's all unlicensed stuff. The NHL and NHLPA are not involved in it, but you can still get some interesting pieces. So this is the one that I ended up picking up today. We got a game used tag piece here, and you've got that on there. So it's a game used tag 1 of 1 on there, included as part of the CCM jersey.
That's a neat looking piece.
Yeah, I like it.
I kind of like it too. It's like different.
Yeah. And that's the only reason I pick up these cards. Are for me as a collector, it's like I've got so much of the other stuff. It's kind of nice to have something like this where it's a nice
the
big
tag is wicked. I love it.
Yeah, you're getting a nice big piece of it though. You're literally
getting the whole tag, actually.
Yeah,
it's the whole tag.
You're getting all of it. Yeah,
and no one's going to cut that out because you could try to find another.
Yeah, I appreciate that it includes the whole section of it. So that's good.
I like that too.
And as a one-off piece, and he commissioned some artists to kind of create the art for him a little bit. It's a unique design for him. So
pretty good.
You're not getting it somewhere else. So it's cool. So 1-on-1, I'll get that in hand in a little while. I'm having that shipped to the US address first, and then I'll have it sent over. But then, yeah, when I get it, I'll get it in hand. I've got a handful of them. They've done some good work with them. I appreciate some of the, but I think that's a fun one. I like that they have the game use tag, Eric, 1-on-1. I like that.
Brian's got some great stories, of stuff, and I'd like to get him on one time soon. He has cancer, so I know he's been dealing with a lot of that lately. So he just hasn't responded much to me lately. So,
well, I wish him well.
Yeah, he's had it for quite a few years now. So I think it was reoccurring, but anyways, and he is a doctor. He's a dentist. He was one of the first dentists to make little like dental, like he would buy an office building and make it all dentists, and then people would come in and work 2 days here, 2 days there. So a lot of dentists were kind of going here, going there, and he would run all the different things. So he was the first guy kind of to do that, sort of like the what are those penguin malls, what are those malls called with the penguin there? Same kind of guy who did that.
Penguin Mall?
Smart Centers, I guess they're called, where they did
okay.
Yeah. So sort of something like that. So he took on that so he was very successful in his life earlier, and that's why he ended up with a lot of different monies towards, and obviously running Parker's early on. I guess he made some money from that. I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
Because they only did a few issues, right? Like 91.
The Parkers actually went for a little bit because it started in the early 90s.
No,
because
up to 95.
No, he kept the Parkers when he went to be a player.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. It was kind of a different thing.
Because he owned the brand. Basically,
I understand. He still owned the brand, but didn't issue cards. Yeah.
So
what they did the Tall Boy set, and then they did the Missing Link, and then they also did the 91 part. That was horrible stuff.
Those are the first couple. So basically what happened is, and I've talked about it before, I talked about the Canadian Sports Car Collector, the issue that I've got, the 100th issue.
Yep.
In the articles.
Hey, I don't have that. Huh.
In the articles, they have the bit where he actually was starting to be a player. So this actually talks about him. This is 99. So this is right at the beginning, January 99. January 99 issue, specifically talking about be a player and then getting back into the game.
There's some good information in those early ones, yeah.
But this article is actually it talks a lot about it, and it literally has Brian Price on here. So specifically, it's talking about they hadn't released the first series yet. So they were about to release the first series of Be a Player under his brand with the NHLPA. So this was his first foray into that. Now, prior to that, he had done the Missing Link, to your point. He had done those first. It's kind of a proof of concept. So he bought
were good because they were the first early autographs.
Yep. So he did that. And then I want to say ProSet kind of worked with him on the Parker's brand.
Yeah.
And this is early 90s still. And then by the end of the 90s, he came up with Be a Player with the NHLPA.
Yeah.
So he's had a couple of different forays into being involved in the manufacturing side into the early 2000s.
Oh, yeah.
And he kept going for a little while after as a non-license until he basically sold it out to Leaf. It was until after that, then he sold to Leaf, then it became Brian Gray's.
Then he came back with the President's Choice a few years back. So.
Exactly. And then now that's his current, but that's why I say, like, today, it's a boutique shop.
He
basically has his specific item, small batch, slow releases.
He's doing good stuff. It's not junk. It's not junk wax from 90s. it's actually, you know, quality pieces with good pieces of memorabilia. Like that tag is kind of cool. I'd never seen a tag.
So
Is
that's
there
the
tags
reason
and
why
other things, and I'm missing something, or
the couple, the couple do them, but they're very small pieces. So they'll actually
Eric,
have
you
like
can't
very
see
tight
enough to go into that box.
No, I don't. I'm gonna.
No, yeah. Oh, let's see your eyes. They're fucked.
Tim Kerr says, Eric, by the way, eat lots of citrus fruits. It helps your eyes. All right, guys, I'm about to focus on the game. Do your thing, man. It's all good.
I think it's carrots, but that's just for night vision.
I think he just wants Eric to like put lime in his eye.
Oh, that? Oh yeah, that hurts. Yeah, don't.
I think that's what he wants. I think that's what he's trying to do. How citrus? How convenient.
I do remember. I remember a story where a guy was telling me his wife was in the hospital or something, and he went into her purse because he was holding her purse, and she went into emergency or something like that. And then she had some Visine, but what she did is put bleach in the Visine because she was trying to get rid of a wart on her foot, and he put the Visine in his eye, so he ended up in the emergency with his fucking eyes.
That's a horrible story.
It was a horrible story, but I still remember it.
You remember it because you were laughing for an hour after?
Yes, and it was on Unsolved Mysteries with Robert Stack too. So.
Oh, okay.
The problem is it was after 11 o'clock. He didn't know where his children were. It's unfortunate.
That was the problem.
That was the issue.
10 o'clock, I think. Do you know where your children are? Wasn't it?
11 o'clock.
It was 10 o'clock, I think.
The one that at Buffalo was 11 o'clock.
Oh,
I remember. Look, trust me, I remember that voice specifically.
But remember, it's been going on since the 70s.
It has. I understand. But like in
so
my
I think
era,
it was 10 o'clock then, and I think they'd advance maybe on to 11 o'clock.
Yeah. By my era, it was 11 o'clock.
Yep. I don't know. I'm going to have to look through that meme. It was kind of interesting seeing all those different stars. You had like top tier guys. I can't even remember who was even there. It was most of the guys from the 70s, and you know, I don't know. Anyways,
I can't find that card.
What card? Oh, you got one?
I have a President's Choice card that's really nice.
My friend Stephen LaRoche, he wrote all the backs he worked for him, writing all the backs. He's sort of a writer. I shouldn't say sort of, he is a writer. Where are all the writers now? I have no idea. Hobby News Daily, there's nothing going on there in the last little while. I've been looking, and it seems like most people's articles are from December or January, February. It's like,
so, you know, it's funny you mentioned that, Bob. Actually, this is a good opportunity for us to discuss the not hobby doctor. The wannabe hobby doctor.
Which one? The only one?
There's only one wannabe hobby doctor. Come on. So old Jimbo did his podcast, and what's funny is he was specifically talking about Hobby News Daily. And what was interesting was that literally this week.
Well, it's tied in with the Hobby Hotline, so in a way.
No, but what was funny was that he was talking about Hobby News Daily, and I think to your point, you're looking up articles, and I want to say that the young guy who's doing the podcast kind of episodes, kind of like the Hobby Shorts kind of news roundup, basically kind of thing.
Oh yeah, that's
I think he's still doing them. I think he's gone back to doing them.
Yeah, his voice and it just talked too fast and was all over the board. Yeah, I didn't really enjoy his rundown, but you know, that's personal.
Well, right now that's what's playing. So right now that's what's on there. All right, so
found it.
That's my only.
This is your President's Choice card.
It's still
which was the different Bruins captains, right?
Yeah.
Bring it back a little bit and tilt it.
Well, right now, literally because Eric is in the darkness, you're not going to be able to.
It's impossible.
Yeah,
it's got game used jersey cards of Milt Schmidt, Terry O'Reilly, Joe Thornton, and Ray Bork.
Ooh, all-time Boston Bruin great, Joe Thornton. Love it.
Shut up.
That's something.
Another card ruined.
Why?
Listen, what your feelings about Ray Bork are notwithstanding, like, don't besmirch the good card.
But no, this is really great, especially the Schmidt piece. Which is really awesome to have a piece of Milt Schmidt game used jersey.
Is that that's real game use, right?
All game used, yeah. All the President's Choice ones, Brian Price does real game used, yeah.
Yep.
So that's why I say, like, whenever he's able to get the memorabilia for it, he's able to produce. Again, if you're talking about the investment and all that, probably a bad deal, because realistically they're not cheap, but they're nice collector pieces. If you're a collector and you've got everything. That Medano tag card is great
for
for
the guy
me,
who has everything. Yeah,
because when you've got everything else, it's nice to have a full tag piece like that. That's cool.
Oh yeah, that's really good.
Yeah,
I remember Brian. I had in 2001, maybe 2002. I went to him because I wanted to use the Parker's the goalie on the front of my 2003 book. So I had to get him to sign a piece of paper saying allowing me to use that Parker's, from that wrapper from 61-2 on the front cover of my book. So I remember I got him to sign something and everything like that. That's the first time I met Brian, was probably 2000, maybe 99. And then we finally got to know each other. And then he loved the book so much. And he goes, "Where's my free copy?" And I went, "All right, here we go." We only made 1,000. You don't get more than one or two. That's it.
Yeah. Well, Price was very good. Price is very savvy when it comes to that, because he was able to buy Parkhurst, all things considered, for song. Like, if you think about what he was able to use it for after the fact, he was able to. He saw
There's
the ability.
Good story in there somewhere. Yeah.
Buying the brands is savvy. If you understand what you're doing with it and you're able to leverage it in the way he ended up, it was the right time for him to be able to do that. Obviously, he was able to capitalize on it very well. It is fascinating how much you got. That's why I say, like, to your point, there is a really good story there. I think it'd be interesting to hear it. The other thing, though, kind of in that same vein, it was actually funny because when I did have the conversation, because we got a question about President's Choice cards. That's why I came up on the AMG podcast.
Oh, okay.
And I was talking about it a little bit, but I had forgotten. I did a little bit of digging after the fact. So on the podcast episode that people are watching, I actually told Blair incorrect information. But by the time you're watching when you watch the episode, it's not there. I removed it.
Oh,
it's gone. So it never made air. But I was under the impression that he had worked out a licensing deal. President's Choice is a brand that we have here that's owned by Loblaws.
Yes.
So President's Choice brand is owned by Loblaws.
Technically, yes.
Yeah, they've trademarked it. But what happens is, in the States, not necessarily.
No.
So he decided to use it, and they tried to challenge it. But at the same time, he's like, and for all intents and purposes, he's basically like, take me to court if you want. You're not using it for sports cards. Therefore, so to kind of playing off what you were saying, though, he's very savvy when it comes to the trademarks and the this, that, and that. He understands when he decides he's going to be like, no, I'm just going to take it.
Oh, he had the inner workings of a lot of different companies and what was going on at that time. And he was making deals. Like I said, there's a great story. And I sat down and I talked to him many times where he told me the story. I can't remember it all. It's just like bang, 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 bang. I was like, wow,
The point is, there are times where he will strike a deal because he actually needs to acquire the rights. There are times where that's the case. But then there's other times, like the President's Choice, where he's like, no, I'm just going to use it.
Yeah, why not?
And if you want to challenge me on it, you can challenge me on it. But I feel like I'm on firm ground that I'm just going to do it. And he did.
That actually happened in 1970. If anybody knows those SO Power stamps, if you know those little stamps, Eric would know them very well. A lot of guys out there would know them. They were very popular in 1970, 71. You get an album from SO and you get these little, booklets with power stamps. So what had happened in 1972, this Eddie Sargent came out with very similar stamps. So what had happened, Esso had challenged them, and what they went to the States, and that's how you guys got them down there. You got them at Finest, First National, whatever it is down there. What's the First National store? Yeah. So the First National got them, and they got away from that license, but we had to end them here. And the funny part is, in that second year, that Esso lost the rights to put them out because they ended up. Esso ended up getting sued by the companies because they were forcing some of their dealers to do that. And then that went through, and then the CBC got involved, and then they just said, okay, fine. We're going to vote against you guys. We're not allowed to advertise oil and gas to kids. And that was the final thing that got them out of there on that one. So Esso was gone, and Eddie Sargent kept going. Kind of interesting. If you know anything about that, that's the story.
I understand booze and cigarettes, but oil and gas.
Yeah, it was. Well, actually, they had pissed a lot of people off, and there was a three panel people on the government that were making that decision, and then they passed that law because they forced the people, and these people were on that board as well, and then they said, okay, you can't do oil and gas anymore. Sort of like cigarettes and booze too, that came in a little bit later.
Except, like, no, like, I'm gonna back. Look, I'm gonna back Eric on this. Except oil and gas. How is that coming up? Are the kids dousing themselves in oil and gas? Like, what's the negative consequence?
They're drinking it.
It's like, you all kids going to the gas station and going like, Eric,
I think
the kids going to the gas station, pressing buttons on the pump and going like,
it was a special thing that the 3 panel.
It's very special. I agree about the specialness.
And what they did is they did that on purpose just to screw ESSO on that, because ESSO was forcing their hand in, in another contentious case.
Spite.
Oh, it worked very well.
Spite, I'm in favor of. Spite is fine, but the oil and gas thing, that makes no sense outside of spite. If you're saying spite, I'm good with spite. Eric, I withdraw my opposition. Spite.
No, you're all about the spite. So I guess
spite's okay. Spite is okay.
Yeah,
but if it's just oil and gas, Eric, unless the children are like,
yeah,
I'm not seeing it.
Oh my God.
You're not allowed to advertise things that aren't kid related. I think where the law came down on that. I wrote a nice little article on it, so I didn't put it on Hobby News Daily. And actually, I'm thinking of pulling my stuff from Hobby News Daily, because if we're not getting the hits, then why have the information out there?
Wow, we need the hits again, Eric. We've come full circle. Now we need the hits.
Well, I'm actually waiting till my Parkhurst article reaches 1,000, which will be the most ever hit on their channel. I'm at 980, I think, something like that. So
just tell them, just retitle it to my last article.
Yep.
That'll get it over the top
on Parkhurst.
That'll get it over the top. That'll push it.
It might. Yes.
Yep. Stu says even Hobby Hotline is going to twice a month. Yeah, they are. Now, here's the thing, kind of as a side thing. I heard that and I listened to it. And here's the thing. I understood their thought process. I get it. I do. Because they've got a rotating hosting cast, so to speak. It's very difficult to
But nobody calls in. It's called Hobby Hotline.
I'm getting that. I'm getting that, Bobby.
Sorry. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, I understand that getting the rotating cast and scheduling people is difficult, because that pros a challenge. It's a consistency thing.
But they have enough people to do that in their.
The thing is that the problem is they don't, because literally a lot of people are like, yeah, we're busy. It's the summer and I'm doing this, or I'm doing that, and I'm doing this. So even with all the people, all those people have other stuff they want to be doing. Look, it's not that lucrative. It's not like this great gig.
It's not
you
lucrative.
Must be. Yeah, nobody is rescheduling. Nobody is rescheduling the family vacation to make time for Hobby Hotline. With due respect. So doing twice a month probably makes more sense. However, I did get a kick out of the explanation being in part, during the summertime, it's not that busy. Eric, as you well know, during the summertime, we find nothing to talk about here. And basically the live streams die on the vine. We got no time whatsoever.
Nope.
Wow. But Bobby, like my point isn't about what they're doing. My point is I'm saying that I call bullshit on not having enough stuff to talk. Look, if you can't schedule people, I understand that totally. I totally get that. But no. I have done this for over 5 years. You can find shit if you want to. I
think the whole premise behind Hobby Hotline was that people could call in with questions and they would answer them. The panel would answer. But now it's just it's like a podcast. It's basically just everyone's talking about something new and nobody really calls in. There's a few people chiming in at certain times, but it comes on at what?
Eric is trying to make fun of Eric is trying to rekindle his feud with someone from back in the day. An uncle.
No, don't say that.
No, look what he's doing. Bobby, look what he's doing.
Doctor and uncle. Oh my God.
We have the hobby doctor
participating in
the uncle
YouTube show. Like the camera's on. I'm paying it.
But that's none of my business.
You're not looking at the camera, Eric.
That Bobby, that plays into an uncle. It continues his feud.
Is there a feud with him and the uncle?
It's kind of a one-sided feud. It's kind of like Bobby is calling him out, and I don't think Rich Klein knows who he is.
I got it.
It's kind of a one-sided feud.
Who is the uncle? Yes,
Uncle
Rich, and Rich has been around a long time. He knows.
He is, but Eric is making fun of the fact he doesn't face the camera. That's what he was doing right now.
I know. Yeah, he's being he's being
about.
an 8-year-old.
Eric is trying to be. Eric is not being a man of peace right now.
I am
he's being that 18-year-old rookie that he doesn't respect.
I am participating in the show.
There's a lot of disrespect happening right now.
Either he's blind and can't see that he's not looking at the.
Hold on, I'm going to mute Eric so that he doesn't interrupt us. Bobby, okay. It's important that I make a caveat here.
Please do.
The actions of Bougie Eric are not condoned or in any way precipitated by those of Dr. Carlos or the Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge. We are not a party to these hostile actions. We are men of peace.
We're trying to be, yes.
Truly.
We are actively in that.
We are actively trying to be men of peace.
That's all we can give. Yeah. Because are we men of peace all the times? No. But
we're doing our best.
But we're
doing our best. We're doing our best. I feel, Bobby, I feel like we made a very good effort tonight. I think for the most part, I think we've been very good.
I think so.
And as far as I'm concerned, we haven't been particularly scandalous. I think we've been very nice for the most part. Try to be men of peace. It is what it is. What Eric does on his own,
I know.
I don't know what to tell you.
I like the piping around the back of his chair. I think I like it better than him facing the screen.
Truly. Yeah. Yes. So yeah, Hobby Hotline's going to Twice. Like I said, they got to do what they make sense for them. But I'm just saying there is plenty of things to talk about if that's what they want to do.
I think it's not the right show at this point in time. I think it's lived its life and it's kind of, finished to that degree. It's nice having the different people. Victor's on every once in a while. I don't mind watching him on there, but we talk a lot about NASCAR because you have the other guy on. I can't remember his name. It's just, Dr. Beckett is on there as well. And
Bobby, here's the thing. If I can offer
I'm not going to say anything.
If I can offer a legitimate critique,
please.
A legitimate critique.
You go for it. I get clipped. Go ahead.
The issue is that you've got a format, even if you had callers or didn't have callers. The issue was the format that you'd have these folks in that would contribute towards it. And there are folks in it that have plenty of hobby knowledge that can contribute. Sure. But you've got this format where you're basically stuck to about an hour and you've got multiple people on there and you're trying to kind of get through it while at the same time you got to answer the question, but at the same time you don't have a lot of time. And part of the reason the live stream
podcast with no real agenda.
But then you're also trying to do the live chat and also so I'm like you're trying to serve too many masters simultaneously.
Yeah, it's just not working out.
I'll just, if I may offer a piece of advice,
please, Mr. Man,
it is this. As a man of peace, I will offer some advice. It is this: you have to make up your mind. If you want to go the shorter format, then maybe have only one or two other people on the screen, 2 or 3 at the maximum, and then pick 2 or 3 topics and go into depth with them. Honestly, you don't even need to do it live. If you insist on doing it live, you've kind of put yourself in a corner.
That's the Hobby Hotline reason is that it's the Hobby Hotline call.
But it's not there. Like that audience.
I know it's not there, but it's still called the Hobby Hotline.
Yeah, but I'm saying a lot of times that audience is just content to listen.
They're just typing in.
Yeah, so if you can't do that and you don't have enough time, you've put yourself in the corner. Eric jokes about it all the time and complains about it, but realistically, here's the difference. Like being serious, 100% totally serious. The advantage of this format, we have time to let a thought breathe. We can allow a discussion. Somebody can say something, and I don't have to cut them off right away.
No,
I can let them go for a little
5, 6, 7 hours.
Yeah, but I can. The point is, I can let them go a little bit and expand on their thought a little bit. Now, if it's being ridiculous and it gets to a certain point, it's like, all right, I'll hit the mute button. But outside of that, like within reason, no, you can finish your thought. Like actually, but the problem is if you're at about an hour-ish and that's what you need to be doing, then you pretty much have to be militant. You pretty much have to be like, cut that shit off. Get to your point really fast and be done with it because we need to move on to the next topic. It's a limitation. It's a self-imposed limitation.
And are the topics even that pressing or calling? I guess They've been
I spent over an hour
times.
on a random YouTube video that I watched earlier today. It
I
can be done.
I understand.
It can be done.
Yeah, I'm just saying
it can be done.
but is it interesting enough to really get the views?
That's the challenge. That's the challenge.
It's a great challenge, and are they kind of someone said on Jeremy's show, I think Hobby Hotline has jumped the shark, and I went, yeah, and Jeremy goes, no, they haven't, no, they're not even, nope, not even, because it's like, come on, admit when something's kind of all over. I think it is over, anyways.
Well, look, in the spirit of talking about content, which I'm very happy to do.
Yeah.
The reason I'm saying I'm giving a legitimate critique is that I literally have plenty of experience doing this. It is extraordinarily difficult to do what they think they're trying to do in the confines they've created for themselves.
Sure.
You're bringing in X amount of people, you're rotating the cast through, you're trying to be like, okay, let's talk about 2 or 3 topics. You're like, okay, let's do it within an hour, and then let's do it live. But it's like, well, you lose the live component because you're forced to try to stay within the boundaries of this thing you've created for yourself. Yeah. You've given yourself the restrictions, and then also said, let's do it live.
Yes.
What for then? Then just call it a podcast, just record it, pre-record it, have your agenda laid out beforehand, and then you can just do it.
But it's really not even getting the views. It's not.
Like, am I losing my mind here? Like, I feel like I'm making a point based on just someone who's done this for a while.
Carlos, go look up Hobby Hotline's last thing, and we'll look at how many people have viewed it and how many people are subscribed, what have you. I think I'm a subscriber myself.
Well, don't forget, you have to you used to have to look in 2 different spots because they did it some on Bench Clear.
Oh yes, well that was
they
before.
They used to do it somewhere. I think it's all Bench Clear now.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so now it's all Bench Clear. Yeah. So before I comment on that, I've got it in front of me. But before I comment on it, so Eric, am I out to lunch here? Like, am I being unfair? Like, what do you think?
Oh, I don't think so. I that's that's why I didn't jump in. If I it's like, what am I going to do? Just repeat everything you just said? No, I think you're on the money on that.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, as someone who's done this kind of thing,
for
a while, there's a reason I have a podcast separate from the live stream. The live stream is a hangout. The live stream, I go and have my beer. I'm hanging out here with you, chatting with you guys, chatting with the chat, watching the Stanley Cup Finals game.
There's no agenda.
Yeah, there. Occasionally, something will fall in my lap, and I'll be like, I would like to talk about this. Oh, I got a cool card. Let me show it and talk about that for a moment. That's fine.
Food, but then music, whatever.
We'll kind of roll with it. But the point is, we'll roll with it, whatever it is. So here's the point. So right now, I'm going to go with the last 8 episodes.
Sure.
I'm not going to go just one. I'm going to go 2 months worth of episodes. 2 months.
Sure.
All right. Hobby Hotline 339 is the first one of these. 393 views in 2 months.
Yep.
Okay. Hobby Hotline 340. Remember, these are over 300 episodes. About 340, 395 views. Almost bang on the same.
Yep.
341, 352 views.
Seems the same, yeah.
Episode 342, 288 views. Episode 383, 509 views. That was a good one.
Oh.
Pretty solid. Rose and Shoeless Joe reinstated and more. Episode 344, 565
Yeah,
views.
that should get a lot. Yeah.
That was a little over 2 weeks ago. A couple of weeks ago as well. Episode number 345, 325 views. Back to kind of where they were hovering around. And then last episode, about a week ago, with Chris Carlin from PSA, on the cusp of the PSA survey controversy in that discussion, 341 views in about a week.
Wow. Well, he'll get up to 500 in a couple more weeks.
And Bench Clear has 17,000 subscribers.
That's crazy.
That is plenty.
Divide that in. That's
exposure. That's plenty.
The percentage.
That is
4%.
Eric, that is over 3. That is over 3 times the amount of subscribers that I have here. That is 3.5 times as many subscribers I have here. And you're drawing numbers that I draw.
Right.
Not even.
And you're doing this over all of these are an hour and 4 minutes, an hour and 1 minute, an hour and 1 minute, an hour and 5 minutes, an hour and 5 minutes, an hour and 1 minute, an hour and 16 minutes, 57 minutes was the last one.
And we're not trying to, call them out or put them down or anything. We're just stating the obvious here, of what people have said. And, is Hobby Hotline really something that we need? Or I don't even think anybody needs Hobby Hotline or a lot of other shows for that.
I don't think, if we're being 100% fair, I don't think you need any of these shows. However,
okay,
I think there is, look, the panel format.
I like that.
We're literally doing a panel thing right now. So like there is a place for it. But
look at the experience, different knowledge. I'm vintage. You're, a lot of other different things, and Eric's vintage.
Well, if Eric would stop picking on Uncle
we have a lot
Rich
of diversity
has been around the hobby
here,
a long time,
and we have a lot of age differences here too. So have baby boomer, you have X Gen, and then you have what are you?
Very old millennial.
Well, the first millennials, yes. Okay.
Literally the first cohort.
Yes,
it's the very beginning of it.
So we do have that different perspective here, and we do have a lot of information that maybe other people don't have. Nobody knows about that SO. Nobody.
Yeah. I think though the bottom line, like I said, I'm offering Eric, to the best of my abilities, a man of peace. I am offering a critique in the spirit of trying to help them. This adjustment to going bi-weekly, I get it, but I think your issue is not the cadence. I don't think your issue is the amount of topics, because I find something to talk about every single week without fail. It is the format. The format at this point, if you're not satisfied that you're getting the amount of eyeballs on it, the amount of this, again, I'm actually being completely serious. So that's why I say I want to make sure I phrase this correctly. If you would like to get more viewership into it, and you're on a 17,000 subscriber channel, like you're getting about as much exposure in this space as you're going to get. So if you're not satisfied that you're getting enough out of it, then maybe you need to think about the format. It's not even about the hosts. It's not even about the guests. It's like, think about this format and go like, does this offer the way that you want it to, so that people are engaged and interested in it? That's the question.
Yep.
We can afford, we have the luxury here of being able to be ridiculous, but like I said, with a 17,000 subscriber channel as your backbone, you're drawing numbers on last week's episode live stream on this channel right now was 437 views.
Ooh.
Yeah, we went 5 hours and 10 minutes.
That's because I wasn't on it. If I was on it, it'd have
300.
Yeah, but even despite your shame, the previous episode that you were on had 357 views, so we still outdrew.
There you go.
That's ridiculous. Don't watch this crap.
Yeah, and it's a much longer show. So it's like, and we managed to get into silliness and the rest of it and whatever. Like, again, it's not meant as a knock. It's like you should be just looking at what it is. Like, look at it. You guys have access to numbers. I don't.
3 or 4 guys hanging out, talking stuff.
Well, just to bring it back to the beginning of this show, I think I'd be a little bit of a hypocrite if I changed my mind. If they're doing it, I guess it depends on why they're doing it. And if they're doing it for the same reason we're doing it and have the same expectations where they just want to get together with their friends and have fun and
they also want to charge you for the like
more
button?
of a structured group, though.
They also want to charge you for the like button?
Maybe.
Yeah, God, I hope not. I have no more money.
Don't let them know, because it'll start.
As long as they're having a good time, then good for them.
I watch them every Saturday morning anyways. I put them on in the background while I'm doing other stuff, and it's
a lot of knowledge
interesting
there.
to listen to.
There's a lot of knowledge there, a lot of experience there. I make fun of
John Newman's so smart and
make fun of Rich because he sits sideways, but other than that, I don't have anything other to say, anything negative to say. I think they're good people. I think they have tons of information and experience. I haven't watched them in years, but there was a time where I was watching them pretty regularly and got a lot out of it. Yeah. So as long as they're happy and having a good time, it's the same thing we said, at the 8 o'clock hour. It's what are your expectations? What are your goals? What are you trying to do? And
I don't think we have any goals here, do we?
Oh God, no.
My goal is to make fun of Eric.
If
there's not, I mean,
as soon as we start having goals,
you ask the question. I answer the question.
You watch it, you don't. We have fun either way. We talk fun, we talk shit, we talk everything. So it's
we mostly talk shit.
Guys hanging out. Yes, I know.
We talk so much.
I'm trying to give a little bit. I don't want to be clipped out of this. So anyway, do we want to get to this question here?
I'm going to. So let me ask this question. Let me ask this question. I'll zip through a couple here. So for this one, you can ask right away. So Baz says, if people told you hobby stories, Bobby, did you always take notes, or early on you did, or you didn't always?
Yes, always. When it came to information, I've been extremely diligent about. And if that information, did I take notes? A lot of times I didn't because things stay in my mind really well. I do have that good recall for hobby information. But what I would do is write an article or add it into the write up of the next article, from one of my books or something like that. So it would always stay current. I would never lose that sense of a meeting or any information that I got from anybody. But it has to be confirmed too. Somebody said I just made a post on the group for Needham saying, I'm going to start doing pennants and pucks. And a friend goes, "Hey, well, do you have the Becker's book?" And I said, "I'm starting from scratch. I don't need anybody else's books. I really want to tear everything down and build it properly." And that's what I've done with the hobby, and that's the way I want to go forward. I don't want to go off of other people's information because I don't trust it. And I've critiqued a lot of the information that was out there because a lot of people who think they know their stuff really don't. They know a lot of stuff, but I'm just saying there's a lot of things that they don't know. And I've corrected so many different, the Hockey Puck Museum, I corrected them many different times, and the bobbleheads, a lot of different other things. It's up to me to tear things down and build them properly. And I think the one thing I'm good at is that. So,
sure.
So yes, information wise, yeah, 100%.
Sure. Zach here says Carlos is right that they try to cover a lot of topics and don't go into very much depth. Plenty of stuff to fill an hour. They could go into more depth on a topic. So I'll get back to that. But that is a major challenge
they have
based
on
on the format.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's a major challenge based on the format they're trying to use.
Yeah.
Josh says, "Good evening, gentlemen." And Eric, glad to see he's alive. We'll get back to him. We'll make sure, Josh, that you get your acknowledgement, but it'll be in a second. As Bench Clear so thick, the channel itself still has a lot of subscribers to it. Stu says 77 views on Hobby Hotline, 340 views on Bench Clear, which is still not good. So I did double check. They have a separate Hobby Hotline channel, and they are actually simulcasting now. So they're actually doing it on both. Yeah. So what happens though, even on that last episode that I just talked about, the Hobby Hotline channel has 1,000 subscribers, and they only added 77 views from it. Like that isn't much help. That's not great.
Is 10% good at this point?
It's not even 10%. You need to boost.
No, it is. I know.
Yeah. Between the two
it's
channels, you're talking about
18%. I get it. Yeah.
Between the two channels, you're talking about 18,000 subscribers.
That's crazy. So
and with the additional channel,
that decimal point at that point,
and with the additional channel, by the way,
yeah,
you still didn't match our last week.
Yeah, true.
Even with the additional channel, that's with 2 channels and 18,000 subscribers, still didn't match it. That's not good.
And I think people have been drifting off. They've been getting back to work and getting away from, watching a lot of podcasts as they once did when we weren't working and, had all this money to play with and PPP.
I think you can still, but the point is, Bobby, though, given the amount of saturation there was, and given the amount of people, given the example
there was news every day, honestly.
But given the folks that got frustrated and fell by the wayside, it also adjusts accordingly. There are still channels that can still draw a little bit of viewership to it. Yes, you may lose some, but they're still there versus not there.
I see a lot of the, they have followers, but I don't think most of them are following at this point.
And that's basically the key question here.
I think they built it to a degree and then, went by the wayside. So.
So Zach says here, if you try to add in the conversation, they're already trying to move on and won't read your comments. Well, when you've limited yourself to about an hour, give or take, you're really limited in terms of
some people are better at that than others on that show.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I bet Bench Clear has a lot of inactive accounts, probably at this point, with a lot of the stuff they put on there.
Yeah.
Hobby Hotline has approximately 1,000 subs, which is what we're talking about. So thank you, Stuke. Appreciate you. Zach says, when you're doing the format of presenting a topic, discussing engaging crowd, an hour isn't really that long. So yes. So this is what I wanted to make sure I got to.
Yeah.
If you insist, so that's why I said a moment ago, I was giving a legitimate critique, my opinion. If I was going to offer advice here, you got to make up your mind. If you want to do a live show, you're probably going to need more than an hour. Because if you would actually like, I'm being serious, because if you would like to actually, even if you ahead of time, sit there with everybody. And Eric, I'm offering this in the spirit of actual advice.
Yep.
If it is your desire to do it this way, with the scheduling and whatever you're able to do, whether you get Beckett on there, whether you get Orlando on there, who's one of the rotating, Mangini is one of the rotating Metcast members. There are folks in it, Newman is there, and you can get other folks there.
Yeah.
I don't have an issue. Look, Eric's war with Rich Klein notwithstanding, I don't have an issue with any of these people. No. You've got people on there that can potentially offer some insight on some of these things. This is good, but very important. if it is your desire to do it in the format of a live show, again, speaking as someone, Eric, I think I'm being fair by stating that I may have some subject matter experience in the sports card YouTube live stream thing.
You think?
You have experience, but you suck though.
No, the suck is the individuals from Massachusetts. I
do bring the show down.
And I'm also a hobby doctor. The point is that I have more than the 10,000 hours, so fuck y'all. So the point is I have plenty of subject matter expertise in this.
You've been told.
The reality is that if you're going to try to do this and you actually want to engage the chat, you need to allow time for the chat to be engaged in. You can't just be like, hey, I'm going to ask panelist 1, panelist 2, panelist 3. And then we've also got a live chat. And then we're also doing it on the morning. Yeah, there's some people that are going to be online for sure.
11 a.m. on a Saturday morning. It's kind of
make up your mind. So like you can't have it. So my point, Eric, is that you can't have this both ways. If you would like to do this as a live stream and you would like to then have the chat to be able to potentially engage the chat.
Right.
Do you want to engage the chat or not? Because because the panelists eat up all the oxygen and there's no time left and we're moving on to the next topic. Did you engage chat?
Yeah, no. And sometimes they do. You know, actually, there was one time I called in and I was live on there. And I think, what was it? Somebody, whoever it was, I can't remember the guy's name. I know who it is, but I just can't remember his name. And he said, oh, well, thanks for saving the chat, you know, because I gave him lots of good questions and, you know, about something. I can't remember. I'd have to go back through it. But, you know, it was the one time I called in to be on. And it was sort of like, okay, you know.
It was probably about ice cream cake. I'll be honest. It was probably about ice cream cake.
It might have been.
I'm just saying. Or your undying love of Atlanta.
I made a cake today. I made a real cake today for
you didn't send pictures. You always send pictures when you make stuff.
Oh,
yeah, I was gonna say pictures didn't happen, Bobby. Anyway, so Zach says when you're doing the format of presenting a topic, discussing engaging crowd hours isn't that long, which is true. You have experience, but it's a good experience. Eric's pretty annoying. I agree, Zach. Green Cardboard. Good morning, gents. I hope you've been well. I will be near Eric in July. We'll be in the northwest suburbs of Boston visiting family, then to Chicago at the same time, plus the National. Man, you're near Eric. My condolences.
Happy now?
Got to check your phone. Are you satisfied? You got what you asked for?
It's a short one. Actually, you know, the cakes are shorter now. We had these 8-inch pans and she bought 9-inch ones, and it's sort of like the cake used to be this high. Now it's kind of like it's wider, but it's shorter. So I said, you know, yeah, now the top fits on top, but anyway.
Sign me up. Why don't you send me some of that?
You know, well, Steven said to me today, because he was supposed to plan everything for this, because it's Sylvia's birthday, there's his wife's birthday, and then we have something else going on included with that. So we're all going over to their place tomorrow for a barbecue. And he had everything covered. You know, we were on this general text and everything like that. And he says, okay, no problem. We got everything covered. Don't worry about it. So he goes, this morning, he goes, Bobby, he texts me. He goes, Bobby, are you bringing a cake like you mostly make cakes for these functions, or should I buy one? I went, let me look in the cupboard. Okay, yeah. Because I buy it when it's on special, right? I buy that, you know, Betty Crocker, whatever it is, and some icing. You know, it's like $3, you know, $1.50 each. So I said, yeah, I got some cake. I'll bring one. I'll buy one. So anyways, I made one this morning, and I said, okay, here you go. I'll bring it. You don't have to buy any. So, and it's cheap and it's good. It cost you what 3 eggs, you know, a little bit of oil, and you know the cake mix. So it's $5 for a full size cake. That's really actually pretty good. So
yeah.
Yeah, it tastes good, and it's not made with freaking ice cream, so it's even better. Just saying. And actually,
I don't know. Without ice cream, did it even happen?
What?
Without ice cream, did it even happen? Honestly,
it did. Yeah,
ice cream.
I did.
Have ice cream.
And I made tacos, and I'm bringing tacos tomorrow because I made an excessive amount, and they got everything covered. If your grandkids or your kids tell you they got everything covered, they don't. Trust me, they do not. Nope. Come on over, and yeah, you know, we're gonna open a box of Cheez-Its and put some squeezed cheese on. Where is the squeezed cheese now? Remember that squeezed cheese you used to put? I miss that. Some people in the United States, you might say spray
squeezed cheese.
Yeah.
You remember the squeeze cheese and those little?
I don't like the last time I heard about squeeze cheese, it was Eric talking about his manual space routine. Like there's a lot of things going on.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
There's a lot of things going on over there.
Yeah.
Mm.
I could get squeeze cheese.
Don't talk too much about the squeeze cheese, okay?
Please.
Just yeah,
my
keeping this a
mother
family show.
Don't squeeze the Charmin.
Keeping this a family show, bros. Keeping this a family show. Come on.
This is my last show.
Enough of ridiculousness, Eric.
This is my last show. That's it.
Until the next show.
Till tomorrow. Yeah, next Friday.
Yeah. Korean says, Carlos, I assume you're still collecting Monero. I am. Can you name a few cards that you still need that aren't low serial number and haven't seen the secondary market? I could. There's quite a bit. So look, just to give you a short version of it, there are a lot. Again, depends on the era. There are a lot of inserts, parallels, different variants, stuff like that. For the stuff that I look for, honestly, a lot of it comes down to more obscurities. So I'll just use late 90s as an example. I was just scanning here just to see if I could refresh my memory. I'll give you an example. So you said aren't low serial number. Okay. If I say not low serial number, 97, 98 SPX Grand Finale is not numbered at all. But the print run is 50. They're actually pretty tough to come back. But it's not serial number. Yeah. Late 90s, limited to 50. Tough. There is a good one here. This one's a good one. You'll appreciate this one, Eric. 98.99. Be a Player. When Be a Player came back under Dr. Brian Price, they had a promotion. They called it the Be a Player press release. It's a variant of the base card. We don't know how many they made, but it's obscure. That's a perfect example of a card that you still need that is not low serial numbered. I don't know how many they made, but I know it's obscure. I've seen a handful of the singles from it, and I've seen what they look like. It's a very small variant, but that's not serial numbered, and I would consider that to be a tougher one that I still need. Perfect example. That's one for sure. So there's stuff like that. And then if I go in the early 2000s, there's more of them, but I'm just using the late 90s as an example. That's one example of how that would work.
Yeah. And then because of his popularity, every single time a new product comes out, there's more.
Yeah. So I have to be looking around, and occasionally there'll be like short prints and stuff like that. Like even in modern stuff, forget about plain days. If I go into modern, like Upper Deck will produce something, they'll put Medano in it, and they'll be like, all right, this is an autograph. Okay, cool. Sounds good. I like Medano autographs, allegedly. Oh, but this one's a short printed one. What does that mean? It just says short printed. It's not numbered. So what does that mean? Does that mean 50? Does that mean 25? Does that mean 20? Like, what does that mean? I don't know.
Well, if everyone else had, a 20,000 card run and his was only 10,000, that's a short print.
Yeah. So like I said, I genuinely don't know. Some of them are genuinely proving to be tough. So when I see something like that, I'll go after it. But yeah. So to answer your question, yes, I'm still collecting Medano. I could name a crap ton of cards, and if I take a couple minutes to think about it, I can name a crap ton more. And are there a lot of those? Yes, there are. Even today, I've done very well. I'm approaching 2,800 unique Medano cards, and the good news is, Eric, that means I still need only 3,000.
Oh, very nice.
I'm practically there. Now the better news is if I stick to plain days only, I'm at 60.1%. Fancy.
That's a pretty good number.
It's a good number.
And he must have played, 20 years? I mean, he played for a long time.
He played 21 years. So the plain days portion of his checklist is over 3,700 cards, and I have over 60% of that.
Yeah.
Pretty good. That's pretty solid, I think.
And there's
still a bunch of stuff out there.
In the first, I don't know, 5 years of his career, all his cards were easy to get. There wasn't anything rare or expensive.
Yeah,
I would say.
Well, what's fun is that I actually broke up my checklist, Eric, into 5-year pieces.
Yeah,
I broke it up into 5-year gaps. The first 5 years of his career has 202 cards total.
Right.
I need 7.
I was surprised. I'm surprised you didn't have all of them. I mean, because I didn't think in the first 5 years from 1990 to 1995 that there was anything that was hard to get.
There are a couple of things that are what I would call obscure. There are these weird little variants that you have to know what you're looking for to find, or you need a dealer who knows what they have to actually be able to sell it.
Talking about upper deck stickers with the carrot on it.
Yep,
that's
exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
it's not rare, but it's obscure.
Right.
You need to have somebody who actually knows what the hell they're selling. Otherwise, there's no chance. They all look the same from the front, so you got to be looking at this. You got to be looking at the hologram. Otherwise, how are you going to know what it is?
Yeah,
that's the answer to that question. So that's how that works. The next 5 years, 775 cards.
Yeah,
the next 5 years.
Now it starts getting more difficult.
I need 61. I still have the majority of them, vast majority. Then after that, it starts getting a little tougher. Now we're talking 2000, 2001 to 05, 06, 1,435 cards.
Yeah.
So I got a lot. I have 905 of those cards.
But
obviously now I'm missing hundreds.
But now it's okay. Serial number to low numbers, variants, autographs, patches, jerseys. I mean, now you're getting into the big stuff.
Yeah. And the last one, because he did have an over 20-year career, is 06, 07 to 2010, 11. That is the end of his playing days career. That is all the way through his last season. Another 1,324 cards.
Yeah.
So that's where the bulk of my want list is still. That there's a lot of cards. And anything past that, since he retired, they've made almost 2,000 cards.
Yeah. And they're going to keep going.
Yep. So every year that goes by, they make more cards. So the reality is it never ends. But if I stopped at playing days, I still have plenty to chase. Still tons to chase.
I can't remember right now. I used to remember, but is he still the all-time American scorer, or did Patrick?
At the moment, yes. At the moment,
okay.
Yes.
Patrick Kane didn't pass him yet.
Not that I don't think so. I don't think he's passed him yet.
All right, so Madonna's still number one.
Yep.
Okay.
Dan here says we've come to the squeeze cheese portion of the program. Facts, Dan. Facts.
Yeah, it's all gone to shit.
Grant here says, did you see here that ComC raised economy shipping to $14.49? Forgive me if somebody already covered this. No, we did not discuss it, but I will say this. That is a pittance. you for fun. Do you want to? Okay, I want to play a little game. I'm going to read the rest of these comments, but I want to play a little game with the chat for fun. I'll give you some information. I want you to make a guess. Okay, so let me just scroll through here. When you start collecting Medano, 1995. That's when I started collecting. 30 years ago now. Dan says, I respect that you don't count different numbers of the same card as separate cards for the list. No, I keep them their own thing. Thanks for the info, Zach. I would stop at playing days. I have very few non-playing days cards in my collection. That's fair, Dan. I will say, though, they do make some nice stuff that I like. If they didn't make stuff that I liked, then I agree with you. With the post-playing day stuff, I will pick up only what I want. But I'll find stuff. I showed this already previously, but that's post-playing days.
Yeah, they make really nice stuff.
And that's a very nice card. Do I need to get that? No. I could 100% just stick to playing days, and I still have plenty to chase and no problem there. But if they make something I like in post-playing days, I'll still go get it. For me, it's whatever. My little mini challenge, I want to get to 3,000 unique cards. And then after that, after I get to 3,000, I'll probably just go stick strictly to playing days after that. Because after that, I feel like for me, the 3,000 is kind of this number that I'm just kind of chasing just for me. It's literally just for me. It doesn't really matter one way or the other, but I want it. I want to get there, and we're getting closer. But now it's I want to chip away to get to 3,000. And then after that, it'll be okay, then we'll just focus on the playing days. We'll try to chase those down. And after that, we'll just kind of chill in the Medano collection unless Spicy Eye comes up with something really awesome.
Yeah, right.
If you show me something impressive, great. Outside of that, whatever. You guys do you. I'm good. So speaking of the ComC, since you brought it up, I think this would be kind of fun. I want to pose a question. I'll pose a challenge. I'll give you the criteria, and then I want you to tell me what you think. So in the US, it's one thing, but in Canada, we still have on these, ComC takes into account the tariff.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you. So right now, if I was to request a shipment of COMC on stuff that I have bought on COMC. I have 48 cards currently set up to ship for COMC if I was to ship them right now at this moment. Different stuff for different PCs. So if I was to do that, what I want to know is I want to know what the lowest price would be. 48 cards. Okay. There's a couple of graded cards. There's a lot of base cards. I won't say base cards, but like cards that are just singles that are not in graded format, whatever. 48 total cards is the totality of this. If I was to pick the most economical option available to me and ship it to myself, what would it cost me? 48 cards. What do you think?
Would you like me to guess?
I would like you to guess.
Okay, I guess $72.50 USD.
This is all USD. This total is going to be USD. Okay.
That's the cheapest, $72.50.
$72.
Really?
Okay. No, we're doing a game, Bobby. If I was to get, I've got 48 cards on COMC that I can ship today
when I was walking. Yeah.
But my question was, if I was to ship it at the most economical rate that COMC will offer me to ship it to me, what would the cost be?
What does COMC use as shipping other than FedEx and
COMC usually will use, so what they'll do is they'll send the cards over to usually they'll send the cards over to the Vancouver office and then ship it over. So they'll use Canada Post or Express Post or whatever, depending on, but I'm talking about the most economical option. So regular parcel, the duties are paid, so it's all included as part of this fee. It's all together.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to know what the total is that it would cost me for 48 cards.
Probably Canada Post, probably around $40.
Mm-hmm. Now, are we taking into account the duties and because they're coming from the U.S., they're coming from the Washington office in the U.S. So when they cross the border, they get assessed.
I don't know about putting the actual values on things. So
they put the actual value on it.
Do they really, eh?
They will, to the penny.
Buggers. Well, with Canada Post, you can even miss that.
Do you want to change your answer, Eric?
Yeah, it just went up.
$72. Yeah. No, there's no way, because I get UPS from Jason, and that is for 48 cards, it'll probably be about $45 US. And that's
Korean
UPS, and that'd be 3 days, 5 days.
Yeah, Korean says 75. Dan says 65.
US.
Stu says $14.49. Ship to Eric and have him deliver that is an option.
Yeah, that's it. That's cheaper.
Yeah. Jeff says 65. $271.30.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
US.
Way too much. Nope.
Yeah, it's that.
And they will only promise to get it to me by August 8th. At that price.
Well, you got to start shipping to Eric then.
How do you like them apples, Eric?
Mm-hmm.
$271.30 for 48 cards by August 8th.
That's by August 8th. What?
August 8th.
What?
That's not the fast one. That's not the fast one. No. If I want it by July 2nd, I can pay $344.10.
Well, August, you might as well wait till November when he comes in.
Well,
then it's sort of free.
I think there's still room on the floor over there with the other two idiots.
Yeah, we're talking Eric like button money out here. We're talking some serious cashola, man.
Well, yeah,
serious cashola.
Huge. That's actually
Yeah, they assess so when they put it through, they put the full cost. They actually put whatever it is you paid for all the cards, and they put it on there in total as the declared value.
That's like $4 or $5 per card.
Wow. No, it's not. Not even close.
200?
It's thousands of dollars. Right? It's thousands of dollars. Those 48 cards are thousands of dollars.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. And they put the full amount. It's fully assessed.
That's the kicker. Send them to me. I'll lie.
Yeah. When I do ship my cards, Bobby, I get to pick the declared value. Yeah. I can do when COMC does it, they'll invoice the full amount.
That's crazy, man.
So everything that I paid on any of those cards, all of it, it gets put on the invoice. So whatever they put on that total, tack on a full set of duties and additional fees.
And you're getting FedEx, so they have an on-site.
Oh, that's not FedEx. That's not FedEx. No.
What is it?
COMC. It's COMC. You're getting
that's why it's August 8th. Though. Who are you shipping?
It's gonna be Canada Post.
Do they hit you with duties every time?
Yes.
Wow.
Listen, Bobby, I'm not in the illegal capital of Canada over there where you don't pay taxes.
In Scarborough,
pay your share.
It just seems,
I don't know. Sheets.
I don't understand. Yeah. Anyways, I do it right anyways. I keep things at the right price and stuff like that.
We're gonna find out at some point, Eric. We're gonna find out that Bobby owes $14.7 million in back taxes.
No, don't worry. I received the mail from them, which I did from FedEx, and now UPS. I'm having no problems or no letters like a month later saying, "Oh, you owe this," and I said, it was a gift. It was $40. Sorry.
See, Bobby is the reason, Eric, that Canada Post isn't dead. They haven't collected all those fees they were owed. They'd be in the green right now. They'd be good to go. Mike says it takes at least a month for them to pull the cards. It does. Yeah, if you go with it. And if you go into the national, I am not.
No.
I think Bobby, you're shooting for next year's national, right?
I am for sure.
Yeah, next year's national. I thought so.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay at Dave's place and do it that way. I think I can save a lot of money because like we're paying like 40% on the dollar. Like honestly, geez, that's a killer. Like everything that you buy is an extra 40%. Like it's crazy.
Yeah.
No, that was the best part about that number, Eric. If you got that, tack on 40%. That's basically what.
Add that too. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's. I don't know how you guys do it coming here. I mean, it's fun for me
because we're fucking rich, Eric.
Yeah, I guess.
Unlike you peasants.
Yeah, obviously.
But no, the reality is that's why a lot of the times with when the COMC goes into that and makes that adjustment and they literally assess you for the full amount, that's where. So actually, I was having a conversation with the guys at the COMC booth, and I was telling them there is actually a glitch. So I'll just tell you I think they fixed it, but I'll just tell you a story. There was a glitch, and I don't know what happened with it. So for a while, I wasn't able to put the US-based address on COMC because it was having some weird glitch where it wasn't working properly. And they literally would send me emails going like, "Oh, you can't do this." Like, why not? It's an address that I've got. Like, I should be able to send it. I'm asking you to ship it to this address. Oh, but it doesn't match the address on your credit card. What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah.
That's not the issue here. Like, what are we talking about? So anyway, apparently they fixed that now. I did inquire directly with them. I said, "Hey guys, why can't I send it to a mailbox? I should be able to send it to one of these because then I can make arrangements from there. But if I can get it to that, that US mailbox, that takes care of my problem. And then I'll figure out the rest from that situation. But because look, the reality is once I've got it out of the system and I've got it over into a US mailbox, I've got about 100 options. I've got different ways I can do this and they will not cause any issue. But when I'm starting off with them filling in the paperwork for me with a full total, again, I would never, Eric, to be clear, I would never put anything less than the totally declared value of everything.
Oh, no, of course.
Why wouldn't?
In fact, I'd round up just to make sure. I'd round up just to make sure.
Absolutely.
But hypothetically, if I was to pick a lower number, it would make my life a lot easier, is all I'm saying.
Yes.
Hypothetically.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So the point is, once I have it outside into that other thing, it's a lot easier to then make those arrangements and, it's all good.
I don't know if anybody cares about the scam anymore, but there are seconds left, and Bob
I got 56.1. Is that what you got?
Bob just made a save.
What is the score?
4-3. So 4-3.
6 seconds.
Third period, so the first two periods, all the action happened. They've been back and forth.
Yeah.
They've been back and forth. But right now it's 31 to 30 shots in favor of Edmonton slightly. So they're both over 30 shots.
Wow.
And we got the identical score to last game, but we haven't got
Yes. Exactly. Yeah. Well,
so we're at 7 goals for the second
1 minute left. So we'll see.
Gotta clear this.
Well, I'll get back to Stukes for a minute there on his comment.
Yeah, go for it.
The most impressive thing in my collection is my database. And I think I have probably one of the best databases in documentation in the hobby, I would say. And it doesn't matter if it's baseball or football or basketball. I probably have more. And I do have a lot of baseball and basketball and football as well in there as well, and non-sports, mostly Canadian. But that is probably one of my best. And I have it backed up on my computer on a disk, scan disk, I think it is, and also on a USB. So that is probably one of my best things that I did do. I've saved a lot of pictures from eBay since 2099, 98, and somewhere around there. And the pixels, they're like this big. It's like horrible because the cams back then were how many pixels were they? Like 3, yeah, maybe, right? They were so bad. At least you had some semblance of a picture. So, so I have saved everything, and communication with people and all that stuff has been saved into different files. So, and I think I have over 100 gigs of information on.
Hey, settle down to the 100 gigs. Listen, Upper Deck will charge you double for that.
Ugh, shit.
Oh,
and then,
give me a
tie game.
fucking break.
17.8 seconds. Tie
wow.
game.
Wow. We're going in overtime again.
Hashtag rigged. Rigged. Super rigged. Demir says we use counterfeit money, Eric. Truth. Holy shit, says Sadler fan. 4-4, says Jeff. Truth.
Wow, that's
17.8 seconds. Florida man had this. They need to go 18 more seconds.
This is the most exciting playoffs I've ever seen. I've never seen so many playoffs since or overtimes since '93, I think.
Unbelievable.
I know the Leafs went in overtimes. There was a lot of overtimes in that year too. But man, it's just like either they clean them out like Carolina, or it's back and forth and it's overtime. It's crazy. Leafs, you can get into almost all the games. Wow. And this is good. This is good for hockey anyways. It doesn't matter who really wins at the end. It's really good that we have that exciting games. I'd rather see exciting games than a 4 game sweep. And it doesn't matter who I'm voting for. I'm just trying to be honest about it. I'd rather see good hockey than, a dominant team just wipe the.
Edmonton's going to win this.
Why? Why do you say that?
This game.
Why?
They got all the momentum. With 17 seconds left. You're going in the locker room now. Going to be cheering. Their heads are up. Florida's got their heads down going, you got to be effing.
Counterpoint, Eric. Counterpoint. We've got Marchant playing for the Florida Mans.
And Bob's in
He could go, guys, we're going to do this like we do in Boston. What are you going to do?
Lose.
I'm going to shiv him. All of a sudden, Connor McDavid's on the ground dying. He's shaking from blood loss.
That earlier.
Yep.
They can still do it now, Eric.
It'll be a shaved down toothbrush. That's the shiv.
Prison rules, Eric. Prison rules in overtime.
Yes. I still can't see how they even scored because I can barely see anything.
I can't see anything. I get nothing. I just go in to get cooled down.
Corey Perry. It was actually Corey Perry that got the shot off. At least it looks like it is. Yeah.
Yeah, he's celebrating like he scored.
Yeah, I think it might have been the deflection.
Who scored?
Yeah, I think it was Corey Perry.
The tie, the one that tied it up at 17.
Wow. Who's assisted by?
I'll have to see. I hasn't shown it yet. Like I said, from the replay, I think it's Corey Perry who scored, but I have to see who got the rest of it. We'll find out shortly.
Is that a tip in?
So right now, I think it was based on the replay. I think it was. I think he redirected basically the shot. So I passed it.
That's amazing. Wow. And they've done this. How
Jeff
many times?
Jeff saying Perry from Wallman, which would make sense. That sounds
from Wallman.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
We'll confirm, but that sounds right, Jeff. That sounds right. Tim says clutch. Sadler says sorry for light chatting. Sucked in. Totally get it, man. Totally get it. Let's go, Oilers. Follow up the salt mines. Salt mines never stop.
No.
Can't stop. Won't stop. Kamikaze says goal. Truth.
I hate Edmonton.
It's a valid feeling.
Well, this is the reason why I'm winning. Anyways, just saying.
Because of Eric's hatred of Edmonton?
Well, true enough, I could have won the whole thing, but I actually
you literally could have just matched him and you could have won by default. By default. Yes. I was gonna say, Bobby, you can't brag about this. Even if you win, it's like you could have won anyway. Like you could have just
I could have won, but it's not about that. But, it's about, and I gave him a chance with a tiebreaker on top of that.
You have given him a chance, yes.
So if I win hard and heavy.
Sure.
And I get the like button for that game, that day, that week.
Wow.
You get all the like button money. Oh,
invoking the like button. Damn. Wow. Eric, he's invoking the like button. That's heavy business.
Yes. And none of your business.
Wow.
I cannot.
Tough times, man. Tough times.
Well, Edmonton's going to win this game. No question.
You never know.
We'll see.
You never know. We have two teams that are really playing hard, and anybody can turn around and get a goal at any time. It's close.
They just ripped their hearts out of their chest and skated on them.
Yeah, but hey, listen, it only takes that one little fluky goal, and boom. They're evenly matched teams. I'd have to give them that. That this isn't a, a floor mopping for any team. It's a very good competition. I do like that. I appreciate that.
I think I'm enjoying that. I'm enjoying that Eric is just
Oh,
conceding
he's just
Florida man. Yeah, I was it's like Bobby. Like, listen,
he's almost bent over.
As the
it wasn't for his
Eric,
hip.
as Eric's patron saint, Bobby Clark once upon a time did.
Oh.
There's no reason he couldn't just accidentally like
slash.
Axe is right.
Just he's worth than Kenny Linsman. My God, Bobby Clark, Kenny Linsman. My God.
Listen, I
one and the same.
Unlike Eric, I have faith in Florida man. I believe Florida man will stop at nothing to do whatever is needed in order to try to win this game and tie this series. I think they will slash. I think they will claw. I think they will attack. I think they'll shiv prison rule style. And if they have to, Bobby, if desperation calls for it, they will follow in the footsteps of the gutless Boston Bobby Orr, and they will take a dive. They will dive so hard that they will take pictures of it, and they will put it on walls for years to come.
Yep.
Their NBA players are like, man, I didn't even know that was an option. I learned it from.
It's not even the Knicks.
I learned it from Bobby Orr.
Mm-hmm.
And people in Boston to this very day celebrate this gutless dive. Gutless, spineless.
I seen something on
and the fire.
I got something on eBay actually recently, and it's a 1965-66 Oshawa Generals watch. I'm waiting for it to come up, and it comes up in another few days. If anybody is looking, please stay away. So that's the year they went for the trophy there, and they didn't win. Cup. Yeah, the Memorial Cup, and they didn't win. So, but it says runners up Memorial Cup, and this is a watch. So technically, we don't know if it's Bobby Orr's or not. So what I'm just thinking out loud. Just saying.
Yeah.
I would never mislead anybody. But
wow.
No.
How do we not know? Is the question.
Yeah, could be.
It could be.
When you go to sell it, could be Bobby.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Would I be wrong doing that? Could I morally sit back and enjoy my life with all the money that I would get from that and still be right or wrong and still live a normal life? I don't know.
You're right. Could be. Everything's fine.
Yeah. Well, in the title, it'd be Bobby Orr rookie. Yeah, whatever. So,
I don't know any Bobby Orr rookie that isn't Chicago Blackhawks card. But
well, that's 1977-78. Yes, I know.
Yeah, that's proper. Yeah, same.
66. I was just saying when he was with the Oshawa Generals at that time.
Yeah,
but it's just the watch. There's no watch. It's just the inner piece. What do they call it? Guts? I don't know, Carlos. Watches. What do they call the inner part? There's no watch, but it's just that inner face and with the stuff behind it.
So you're talking about the dial? Talking about the watch dial?
It's not the dial. It's the inner piece with the ticking, and it's got it's that inner face.
You mean the movement? Then the movement.
The movement's there and the face, yeah, but no watch.
So then it's the movement of the face, yeah.
Yeah, movement of the face. Yeah, that's all that's there.
Those are two components, yeah.
With some other watches.
The case is on the outside of it, yeah.
The case is gone, yeah. Wherever it is, yeah, it is. But
so literally just the movement of the face and the movement of the dial.
I just looked at it and I went, "Fuck! It's got to be Bobby Orr's. It has to be."
Sure.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
by the way, Eric, you'll appreciate this. I was funny because as part of the like I said, ship my carts thing, I did the mail day and everything. I haven't recorded the wrestling one yet, but my timing on that worked out spectacularly.
Why is that?
Because literally one of the folks at AW who had been rumored to be going to WWE debuted this past week. And now all the WWE folks who were like, oh, these people suck, they're trash. It's like, oh my God, this new person, all that. Same way that the one character that I've been collecting for the longest time suddenly won the championship out of nowhere. And then I literally sold the one of one for double what I paid for it. And I was like, thank you. Free money. Sure. Hello. So now they introduced the character formerly known as Mariah May into WWE, but now they don't know what her name is yet. They haven't decided. They literally debuted her and they didn't even have a name for her yet. I was like, good job on the planning, WWE. Good job on the planning.
What was her name before?
Her name was Mariah May. That's literally her name. as part of her
Oh,
actual
so
name.
they need that. They need
So now they have to come up with
nickname.
something that they can market, and because they don't want to actually pay her.
That's not
her
a good name. Yeah, that's not a real.
They don't want to pay her for her name. But professionally, she's been Mariah May now for a couple of years, but now they have to come up with another. So now people
It's
are
like
joking.
having
She's going to be Mariah
on
June.
Gilligan's
She's going to be
Island.
Mariah June.
What?
No, it's a joke. They're like, well, what name can they Mariah? It's like she's not Mariah June.
Yes, because
she's Macy March.
June. Yes,
Macy March.
Yeah.
Like
March,
just come up with something else. Whatever. Doesn't matter. So anyway, so now she's starting with WWE. So now all of a sudden the WWE folks are, oh my God. Well, the thing is
June.
The only cards that are going to be available are all the AEW stuff. Because those cards already exist.
With her new name?
The WWE one. There's with Mariah May, yeah. So the thing is the new character hasn't been named yet. So we'll find out what that's going to be. But regardless, she hasn't been named yet, and she's certainly not on a Topps Fanatics card yet. So that won't happen for a little while. There's a little bit of a time delay. She literally just debuted.
So then she'll have her name or official name, whatever it is.
Yeah.
At that point.
So in the meantime,
by the time it's released.
In the meantime, for those folks. So that's the previous card. So that's the card with her in a previous.
She's a hottie.
Yeah, I think these have already on eBay. Some of the folks have started already bumping up prices. This is the version out of 35. I'm not saying it's going to wind up on eBay, Eric, but it's winding up on eBay with the quickness.
Well, as long as you're not going to say it.
No, I would never do such a thing. It would be inappropriate to do such a thing.
Michelle would not like it. No.
It would be awful of me to do it. Eric, I like some monies.
It looks like Michelle in her younger years. I'm just saying.
I like some monies.
Listen, if these fools want to suddenly magically pay a premium for absolutely no reason, oh my, but she's in WWE now. Now it's great.
I pity the fools.
Yeah, sure, I'll take your money. Great, idiots.
Get out of here.
Whatever works for you, man. Whatever works for you. Yep. It's on eBay now. Yeah, it is. It will be.
I cannot friggin' believe this hockey game.
No, everyone's texting me in between periods.
Eric,
nothing else otherwise.
Eric, why are you shocked? This is hockey. This isn't legitimate sporting contest like professional wrestling. This is hockey. This is rigged.
Yeah, it is rigged. Obviously,
like it's super rigged.
Oh, it's
Could
rigged.
not be more rigged.
It's rigged. Yes,
could not be more rigged. Look, Eric, you'll see when we get into the overtime period, and Connor McDavid distracts the referee while Leon Draisaitl hits Marchand with a steel chair.
Yep.
And then claims the championship.
I think you're combining wrestling and hockey, but it works.
Listen,
and the whole time the Globetrotter music is playing.
The Hockeys need this. Actually, Eric, I think since it's the Hockeys, it's probably going to be the Benny Hill music.
Oh, that'd be even better.
I think that's much better. Oh, so much better. Wait a minute, that's Benny Hill's theme song.
That was
I remember watching that. That was so funny back in the day, man. Honestly. There was very few things on at that time, and that was one of the best.
That was
when you got the syndicate from UK there. It was really good.
I didn't understand all of it because of my age, but even
I did. Don't you worry. I was rated the prime time on that time.
Yeah, no, I didn't understand all of it at the time, but
it was very misogynistic, I would have to say at this point. But at that time, misogyny was sort of allowed.
Yeah, but he also made fun of himself, and so
he did. Yes. Well, we'll take away from that. Yeah, sure.
But it wasn't just misogynistic. I mean, he was, it's
comedy and it's allowed. So
yeah. I think with comedy, anything should be allowed.
Everything should be allowed. Yes.
So you're saying I can go back to slandering Bobby Orr?
You can, and
you're not funny.
It hasn't stopped. So
it's hysterical.
You're not funny, so you shouldn't be allowed to do anything.
There is an entire world right there who's like
laughing,
hilarious. It's like, man, this guy's speaking facts. Not only is it funny, he's speaking facts.
Yeah, it's all true. He just got 4 new people join his group, subscribed just on that.
Yeah, subscriptions are on fire right now. We're on fire flames, Eric. Fire flames. Maybe we got to make this the last live stream. we get all the likes. We get all
until the next Friday. Yes, of course.
Until next Friday. Yeah. ... Until next Friday.
Please.
Yes. And put an exclamation and a question mark at the end of that, and 3 dots, and you're good. Yeah. We know how to do the clickbait. Yes.
Well, like I said, that's what made that whole thing funny. I don't think, based on the way it was done, I don't think he was intended to be, clickbaity to draw attention or whatever. But now, but I posed the question earlier tonight. I'm going to ask it again. If you're in that position, though, let's say you did it 100% sincerely. Your intention was like, all right, this is my send off. I'll say why, but then I'm off and I'm not going to do more videos. But then you get more views and subscriptions and all the engagement in the world. And you're like sitting there like, so do you now backtrack on everything you just did?
I would.
You can get away with that, though.
You get away with anything.
The Boyer Cred Wolf really only
Anything,
works so one good time. Like this was like your best swing at that. You only get one real crack at that.
Maybe it was planned.
Listen, I'm trying.
It's a great plan, honestly.
Bobby, all I'm saying is I'm giving credit for sincerity for now. But I posed the one question. Listen, if you're saying #rigged, that's a different conversation.
I think it's rigged. I think it's rigged in a certain sense, sure, because everybody does everything for clicks.
Except that's why it was true. He should have included rant at the end of it, and it would have really sold.
Oh, that would. Oh, yeah,
it would have been thousands of views by now.
Then Jeff would have reviewed it. Like honestly,
Tim says, Eric, Bobby O was a bit of a puck hog. Some people say. This is me just reading one of the comments.
No, he just skated up the side with it by himself and never passed it.
Wow.
Oh, that's what a hog is. Oh shit.
Wow. Huh. Eric, that's hobby historian Bobby Brown.
It's funny because he had a lot of teammates in his 10 years of playing, and
10-year or 10 years.
10 years.
It could be 10-year too.
And nobody that was ever his teammate complained about being his teammate.
Because he was Bobby, or you can't complain.
No, Bobby, I think it's because Bobby or threatened their life.
I think so.
He says you're all gonna go with this.
He knew people.
Like, but Bobby, you don't pass the puck.
Hey,
I kill you, man. I kill you. I cut you.
I'll get Derek Sanderson after you. Sanderson.
All of a sudden, all was fine and dandy. Listen, Eric experienced this when his doctor had a Bobby Orr moment, and he was like, "You know what, Eric? You're getting it right in the eye, right here, like this, right in the eye.
That's
in
the
eye.
exact knife that he used."
What happened is in 1970, Bobby Orr was talking to a lot of his teammates, and he goes, "If you see anything, Eric, anyone else, in the eye, in the eye," and they were like, "You know what? I'm not saying a bad word about Bobby Orr."
And my nickname is Shaky.
11 o'clock or not, Bobby Orr knows where you live.
What's that?
I said 11 o'clock or not, Bobby Orr knows where you live.
He knows where you are.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm saying.
I don't know where my children are.
So I think at that point, Eric, I'm sorry. Your point is all lovely and dandy, but listen, if you've got a threatening Bobby Orr with a knife saying, "In your eye," you're not saying shit.
You're really not. Nothing new here. No.
Nope. As a self-preservation mechanism, you're not saying anything. So I can't really consider that a piece of evidence. What else you got?
Someone is selling a Gretzky. 9.5 comments. Look at that. Wow.
What we need is a deep video analysis. Oh, but Carl, see, what you should have gone with, what would have been the correct way, would have been to say, "Oh, but Bobby Orr had so many assists." That should have been your angle. That would have been a logical angle to go with. And then I would have said Bobby Orr was just shooting and getting his own rebound. But then he was too slow, and then one of the other guys got it in, and the puck hog actually got an assist by accident.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You tend to downplay the assists numbers of people like Mr. Gretzky.
Well, the thing is,
Mr. Gretzky?
The problem with Gretzky's assist total is that he's still getting them now. He actually got 3 assists while you made that comment. And he did it for the panel, which is very impressive.
And it's well deserved.
I would say.
You claim. So you claim. Bazir says, "This is the only hobby panel where all the hosts carry pen knives in the Eric, this might be right. This might be our claim to fame. This might be it. It's like, in your eye.
Mine's an X-Acto knife that's sitting here.
I might be the only one that doesn't have a knife near him at the moment. Mine's not in my pocket.
Hold on,
you
Eric.
Can't
just
even
to make
see anything. How
Eric,
can you find a
Eric,
knife?
Eric, as captain of the ship, I'm gonna make this up for you. I got 2. In your eye. In your eye. I got the X-Acto and the other one. Which one do you want?
I don't want either one of them in my eye. My eyes have been through enough.
I'm here to help.
Oh, yeah. You're
man of peace with a knife.
Mm.
Saying, just trying to help out, you know. See, Bobby, just lack of appreciation. I'm trying to be helpful, you know.
Yeah. They're helpful.
Wait till November.
So it's same, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think we're officially in the overtime period, right? We're at 18:33. So what we got?
Yeah.
Oh, it's already in there.
So right now we're still at 4-4. We're still in 4-4.
Yep.
Works out. So I think we're good.
Eric thinks Edmonton's going to win. I think Florida's going to win. They're going to get a fluky goal.
So do we have any predictions though? Like here's what I want. I don't want you to give me team. I want you to give me who scores the winning goal. I want the game winning. I want the actual shooter. I want who gets the game winning goal. So whatever team you're going with, I just want who gets the goal.
Yeah, I'm going to take McDavid again because I think he missed out on the last one, and Draisaitl got it. I think.
Well, Draisaitl, he did it based on a good pass. Like it was a good pass.
But I think this time it's going to be McDavid. He's going to take.
So he's going to take
down the right
himself.
side, and then he's going to cut in, do a dipsy doodle, and shoot and top corner.
All right. So Tim here has Bouchard is what he's going with. All right, I'm with you. Baz here says it's true that Bobby Orr cut his hair. Bobby Hall pasted on the hair. The original crossover, maybe.
There you go. Yeah. He might have used Bobby here to paste. Yeah. Never thought about that.
1804. Bobrovsky made the save there. Game continues.
Oh my God.
Bob
Tim says Canadians can't carry guns, so we have a bunch of knives all over the place. Allegedly.
We can carry guns. We have gun laws.
Shh, don't tell Eric.
Yeah.
I want it to be a surprise when he gets shot.
Gun law is you can't have any.
Yeah, we can have some.
Yes, Eric. And we all follow the laws.
CCFC.
In your eye! In your eye! Anyway.
We have guns up here. We're allowed guns. They just eliminated the bigger ones.
Don't tell Eric.
We got a lot of hunters
up
here
care.
for deer.
We are pacifists, Eric. We are people of peace.
And fire.
Cross the border and let your guard down.
Mm-hmm.
In your eye!
Oh, God.
Just saying. It's coming.
I know.
It's going to be so much fun.
Every time he says that? Anyways.
Well, the important thing is like all of a sudden Eric is like, so Carlos told me there were people of peace over there. And I got shot and stabbed. How is that even a thing?
Who?
They wanted to make sure.
I've lived here 61 years and never got shot, stabbed, or even close.
Well, yeah. How many of those years have you been Eric?
Oh, none.
Yeah, exactly.
I did almost get into I challenged a guy to fight me last November.
That's because you got a bad hot dog.
No, that was a couple of Novembers ago. That really pissed me off.
I told you. It's so like that.
Stu says Eric is rocking the 70 or 71 Lowell Palmer baseball card look. One of the best sunglasses on baseball card players. I appreciate the reference. Well played, sir. Jeff here says Nugent Hopkins for Edmonton, Marchand for Florida. All right, I like it. Tim Kerr says muskets. Yeah. Sadler says I collect bolt action military rifles. Fair. Bobby Champ says, what year did Orr play with Jeff Sanderson? That was your Eric.
Is that because of my Sanderson to Orr name? He's thinking it's Jeff Sanderson. Ha 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 ha. That's funny.
Listen, we're going with it. Why not? He says Geoff Sanderson. Go with it.
He actually was a pretty good player for a minute, especially when he was with Hartford. Jeff Sanderson.
Grant says, I've been held up but never shot. It's okay. You haven't been Eric either.
I've yet to be shot.
Yet. What happens, Eric, if you find out it's like, actually, Carlos is a pretty good shot. Wait, where does that even come up? He hunts for the most dangerous game of all. Man. Don't worry, Eric. I'll let you have the bicycle if you want. It won't help you.
No.
Can't pedal that fast.
No, it can't go faster than a bullet. Not even downhill. You got a zigzag.
It won't help you. Is this where I tell you that Carlos Sr. was a firearms instructor in Panama?
No, you've told me that, yeah.
Let's just say, guns are not a shortage in our family. We're familiar. Dan here says, can I hear Eric say Bobby Orr?
It might be funny.
Yep.
Bobby Orr.
So let me get this here back.
Eric works hard to cut down on his accent. He likes to talk about cards.
There it is.
Cards. Bobby Orr.
There you go. Hope that helps, Dan. So right now we're at 15:42 in the overtime. Shots are 37-33 for Edmonton. Slight advantage for Edmonton shots.
In this period, though?
No, this is right now in the game overall.
What's the period shot?
It doesn't say, Brian. It doesn't show in the. I'm going off.
I can't remember what the last shot was before we went.
It was in the low 30s. I think it's like 62 Edmonton, because I think it was 31-30, I believe.
Yeah.
So right now Edmonton, I think
it's probably pretty close.
Yeah, I think Edmonton's getting the majority of the shots in the overtime period so far. Just shy of 5 minutes in.
Okay.
Yeah, this is where Florida needs, if they, for Orlando's sake and the rest of the Floridians, if they want to capitalize on, like right now, to be honest, Florida can still totally take this. But if I was them, I really would be, my opinion is I would be laying the body hard on the big Edmonton play. I would make sure.
You keep saying that, but it's not happening.
Because they're not doing it. They literally haven't made a concerted effort to do it. Let's do the thing. For all McDavid's skating ability, he has been open to get hit like 50 times in this game.
I'm sorry. Well,
there were guys there who could have done it. There were guys there who could have done it.
I guess your salt is not rubbing in the wounds.
Yeah. This is why these players are soft. I would have driven a stick into his face.
Yeah. I'm sure he would have.
Well, he just chews on his mouth guard, so you would have been able to take.
Oh, they all chew on their mouth guards. It's like stupid. I don't know what's going on with that. It's like a habit.
I don't want to hear any excuses, Eric, about but you're going to get suspended. Listen, there's expendable players on the Florida team who can get suspended.
Oh, absolutely.
You kill a man. Kill a man.
Possibly.
I watched late 90s hockey where I was watching Colorado, Detroit, and Dallas literally commit larceny and murder.
Yeah, they'd steal from you, then kill you.
Like it was ridiculous.
Philly was pretty big on that going into the
the Western Conference was wild in that late 90s period. Those Western Conference, and they were teams full of Hall of Famers. Like they were quality teams, but they had guys who's like, my only job is to murder someone.
Yeah,
and it's like, and they did, and that's what they did. In the East, Jersey with Stevens. Stevens was the guy who would like lay people out. He would set them up and lay them out.
I watched him
set him up and lay him out.
He was good. Yep.
Paul Korea.
Jersey was the only team in the East that really played what was really the Western style at that time. All the Western Conference matchups were wars. Even Dallas, Edmonton back in the day, Dallas won most of those matchups, but Edmonton came to play and they hit hard, and Dallas hit them back, and they were back. And those were first round matchups, and they were murdering each other. Forget about the Stanley Cup final.
True.
So when you have that kind of physicality, it wears teams out. You're just getting consistently beat down round after round. And each team has guys that can do that. Nothing like getting rained on by shotgun pellets at sunrise on the opening of goose season. There you go, Stu. 12:51 left in the period. 38-34 shots. Edmonton still edge.
Well, I'm going to go get cool and watch the end of the game, guys. And
go for it, Bobby.
I'm sure you're warm there too, Carlos, because it's freaking warm.
Yeah, it's actually slowly, I think, like the machine has slowly been helped. It's been taking a long time. That's why I say I think the refrigerant
it's getting
is not
cooler
fully
outside, which helps. But
yeah, but I think the refrigerant is I will probably have to get them to check it. Yeah. But it is slowly starting to actually acclimate the room. It's still warm, but it's not bad. Not as bad as it was at the beginning of the broadcast.
It's almost cool in the other room. Like honestly, it's very cool. So
yeah.
And here it's getting better, but the window doesn't do anything. Nothing's blowing through because I'm beside the other house, so there's no.
Yeah, I was going to say if you don't get a breeze, it's not going to help. The air doesn't get in.
We're in the back of the house, so actually, wind's blowing through nice.
Yep.
And Sylvia's at that age where she's always warm. So you'll get to know that, Eric, very soon.
That already happened.
Okay. So, it does happen. Yeah, I know. And we have to suffer for that. My feet are cold. What are you, pussy? It's like, no, you're just warm all the time. Shut up. Anyway. All right, guys. Have a good night. And go Edmonton. And hopefully we'll have some success. But I do think that Florida's going to win tonight.
Oh, they're going to need it. I think they need to get it to 1-1. That'll keep it
still make it a good competition any which way, so it doesn't matter.
Yep.
And that's
Sounds
what I'm
good. Have yourself a good night, Bobby.
Okay, guys.
Later, buddy.
Okay. Night.
Take it easy.
This is killing me. 17 seconds. You got to be effing kidding me.
Hey, listen, that's sloppy because at the end of the period, they had it and they know what Edmonds is going to do. They're pulling the goaltender. Like everybody knows what they're going to do.
Right.
You just have to hold. Honestly, what was funny is last year's finals, at the very end of Game 7, they were up, and they did exactly what you should have done in that moment. Put the puck against the boards and kind of just hold it there and just shift it up and down and just kill time.
Yeah.
Don't try to get too cute. Don't try to fire it out of the zone in the middle of the ice and all that. Big save by Skinner. Yep. So I think I'm slightly behind Jeff. But yeah, your goal at that point is just basically just slow it down, but keep the puck moving so the clock doesn't stop. Just let the clock run. But yeah, don't try to get too cute and get out of the zone, because right now you put it in the middle of the ice. If McDavid drives out or any of the other guys do anything, they actually got lucky. Skinner didn't actually stop that puck.
No,
that was the post that stopped that. It was just a bad angle.
Hit the post. Yeah, I mean, oh God, I can't. This is just gross.
Zach says, funny how we go through the different seasons with Bobby. Wasn't too many live streams ago he was freezing the garage. It's true. The garage of knowledge goes through a lot of different things. It's just funny because Bobby does all the stuff out there in the garage. You'd think at this point, Eric, if I was him, I'd just insulate the damn thing.
Yeah.
Like for all seasons, just insulate it.
Well, I'd at least have a space heater and an air conditioner.
What's that?
I'd at least have a space heater and an air conditioner out there.
Yeah. Well, we were joking about it, like I said earlier, is that I've got my heat pump and everything, and it's been good. Like the last season or two, it's been good. But right now it doesn't seem to be dehumidifying the level that I'm accustomed to. So it feels a little bit humid, but it does blow the air well. So it's still doing that. So I'll probably get the technicians to check on it. However, in a pinch, you see that black thing behind me right there?
Yeah.
I literally could turn it on and it would be a dehumidifier. If I absolutely need it in a pinch, it'd be noisy as hell. It'd be irritating, but just sitting in my office, it'd be all right. So I've got it there as kind of a backup.
Yeah.
I just haven't needed it. That's the only reason I kind of keep it there, just as a backup. So right now it's unplugged, but I could just plug it in and it'd be a dehumidifier. Plus air conditioner, so I could cool this space very quickly if I needed to.
Yeah, I can't. I don't mind being in the wintertime and having the house a little cold. Just throw on some extra clothes, throw on a blanket, you'll be fine. But once the heat and humidity come, I don't function well.
Well, that's what I did for years. In the early days of the live stream, I didn't even have a heat pump.
Yeah, I know. I remember.
It would just be like, and it's about 1,000 degrees in here.
Yeah. No, I can't do that. That's just horrible.
That was always my favorite thing. What was that?
I said I just can't function. I just sit there and sweat and just miserable.
That was always the one where it made me laugh. It'd be like, oh, so what do you do to cool off then? Oh, I just go outside. But it's like 90 degrees. Yeah, it's cooler. I go outside where it's cooler.
Yeah,
go outside to cool down.
Might be some air out there.
Yeah, the air's fresher. Oh man, nice and fresh. It's all right. So, serious question. Do you think they actually, by the way, chat, if there's anything that you guys would like to discuss or touch on, we touched on a couple different topics tonight. We did the darkness. We did the YouTube video that I was fascinated by earlier today that dropped in my lap. We're just kind of watching the Stanley Cup final game. But realistically, if there's anything that you guys want to touch on, we can. Already talked about the cup and everything. Did that during the AMG.
Oh, I had a question about that I tried to ask back then. Is the cup costing more per, I mean, obviously it probably costs a little bit more every year, but now that they're encapsulating these cards because of the innovation. Yeah. Has the price gone up because it's costing Upper Deck more to put this product out?
So technically no, but also yes. So what I mean here is that the price didn't increase because of the innovation. It is a Bedard rookie year, but the difference maker in price is actually very marginal, because compared to last year, I think it's less than a $50 difference per tin. So really not a lot, especially compared to the last couple of years. Like the last couple of years, there's been some wild increases.
So do you think this price is up because of demand, because of Bedard?
That's the reason they charge it. They're not, the MSRP wasn't really adjusted. And from our side, a couple of the dealers ate a little bit of the tariff and everything to try to level it out. So it's very close to last year. Let's put it this way. Between last year and this year, it's very close. So we did the pricing. If you could afford it last year, you weren't going to be thrown off this year. The price change wasn't that bad, wasn't that dramatic.
I was just wondering that since it's going to cost up a deck more to produce this stuff, is that they got to pass that on to somebody.
Yeah, I don't think realistically, I don't think anybody. The problem with, and this is a conversation I've had kind of with folks about the price points of a lot of the stuff. When it's something like the cup, and we could use exquisite in basketball or baseball if you prefer, or well, I don't think baseball, but you could use exquisite anyway for other sports. When it's the super high end price point, you can increase it by 50 or $100 and no one's really going to notice. Like they'll notice, but at the same time, like if you're in the tax bracket, realistically, if you're in the tax bracket that you can pay $950 US, is $1,000 US going to suddenly dissuade you?
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, like it's not enough of an increase, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So like realistically, like yes, it's more, but like at $1,000, $50 one way or the other is not enough to really throw somebody off that way.
And it just,
Jacker says,
and has, I mean, I watched Brad's break of his two
legendary break.
And I don't, you watch more of that stuff than me. Has anybody opened up anything and really found a huge hit yet that they're like screaming and hollering that you've seen or know about?
So I watched a little bit. I haven't been as heavy on it. I did see one guy, I think it was mainly hockey cards. I think play off of Maine, the state.
Okay.
Mainly hockey cards. He did 110 and he pulled a materialistics Ovechkin out of 15.
So nice that, oh, okay.
Yeah. It's a stick jersey, stick patch piece autograph out of 15.
On card that you know of? Yeah.
It's on card. Yeah, it's on card. It's a really nice, that's a really good one. It's a nice one. So I would consider that a pretty darn good hit.
Yeah, I would say so.
Tim says, went to the LCS today, told me he got 7 cases. He's already down to 1 left. Yeah. The stuff's still moving. Like at that price point, a couple of bucks, one way or the other, isn't going to dissuade anybody. They're already in there. Yeah, I'd like to take a case. Okay. Yeah. Here goes. One guy bought 2 cases, over 20K spent, and hit about 8K worth of cards. No Bedard. Oof.
Yeah. It will never, ever, 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 ever make sense to me. Just won't ever. We could talk about it. Somebody could try to justify it. People could do the maths and show me how it makes sense. It will never ever make sense. I don't get it. Unless you're super wealthy and you just are having fun and you don't care because money doesn't matter to you. Other than that, I don't get it.
That's the dream, Eric. You gotta aspire to make enough money that you can literally light thousands of dollars on fire and be like, I don't care, peasants.
Yeah, I mean, if Jeff Bezos is like, hey, I like collecting hockey cards. Go buy me a couple of cases of the cup. Okay. What the hell? He's like the richest guy in the world. Who cares? Other than that, it just doesn't make any sense to me. It does not compute. The computer doesn't come out with the answer.
I know what you're complaining about. You pay at least 10 times that amount for the like button. So what's the issue?
Yeah, but the like buttons, I mean,
like button's pretty strong. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big deal.
Dan says box of cards are a good way to turn money into less money. We can only hope, Dan.
Exactly. Watch me make money disappear. I'll buy a thing of the cup.
Now, I will say, though, that is not completely true, because if you can get boxes for cost or below, it's fine. I'm just saying, I've made money on this in the past.
Yeah, but
it can be done.
Yeah, and yes, but you're talking about something more sensible, like, AEW cards. You're not talking about the cup.
But the point, though, Eric, isn't even about the AEW or not. Like, that's the reason why I mentioned it this way. It's about the price point. There is a price point where the cup makes sense. We've passed that price point a long time ago.
Yeah.
And there's enough demand that people insist that keep it at that level. But realistic, if I took the same cup product and I made it $400, there's a lot more tins that would be okay. Like overnight, a bunch of those tins would suddenly be like, okay, yeah. You pull a Marcel Dion patch auto out of like 5. Yeah, we're good. But at $1,000, no longer good. That's the difference. Yeah. It's a big. That's what changes it. It's the changes the number. So and this is for the record, in case Amanda's out there in the distance, in the ether. We were trying to arrange something to see if we could do a break, and we may still do the break. But I was asked, can you get some kind of AEW product to go with it? So I had the 2 boxes of the AEW Allure, and I got these on sale, which is great. Works for me. I opened 1 box on the channel, did that. But then I said, and I was very clear on this, I said, if we're not done this video that we're supposed to be doing by the end of this week, Eric, I'm opening this goddamn box and I'm putting it in the other chat. I'm not sitting on this box for the rest of time.
Yeah, right.
I want to open my friend. Eric, I paid for this box. I did not receive this box gratis. I need to open my goddamn box that I paid for.
That's right. It's like,
content
Christmas morning and you got presents and you're told, no, you can't open those yet.
I've been holding it for almost 2 weeks. I'm like, I feel like I've exercised all the restraint that I have.
Yeah, you're a better man than me, Carlos.
I want to open my damn box, Eric. I paid for the shit. I want it. So I will record a video. I'll record it. I'll put it on the channel and it'll be good. But yeah, so I'm gonna open up my box. The point though is that I got it on sale. Keyword, got it on sale.
Right.
Discounts. We like the discounts.
Oh, very much so.
Yeah, discounts. Okay, then we can have a little bit of fun. Then guess what?
I'll tell you this. Oh, wait, is this a possible breakaway? Oh, please, God.
We're looking. Is it Florida Man? Nope, not on that one.
Oh, damn it. If I were interested in purchasing boxes of cards from work,
just say it, Eric. 9091 Pro Set. Let's go.
Yeah, the discount is minimal.
Yeah, on a lot of those,
expensive. We do not upcharge very much at all.
Yeah,
because nobody would buy them.
Yeah, no. The good time is when you're getting stuff on clearance. When you're getting stuff on clearance, like you can make it work. Like I said, I've been very transparent about this. There were stretches where I basically became a clearance house because they got product they couldn't move. So I basically said, literally at the expo. Perfect example. At the expo, I got boxes of the AEW Allure from the previous year off a dealer at expo, right in that show floor. They had 4 boxes. I don't remember what their original price point was, but it was already like well below what the original starting price was, comfortably below. And I said, if I take all 4, would you do 75 per? And I'm talking about 75 Canadian.
Yeah.
When you translate it into American dollars, Eric, a blaster costs almost that. I basically got 4 hobby boxes for about the price of blaster boxes. At that point, like I can't lose really. And I'll be blunt. Even the cards that I got out of it, I sold a couple and made all my money back. But if you're getting at a low enough price point, then do you care at that stage? You get the entertainment value, but then you didn't pay full freight. Okay. The cup though, like I said, it's so expensive at this point. You basically need to pull like a massive you need Gretzky, you need like the top guys.
Right.
Otherwise you lose. Game over. Zach says I'd have to have 10 million in the bank to consider spending 20K on cases of cards. It's fair. It's a gambling addiction. Indeed. Eric, this is a privilege to pay for the like button. It's true. People always reason with you never know. Then they find out the hard way. It's true. Dan says opening stuff on camera is justified for entertainment value. It's the cost of running a channel. Yeah. That's why I say, like, for the wrestling channel, it works because here's the thing. The audience that is watching that, they enjoy it because they like to live vicariously through it. Whether I get the boxes on discount or not, they don't care. For them, it's like, oh yeah, what'd you pull? Curious.
Right. Exactly.
And I just recorded, I played it straight, and I've shown good breaks. I pulled some great cards, and I've also shown breaks. I have to this day, and I've watched other breaks, Eric. I literally have the 2 worst boxes of AEW Black Diamond in recorded history.
Oh God.
No one has done worse on those boxes than me. No one.
Oh, that's
the only way you could do worse is literally if when you open the box, they stab you in the eye. That's the only way you do worse.
Getting stabbed in the eye hurts. Just want to let everyone know that.
It's worse when somebody breaks into your house when you try to open a box of cards and they stab you in the eye. Holy crap. What did you do to deserve this? So anyway, so yeah. So considering the price of those boxes and everything, like, no. I sold one of the cards. Actually sold on eBay a couple weeks ago. I put it up there and I knew it wasn't going to get much. I think on one of those boxes, and the boxes were 200 and I want to say 40 Canadian. So let's call it, it's like $1.80 US if I'm doing my math right, give or take. $1.70, $1.80. Let's call it $1.70.
Sure, go ahead.
I think that I got $60 out of it.
Oh, that's no bueno.
Yeah, it's like there's no chance. Like it was so bad.
It
was wild.
That's muy malo.
Yeah, like I've had breaks where it didn't work out. I was almost bang on, by the way. 240 Canadian is 175 US. I was almost bang on. That was a good guess by me. That wasn't bad.
No, you did a good job because you went Price is Right rules. You went under. You started over, then you changed. You were good.
But the point is, like, so you think $170, and then you're getting maybe about $60 worth of value. And I'm pretty good at finding houses for these, but it's just I got the worst characters that I could have gotten. Didn't get anything particularly low numbered. And even the stuff that I got is like, yeah, uninspired sticker autos on manufactured patches. And I'm like, this is the worst version of everything that I could have gotten out of this box. I got everything that I was promised out of this box, but I got the worst version of everything that I was promised.
Ugh.
I literally had to put some of the cards in my ComC thing and sell them on ComC to get anything out of them because they weren't even worth selling on eBay, Eric. They were not worth selling on eBay. There wasn't enough money in it.
Well, yeah, because there's fees, right?
Yeah. So I just sent it to ComC. They did their 50 cents. I put on a price on it and I priced it to sell and it sold and I got at least that back. But I was like, this is heinous. So yeah. So I may open a box of Black Diamond down the road, but I'm waiting for basically waiting for a dealer out there to basically be like, please just take it away from me. And I'm looking for the Uber discount.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. It's the same thing we discussed a million times. Other content creators discuss. It's just, I just don't understand how someone could spend $1,000 on it or more on a pro. I mean, I watched somebody open a $2,000 box at the shop one time and there was nothing in it. And I'm just like, I don't get it. Like, I just don't get it. It does not compute. I don't know why this stuff is so expensive. I don't know why, when we know that the mass majority of the boxes of this expensive stuff won't have anything in it to justify the cost, yet it just, every year there's just more and more products in the product, that are more and more expensive. It doesn't.
See, Eric, the problem is that I think you lack imagination because as you were talking, I just came up with the best idea ever.
Okay.
I think if you're going to spend $2,000 on a box break, here's what I propose. What about $2,000 in 90-91 Pro Set hockey. That's cases and cases and cases.
That's a warehouse full.
But Eric, that live stream will take 12 hours to open all that shit. And if you do it, people will take pity on you and probably tip you more than the $2,000 you spent on it.
Does the Fedorov rookie still worth anything? Remember how that was the big chase?
Here's the thing. I think if you got gradable copies of the Yager, the Medana, or whatever, you wouldn't get a ton, but you would get a little bit.
Ugh.
Because I think some of the bigger names you pretty much have to get a 10. But if you got a 10 on some of those,
the Fedorov rookie was the big thing, man. It was like you just bought tons and tons of Pro Set trying to get the Fedorov rookie.
Yeah, but I'm curious. So Dan here is saying, Eric, can you say box again? Speak of boxes.
Box? Oh, did I say box? I don't know. Box.
Listen, how do they say it in Salem?
I try to stay out of Salem. My daughter just moved there. She moved.
You're avoiding your people? Wow.
She moved out last weekend. She got an apartment in Salem. So
just wanted to be with the witches
more often. I don't know. I try to talk a little slower sometimes because when I talk slower, I pronounce all my R's and I don't add R's to words that don't have them. And some people are shocked that I'm from this area because.
All right, question. So I'm seeing 40 seconds. Do we get to double overtime this time? Because last time it ended just before double overtime.
I got no faith, man.
But we're going to see. They're under 30 seconds. See where this one goes. Game 1 actually came just shy of double OT. And now we're in OT and we're pushing 20 seconds. Can the Oilers hold off Florida Man? Florida Man headed in the zone. Oilers are out of the zone. 10 seconds.
Here we go.
Edmonton under 5 seconds. 4 seconds. Double overtime.
Oh, God.
Scandalous. Scandalous. Jeff says
They
yes.
They got to bring out Peter Klima.
Might have to. Absolute grind, yeah. These guys are going. They're getting the shots, but they're just not getting through now. Ever since the end of the second, it's kind of quieted down. Okay, a question for you, since we brought it up. Okay, I'm looking at the most recent sales. So I'm looking at all PSA 10s just to see. 90-91 Pro Set. So right now, June, so actually yesterday, a PSA 10 Gretzky sold on eBay. So what do you think the PSA 10 90 Pro Set Gretzky sold for?
I think because it's a 10 and people are stupid, it probably sold for like $200.
All right. I want to see if anybody in the chat's got a guess, and then I'll answer it.
Because people are
look.
stupid.
It's almost like we have a rule about that.
Yeah.
So for the most part, there isn't much value sitting in these days. So I'll give everybody a couple minutes before I answer.
It's a PSA 10 Gretzky. You know, it's worth $200. No, it's not.
Don't lie, you want it.
No.
I remember ripping Pro Set and thinking how cool the cards looked. If I recall, anybody was chasing Owen Nolan, Peter Nedved, and Mike Reekie. So there were a lot of them. Sapper says 3K. It's not that high. In the pandemic, maybe we were getting some wild numbers, but we're a little past that. Someone beat my hero and get the 20th like. Ooh, we're approaching 20th like. Don't forget, tonight, game 2, we double the like button value. So we need those likes. Make Eric pay. Make him pay.
It's worthless times 2.
Make him pay. There's enough of you out there. You got to do what you got to do. Do it. Do it.
How many silly folks are watching us at the moment?
Just shy of 20.
Fools.
All right. So I will tell you that it sold for the princely sum of $95.
Well, they weren't as stupid as I thought, but I still wouldn't spend $95 on it.
It was a 1990 Pro Set Wayne Gretzky in a PSA 10, Jeff.
I wouldn't spend any money on Pro Set. I didn't
But Eric, you've already committed to spending $2,000 on Pro Set wax. So what are we talking about?
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah. By the way, the Medano actually at one point, the Pro Set Medano actually held a little bit of value because the pop count was still relatively low because so much of the Pro Set is like garbage quality that actually getting a 10 was difficult.
Yeah, well,
because so many of them were damaged right out of the pack.
Right.
Legitimately damaged out of the pack.
Yeah.
So it was actually tough to get a good grade on some of those cards.
Yeah, and I guess that's a good, thought about it, because the stuff was such trash that to actually get a 10, is probably, maybe not rare, but less likely. I don't know, because the stuff was just trash.
So there's a couple of variants on the Yager, because Yager is obviously one of the rookies on there. There's a couple of variants of the Yager. So one of them, the stat leader line up with stats, it's a specific variation, very niche specifically. So that one actually sold in April for $150.
I've never ever heard of or seen a card set with so many errors other than that 90 Pro Set. It has to be the record holder for most errors on a set. It was so ridiculous. The spelling of people's names, pictures of the wrong players, stats that were all wrong. I mean, the errors in that set were just legendary.
Truly legendary.
Man, my eyes are burning right now.
You're falling apart, Eric. So Dan is saying, what kind of watch is that?
Oh, me?
Yep, you. What kind of watch?
It's a Garmin Viveo Active 3.
Ooh, down to the brand and everything. A Garmin. Is that how you measure your biking? Your cycling?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it has satellite on it, so I can GPS and measure stuff. But mostly,
maybe you should teach you how to measure the distance to the next tree.
Yeah,
that might be wise.
Yeah, that would be good.
Zach says, sick of Eric's. Go ahead.
No, mostly I just use it. So the Bluetooth with the phone, so the texts come across it. So when I'm out riding and my text goes off, I can look at my wrist real quick to see, is it one of the 5 most important people in my life, and do I have to really go and look at the texts?
5 most important people in your life: Bobby, Yannick, Brad.
Oh yeah.
Ham.
Oh yep. Yep.
And let me think.
Yeah, right. Well, he did call me once. That was a funny story. But he hasn't called me. He's only called me that one time.
Zach says, sick of Eric's claims that he doesn't actually pay for the like button. I'd never watch again if I actually thought it was a joke. Always pays for the like button. Always. Dan says, noted. Tim says, 2 words: citrus fruit, Eric. See, he's trying to get you to put citrus fruit in your eye.
Oh, geez.
It is acidic.
Yeah.
Is that considered a crash watch?
Oranges, and I've had to be really careful because I can't even imagine if, orange.
You got it in your eye?
Oh my God. I love eating oranges. I eat them constantly.
Baz says, is that considered a crash watch? Baz, any watch Eric wears is considered a crash watch.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't, I've had it for quite a while. I haven't destroyed it yet.
Sounds like a challenge.
I'm more of a land on my head kind of a guy.
I believe in you. You can do it. So I'll report my findings on it once I get into it. I ended up taking one of my cards from ComC and putting it up for auction. So I'm kind of watching it. So it's going to end tomorrow. I'll actually be curious to see what ends up what it ends up selling for. We'll see. We'll see. I'll take the ComC credit. Why not? So double overtime for game 2. So we got 2 back-to-back overtime games here. It's wild. Yeah, it says Bobby Orr, number 1, maybe.
Yeah.
That says, does Eric put a helmet on his watch? He should.
Yeah, I should.
Did you end up getting a replacement helmet, by the way, after your crash?
No, I did.
Did you get one of the ones from the football thing with the extra padding on the outside of it?
No. I did not. I told you that that doesn't make any sense. That's not how
Guardian cap, Eric.
It doesn't make any sense. That is not how concussions happen or stop. You can't you can wrap your head in a mattress. It doesn't stop your brain from floating around in your skull. And when you come to a sudden stop, it smashes on the inside of your skull. It doesn't make any sense.
I think all you need here is just maybe you get a Guardian cap with a free floating water or free floating gel.
Okay.
Think about it. Think about it.
All helmets do is stop your, skull from getting bashed in. Like when I had that crash a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks or whatever it's been, I still ended up with a concussion, but I didn't crack my skull open, which was great. But I still had a headache for the whole day. I still saw stars.
Joe Thornton?
Yeah. Oh, God. I'm so glad they got rid of him. I was so happy when the Bruins traded him. And you know who they traded him for? The new Bruins head coach, Marco Sturm.
All that just so they could get a coach down the road. Man.
Yeah.
That is a plan.
That's what they traded him for. And I liked Marco Sturm more than I liked Joe Thornton.
Wow. By the way, a quick side point for everybody. If you check out on the channel and you check out the community post, we're up to 36 votes on the silly card of the week so far.
Oh, cool.
Very good. Very good so far. Been impressed. We want to see a couple more votes in there. Tim says, wow, I forgot how horrible that trade was. Yes.
We
unbelievable.
Just needed to get rid of him. I forget who else was in the trade. Sturm was the main piece, but I think there might have been 1 or 2 other players and maybe a draft pick. But Sturm was the main trade, and he came over and he played 300 plus games for Boston, and now he's the head coach.
But counterpoint, he's still not the greatest living Boston Bruin that Joe Thornton was.
Yeah.
To this very day. Very day.
Yeah, he's the greatest.
Baz says, is Eric sick because he's not used to seeing quality hockey being played? It's true.
That's what's burning my eyes. I've never seen good hockey before.
It's true. All he's watched is Wayne Gretzky and Bobby Orr. Nothing but trash. Jeff says Brad Stewart was in that trade. Okay.
Yes.
I remember it, but I don't remember it well.
Brad Stewart was in that trade, yes.
Yeah. There you go, Jeff. Thank you.
I don't think he stuck around in Boston for very long, though.
I honestly think a lot of it was a trade that was done at the time because I remember it vaguely, but I know that there's been some interesting things. It's always funny because there's so many what if trades and then trades that end up happening, but then pieces keep shifting around. That's always the thing. Because I told you guys, I told you the story before. I joked about it because I remember that Modano's last free agency, the real free agency before obviously he finished up in Dallas and went to that 1 year in Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
He actually was down to Dallas and Boston, and Boston had the best deal on the table.
Yeah.
And the only reason he stuck with Dallas was obviously he had been with Dallas, but then also no income tax. So the offer that Dallas offered was still competitive because of the no income tax.
Well, there's lots of taxes here.
Yeah,
that's why
that was the only reason.
I going to Texas and Florida because of the no income tax, where California teams and Massachusetts teams and New York teams, they're gonna tax the ever living hell out of you. I mean, we literally in Massachusetts have something that's called the millionaire's tax, that you will get taxed more because you make more. Now, I know that's the whole point of taxes.
I was about to say, Eric.
No,
so what you're referring to is correct taxation.
No, you'll get even an additional tax because you're wealthy.
Again, correct taxation. Yes.
Mm-hmm. So I believe in a flat tax. Everyone should just pay the same percentage.
Oh no, that's nonsense. Absolutely not. That's
everyone
foolishness.
Should pay this.
If you have 27 cents, taxing you even a cent is stupid. If you've got $100 million, then taxing you 27 cents is stupid.
No, everyone should pay their fair share, and if I should pay the same percent as the guy who's making, because he's still got to pay. A billionaire is still going to pay millions and millions of dollars.
No, they're not, Eric. If you're a proper billionaire, they'll give you money back by the time we're done. No, you don't pay shit.
No, I understand the loopholes. I'm talking.
I was going to say you don't pay shit. What are you talking about? The richer you are, the less you pay.
I'm talking about if it was actually done correctly.
That's a different conversation,
right? So if it was actually done correctly, I believe in a flat tax.
Yeah. And yet it's not.
But it's and who makes all these tax laws? Politicians. So them and their buddies can continue to make money.
That's basically it. Yeah. Zach says, Eric, serious question. When do you lose the sunglasses not being in pain? When he dies.
Yeah, I don't know. I was told that after the procedure, I'd be feeling better 3 days to a week, and we're now at 3 weeks. So, I mean, I know that we had that issue with them slicing my eyeball, so that kind of set me back. But I figured, I'd be in much better spot now 3 weeks later. But nope, they told me I'm in the minority because most people are perfectly fine by now.
Well, you also had sabotage poisoned eye drops.
Well, yeah,
that probably extended your time.
Yeah, I'm one of the few people that are, for lack of a better term, allergic to the eye drops they give you. So as I was putting eye drops in to help me, it was actually making things worse.
And speaking of, the producer of said eye drops, name, good evening. Eric needs to pay more taxes for being Eric. Truth.
He's my tax. I got to deal with him.
Tim Kerr says, another great trade. Rask for Raycroft. Boston just owns Toronto in every way. Trust me, Toronto is one of the few ones that can say they have a big problem with Boston.
Yeah,
it's a lot of that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in reality that was a poor trade for Toronto, but Rask may be the all-time wins leader in Boston's regular season games, and he might be one of the best regular season goalies of all time in the league, but you won't find too many Boston Bruins fans that will support his playoff efforts. So
well, that is your problem. That is your problem, because maybe if you guys would learn how to go to the bullpen, you would let him start, and then you'd go to the bullpen and get the playoffs.
Yeah,
he's good for 7 innings, and then take him out.
He just didn't show up for a lot of the playoffs. I mean, he'd be brilliant at some times, and you're like, okay, finally he's gonna help. He's gonna get us through, and then he shits the bed. I can give you so many examples. It's just disgusting.
Look, I understand what you're saying, Eric, but look, I gotta honestly defer back to the track record. What kind of goal support did you guys give him? Did you give him 47 goals a game?
I don't think.
I bet if he did, he'd have won.
No, I don't think that still would have been enough in the playoffs.
Then 57 goals a game. Do better.
Yeah.
Stop blaming others, Eric. Blame yourself.
Okay, it's my fault.
Zach
Tuukka
says,
Rask sucked in the playoffs.
I that's what I've been saying all along.
My fault. I
Zach says maybe you should go for a follow-up. Listen, Eric needs a lot of things.
I did. I've already been to the doctor twice since my procedure, and I got another appointment scheduled for next
Can I guess
week.
what the consultation looked like?
Black, like this, black.
He's back.
Yeah, they look and hey, everything looks good. Everything looks good. I'm like, no, it doesn't. You're wrong. Yep. So,
was Rask on the team that won the cup?
Yeah, he didn't play though. Tim Thomas.
See,
yeah,
you have the starter, then you go to the bullpen.
No, Tim Thomas was the start of most of the season. Rask was his backup, and he didn't play in the playoffs at all.
Rask was there in spirit
because Thomas has one of the greatest playoff runs in the history, if not statistically. I still think he's number one with the all-time save percentage in Stanley Cup playoff history. So
all because of Tuukka Rask's moral support,
cheering from the bench. Yeah,
he was there.
Yeah,
emotionally to support
him.
Yeah,
so Tuukka has a ring, but did nothing to earn it,
which is the correct way to do it.
Yeah,
Eric, default.
Yeah,
see, y'all have to learn from Tuukka Rask. He knows how it's done.
And then when Tim left the team and kind of retired for a minute before he came out of retirement and ended up in Florida and Dallas, and maybe even was he in Colorado for a quick minute? I kind of forget.
I know he became a journeyman there and had a couple of stops.
Yeah, he was jumping all around the place, but yeah, and then Tuukka showed up and it just all went to shit.
Wow, awful. Name says it's Eric's fault for cheering on such a mediocre team. True.
Yeah, they suck.
Tim says forgot it was Thomas on that run. Yes. But again, the emotional support of Tuukka Rask was key.
Greatest run in playoff history. He was incredible.
Zach says maybe Eric's eyes have been so messed up for so long he doesn't understand this is what normal feels like. It burns. It burns.
Yeah, the burning sensation in my eyeballs that doesn't go away is I don't think that's normal.
Look, Eric, the problem is you never ask anyone. I'll have you know that every single time I have to watch somebody talk about Mike Trout and WAR, my eyes burn.
Yeah.
Does that count?
Yeah, that it does.
All the time. Wild. So now we're in double overtime. 17-23 in double OT. Shots are 45-40. We're at 4-all. A little bonus coverage here. We got the double overtime now going on.
Double, yep. We're going to 3
so question for folks. Question for the chat. I got a question for the chat. Out of curiosity. Obviously, we're watching the game and everything, and we're making fun of Eric's eyes. But has anyone picked up anything interesting? Anybody had any good fortune? Find anything cool? We usually will share that on the podcast and stuff like that. So, and I did show that President's Choice card. That's going to be my newest edition once it gets in there. So that's cool. That'll be fun. I did do the mail day this week, so that'll be a thing. And then on the other channel, I'll do the wrestling cards. So that'll be a different thing. But anybody pick up anything cool? Just out of curiosity. You know those overtimes that are double overtimes? Seems like a circular question. I don't know where Name's going with this.
I never know where Name is going with anything.
I literally read it, and I don't know. But if you could clarify Name, that'd be helpful.
Don't bother. No one's interested.
Tim says, Carlos, if it goes 5 overtimes, I'm playing the lottery. If it goes 5 overtimes, Eric may dive off a building.
And then Peter Klima will come off the bench and score. After not playing for like 3 hours.
Isn't Klima dead?
Yes.
It'll be zombie Klima?
Yep.
I'm bidding on some hard drives. Not very exciting, but need some bigger ones for my media server. Hey, man, you do you. Hopefully you win those hard drives.
Yeah, good luck.
Just make sure you don't get the ones that came from E. Wade in Massachusetts because they might still have a manual and space on them. Allegedly. You got to read that in Automan's voice from The Simpsons. Okay, now I need some context. Thank you, Nick.
I told you, I just saw her. I just saw the real Emmanuel recently in a Steve McQueen movie that I was watching.
I thought you were going to say like Sports World, or you're like, I'm such a big fan. Can you sign my DVD? How do you have a 4K Blu-ray? I had it custom made. Jeff says, picked up a Gretzky auto out of 25 at the Detroit Sports Spectacular last weekend. That's pretty good.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Was it?
Did it come with a special inscription? Fake assists for the win?
Oh, God.
Oh, Edmonton took a shot there. But yeah, congratulations, Jeff. That sounds like a pretty good card. Which awesome. Gretzky auto out of 25? That's you. Is that a higher end brand? Which one was it? Got a 2001 Upper Deck MVP Alfie Michaud Superscript out of 25. Early 2000s Superscripts are no joke. They're still tough. Never saw one before. If you go, there's 98, 99, 99, 2000, 2000, 2001. Those are still difficult to get. Superscripts, a lot of those dried up. So yeah, I'm not surprised you haven't seen one before. Those are tough. Jeff says an on-card auto. On-card auto even better.
Nice.
Yep. Ekbland's hand got rolled. Nice, nice. First time Eric saw Emmanuel in space was from a download on LimeWire. Good times.
I don't even know what LiveWire is.
I had an Adam Wainwright 1 of 1 in a Walmart Topps Current Anniversary blister pack. Probably a 1K card. Oh, 1 of 1 in a blister pack. That's pretty good. Either way. I won't speak from value, but either way, you got a 1 of 1 on a blister pack. That's a pretty good pull. Regardless. Yeah. Get that out of retail? Solid.
I guess they got to slip one in every once in a while, right? Something good in those.
I would think it's good business to leave a couple of nice hits for retail. It's good for business just to have people pull stuff. My opinion is always that there should always be stuff like that actually makes it nice. I never pulled anything crazy out of retail back in the late 90s, 99, 2000 Pacific. I pulled one of the Kramer's Choice Awards, Peter Forsberg, out of retail, which was fantastic. I literally bought it in a convenience store of all places. And I got a Peter Forsberg Kramer's Choice, which is a beautiful looking card. And it's Peter Forsberg. That was a great pull. And I think it was like 1 out of like 1,000 packs to get that card in a retail. Massive. But it's nice to have stuff like that because at least it gives you a reason to get some retail packs occasionally.
I think it's nice that you collect Peter Forsberg cards. Me, myself, I collect Peter Forsberg. But,
hearing trafficking ring is a different conversation. And also, your Peter Forsberg's not a real one. He's a janitor.
No, he's real.
Total janitor.
And he liked me.
Yes, he liked you because you were distracting him from his mopping.
No. He said it was nice to meet me.
Yes. Now, please, sir, move so that I can get back to my mop. Zach says, just bought a 50 Bowman Rob Campanella. Love buying moments. Upper Deck Ultimate Achievements. Okay. Ultimate, I like it. Those blister packs have Topps 2022 first edition. Packs are absolutely loaded. Nobody's buying them. There you go. Nice. Well, congrats on the pull either way. 1422 here. Still tied at 4. This is always a thing that gets me with these overtimes, though. I always wonder because, all right, you got through the first overtime. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. If I was one of these players, Eric, I would almost be going absolutely. If it was me, I'd be trying to win this in the first couple of minutes of double overtime and get it over with. I'd be like crashing the net, doing whatever I could. Right. I actually would go like full bore to try to win it early and get it over with.
Oh, the longer they wait, and I said this to my wife the other night, and I said, not that she was sitting, she was yes-steering me. She didn't give two craps, but I said the longer the game goes, it's going to go in Edmonton's favor because you got McDavid, you got Draisaitl. Florida's going to get more and more tired. and those guys are gonna do their thing. And sure enough, it happened. And I was like, told you. And she was like, yep, you did. She's like reading her phone, reading something on her phone. She didn't care what I had to say, but and I feel the same way. The longer this goes, that's when McDavid's going to do his thing. He's going to be one of those long rushes from the back. He's going to go 100 miles an hour through all these Florida guys with tired legs and do something and create something.
Now, Eric, have we considered my alternative strategy?
Which
where it is that, yes, if you have to, drive a car onto the ice and run McDavid over.
Hit him with the Zamboni.
Yeah, like whatever you got to do. Look, Eric, if he can skate through a bunch of guys and skate at 100 miles an hour with a broken leg and a shiv in his neck, then you know what? You deserve to win the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
I feel everyone can agree to this. If you can do it under these circumstances, then God damn it, you deserve it. Shy of that, you know what? Earn it. I expect pain. Dave says, I pulled a Carey Price Young Guns. Carey Price Young Guns from a blaster box and Austin Matthews Young Guns from a Walmart fat pack. The rest was unlucky.
No one cares.
I think secretly you do, Eric.
No one cares.
I don't know how East Coasters watch sports. Got to stay up so late. I was watching Oilers and Kings until 1 a.m. when I was at the Expo. Name? It's because sleep is for the weak.
None of your business. How about that? How about that for an answer? None of your business.
I bet if you had a knife, you could brandish it at him.
My secrets. I'm not telling him a damn thing.
You can sleep when you're dead. You sleep when you're dead.
Lately. And I've been telling him too. I've been sending him very clear messages to go screw.
Wow. Did you do it in meme form?
No, I just sent them. Screw you.
You should try memes. Memes are very effective communication strategies.
No memes. Just screw you.
All right, so Jeff's a little bit ahead of me. Let's see. Let's see what happens here.
Marshawn, baby.
Florida man. Overtime winner by Florida man. Yep. So I saw that Jeff put Marshawn in there. So I was like, all right, you're a little bit ahead of me. So I wanted to see. So 11:55 of double overtime.
Doing this thing.
Scandalous.
My eyes
over.
Learning.
So that is the Stanley Cup final tied at 1 game apiece.
That's fantastic.
So that's 3 overtime periods in the Stanley Cup final through 2 games. Do these teams play a single game in regulation?
So Brad had goal number 4 and number 5.
I think that's right. Yeah. So Bobby was right. I thought he said McDavid. Did he say Marchand? I don't remember. I thought he said McDavid. I thought he went with Edmonton. Could be wrong, but I know someone said Marchand, but I thought he went with Bobby with Edmonton.
He did say Florida was going to win. I said Edmonton was going to win.
Yeah, it's all right, Jeff. It's all good. We're just kind of hanging and watching him. Eric's trying to taunt people right now, so they'll come on and you can all do a few more hours. It is true. Eric was saying pre-show. He goes, guys, I think we can do 9-10 hours tonight.
No.
I go, Eric, I don't know. That's pretty ambitious. You're not as young as you used to be.
Eric's eyes have fallen out of his head.
I told you, put me on them.
Oh my God, it's 12:30. Oh, good Lord.
We went to double overtime. What do you expect? He said Flo Rida was going to win. It's true. Ovi Great is here. The bleeping rat. Yes, that's what they brought him on for.
That's, like it or not, he's going to end up in the Hall of Fame. If you look at all his statistics and everything he's done and all the big games and the big goals he's had, he's going to end up in the Hall of Fame. Whether you like him or not.
I feel for the amount of infinite rage he's invoked in people. I think that's probably about right.
No, there's no doubt he's going to end up there. And this type of stuff. I mean, you could put a montage together of all his big goals and big plays and things that he's done in his career, you know, and we can make fun of the Bruins all you want. It's a legendary franchise with some of the greatest players that have ever played, and he's leading or in like the top 5 of most offensive statistic, categories. It's the guy's going to be a Hall of Famer without a doubt.
I think you'll appreciate this here. It's coming up. So first, Zach says, Eric, you don't need eyes to do this. Which point? It's true. You could just cut out your eyes. It would fix the problem. Name here says, Marshawn makes me drink Rage Hall. I like some Rage Hall.
Good.
That's pretty good.
Good. I hope you lose sleep for 3 days because of that goal. Knowing that 1, Edmonton lost, and 2, Brad Marchand scored the goal. I hope you lose sleep for 3 days.
Scandalous.
3 whole days. No sleep.
3 days. 3 days. Wow.
3.
So that vein, it is now Saturday on the East Coast. So we're going to start winding down shortly here. But now we know. So now we're tied at 1. So on Monday, the podcast episode is going to be a live watch along / podcast.
No.
So I'll put together a little mini agenda. We'll do it. And then we'll have the game on and kind of hang out a little bit, but I'll structure it in such a way where the podcast episode will be there, and then we'll cut it off at a certain point, and then it'll just be a live stream for a bit. So that'll be the continuing coverage of the Stanley Cup Finals. And then I think, if memory serves me, so Monday is going to be game 3, and then game 4, I think, is Thursday.
I don't know the schedule.
So let's see here. So right now we are on the 7th. The 9th is the Monday. That's the next game. And then game 4 is the 12th, which is Thursday indeed. It is Thursday. So you got Thursday, then you got Saturday. So right now, at the minimum, we're going to go to 5. So Thursday and Saturday will be the next couple of games. So no plans to do. So Monday we'll do for sure. And then I may just, I'll reach out to Lapper and maybe we'll do Thursday. Then we'll see. Like for me, it's just hanging out and watching the game anyway. Otherwise, I'd just be sitting around and watching it. Works for me either way. Not a big deal. Hopefully they don't all go to overtime though. That'd be a little problematic.
Oh yeah. Well,
good Lord.
Isn't that what you want though? I mean, you want good games, you want competitive games, you want extra hockey, you want 7-game series, you want,
No, Eric, I don't want extra hockey for the sake of extra hockey. If Florida Man was going to win, they were winning with 17 seconds left in regulation. And then they won in the end. So the extra hockey didn't actually change the outcome.
That's disgusting.
So I was just saying, if they had won a regulation versus winning in double overtime and the same team won, then, the bonus hockey didn't actually change the outcome. I'm just saying. Name says, I'm fine, not worried. Florida hasn't shown me anything to make me worry. That's because, Name, they refuse to do my tactic, which is to shiv McDavid in the neck.
Murder. Straight murder.
If McDavid's dead and Draisaitl's dead and Corey Perry is institutionalized because they frame him, I want to see you win then. Impress me.
I'm trying to see how this went in. I think he went 5-hole. Backhand 5-hole.
Saddle says it was a good game. Are you not entertained? I'm entertained when Eric's eyes are burning.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm like, my eyes have been shut most of the night, and then I have to look and watch, and then my eyes start burning. And
have you considered the possibility that maybe just hockey makes your eyes burn? Are you sure you're not allergic to hockey's?
Well, because hockey is so bright because of the white ice and stuff. It really is harder to watch than.
So you are allergic to the hockey's.
I am allergic to the hockey's.
It's all true. He suffers because he wants to. It's all about the pain. My prediction, pain.
Yeah, that's my prediction every day when I wake up.
Indeed. So, last thoughts, anybody in the chat? You're welcome to put it in there. So we'll be back at least, like I said, Monday will probably be a live stream to follow up with it. I may do a video on the weekend. I still may feel like doing a little follow-up video on the topic of the why are you doing it that I started off the podcast live stream with. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But either way, it's been a good evening. Thank you to Bobby for joining us from the Garage of Knowledge, as always. And Eric is Eric.
Yeah, who cares?
Yeah, pretty much. But the important thing is that Eric wants you to know that he appreciates your well wishes. He appreciates that your wishes to have mayonnaise glazed over his eyes to help him with his issues. And he would like you all to know definitively, without question, that Joe Thorne is the greatest living Boston brewer.
Nope.
And Bobby Orr is a fraud.
Nope. None of that is true. Nope.
All of those things.
I do hate name. I like that on the record, please. But other than that, those other things are not accurate.
I think all of those things are accurate, and your words pre-show are noted. Indeed. So that's it. More videos coming up on the channel. Live streams are always here. Longest running episodic, whatever this is, we don't know. Do you have any pithy last words, Eric? Do you know what pithy means?
I know what pithy means. I
know
what pussy means. And it just more of, I hate you. I hate name. I hate this show. My eyes hurt and I want to go to bed.
So 7-hour live stream?
No.
That's what I heard. That's all I'm saying. Good night, Jeff. Good night, guys. Hope you can see you soon, Eric. And double middle fingers. That's right. Name. Saddle fan. Great stream. Thank you. Eric has pithy points. Pithy pants. Not points. Pithy pants. All right. Last word. Last word. Paul, since he came in at the end. Paul, this is your fault. It's you and Pink Pony Pump. Not Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Pump. It's you are responsible for this. You brought the Marchand on yourself. Think about it.
Hope he's suffering too.
Revenge for Peter Klima.
Woo, Peter Klima.
All right, folks. Have yourself a good night. Folks on the West Coast, enjoy the rest of your Friday. Folks on the East Coast, have a long weekend. And remember about the Pink Pony Pump. It's all Paul all the time. Just saying. Hey, Kathy. So go already. No, now I'm going to stay. Thank you, Tim. And I appreciate it, Kathy, past midnight. This is good.
My mother's there?
Yeah. So go already.
Oh.
That's why I extended it like an extra minute. Thanks, Kathy. Remember to hit the like button. Eric pays for it. Hit the like button. All right, folks. Have a good night. Enjoy your weekend.
Bye, everybody.